How you doing? Welcome to the show. This is the Super Bowl, baby. This is the big one. We don't do these very often anymore, but when we do, we go all out. And I made sure that all my needs were taken care of because I knew I was going to plant myself in the seat and I was going to talk and not just talk. I was going to listen because there's a lot to hear. There's a lot to hear. Welcome back to the streaming Evilive show. We don't, like I said, we don't do streaming Evilive shows very often, but when we do, we do them big. And I'm not alone, as you know already. Joining me tonight is a good dear friend, an old friend at this point. Tank himself, Johnathan Grimm. He is back to tell us more of his tales. And I hope you caught up with the last episode, which holds the record for being the longest single continuous live stream that we have done here at the Frumess channel in 6 years. I know that I caught up some because I wanted to make sure that I was well read for tonight's conversation. It was very important to me. Tonight's stream, we have 2 dedications. I'm going to do one dedication, and Tank is pacing back and forth in the digital green room, huffing and puffing while I speak here. I want to dedicate tonight's show to Sam Neill, the actor, the New Zealand actor, an incredible, incredible talent with an incredible body of work. He passed away today. And I'll tell you, Sam Neill, he fought the good fight against cancer, and he beat that cancer. And so cancer did not take him, as far as I know. I believe that he has been in remission since his deadly battle with cancer. And there's something really elegant about that, wonderful in a way. Not the dying part. I just mean that he fought as hard as he could, and he was able to push back and, kind of like something along the lines of maybe, died more on his own terms, that sort of thing. And, I said this online earlier today, but the beautiful thing about Sam Neill is that, as Dr. Alan Grant in the movie Jurassic Park, every millennial who grew up with Jurassic Park, he convinced us that Steven Spielberg had somehow brought dinosaurs to life. And I will love him forever for that alone. And so I tip my hat in salute to the great Sam Neill. And this show is dedicated to him. We have one other dedication. And to do that other dedication, it's not for me to do. It'd be much better to have Tank do it. So I'm going to bring Tank out of the digital green room. He's now, oh my God, he's destroying lots. Oh my God, he's destroying my digital green room. Thousands of digital dollars in damage to the digital green room. We must stop him. It's like a bull in a china shop. I don't really know what to do. Let's bring him out. Hold on. What? Where is he? What? Where's Tank? What? I could have sworn he was in there. Wait, what is that? I hear something. Oh, my Lord. Oh, yes, of course.
I'm back.
He's back, baby. Hello.
Couldn't resist.
Welcome.
Couldn't resist.
Couldn't resist. That was beautiful. That was beautiful, man. Welcome back to.
Well, as per tradition, with your glasses, I always have to come in wearing something special.
I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, me neither.
Would you please do the other dedication, tonight's dedication?
Yeah. And that was very touching what you said about Sam. I too was a fan. Although I must admit, I didn't realize until today that he was a Kiwi. Completely, off my radar. But let me get a little real here, a little serious.
Yeah.
So I don't normally get overly upset about celebrities passing. It happens all the time, and it's sad. These were people we looked up to, or appreciated their music, appreciated their art, whatever it might have been. But we lost someone recently that really had like an effect on me. I should have seen it coming. I mean, I wasn't prepared for his passing so much, and I knew he was ailing. But when it actually happened, I was like gutted, like really gutted. Many of you probably know that for many, many years, all through my 40s, pretty much, I cosplayed the Lord Humungus from Mad Max 2, The Road Warrior. And that cosplay alone took me all over the world. I got into doing weddings as that character. I got into DJing as that character. I've been in movies as that character. When COVID hit, I was a meme like all over social media, not even anything to do with my own accord here. It just sort of happened. So through all that, I met Shell Nilsson, and that is my first bit of housekeeping. I know it's easy to attempt to pronounce KJELL as Kajel.
Yeah, I butchered that the other day.
It's fine. You're not the only one. I used to as well, till I met him and realized it's Shell Nilsson. Former Swedish bodybuilder, trained the Australian Olympic team in the 1980 Olympics, the weightlifting team. Was also in another movie, Australian movie, the pirate movie, but obviously just known around the world as the Lord Humungus. And so I got to meet him. He was not ready to, I don't want to say relinquish the title, but sort of pass the torch until he met me and got to know me personally, which I admire that. He wanted to judge my character. And as soon as we met, we were immediately like two peas in a pod. Hit it off fantastically. And after our first meeting, he actually went online and publicly stated that I was the next generation of this evil character. And that was such an honor. We continued to keep in touch via Facebook. We got together again in Australia in 2017, I want to say it was. And there's still a photo on our refrigerator today of me and the Lord Humungus having ice cream at Baskin Robbins in Surfers Paradise, Australia. And he was such a storyteller. Wow, like talk about two peas in a pod. And his stories were so fantastical that you almost had to question if they were real or not. But knowing his integrity, you knew they were. He just lived an interesting life. So, miss you, man. May you ride eternal.
Shiny and chrome.
In Valhalla.
Shiny and chrome.
Yeah. It was an honor to meet you. It was an honor to be able to call you my friend. But this one really does. Nobody has influenced me like that man did. And I don't think I fully grasped the depth of that until he was gone. And then I felt the whole, like, oh, wow.
Mm.
So yeah, this my half of the show is for you, Shell.
Yeah. So that was beautiful words. I think we dedicated well to two fallen heroes. Yeah, it's just like, Sam Neill, man. I mean, just Jurassic Park alone. Like, I mean, his entire body of work, but for a certain age of if you grew up as a child in the 90s, he was, I mean, that role, just when you see someone wearing a blue button-down shirt and a red bandana, you're like, that's Dr. Alan Grant right there.
Yeah, Faye's my wife is a big Jurassic Park fan, and when she's heard the news first, she was like, oh, damn.
A big shout out to Faye for allowing us to have this free time.
Yep.
To sit and talk. Thank you, Faye. Shout out to Faye. Faye is
it's awesome. All relationships, especially marriages, are based on reciprocity. So I work from home today so that Faye could go get a tattoo at noon.
Oh, what did she get?
In the middle of the day. She got, for all you David Lynch Twin Peaks fans, she got a fish in a percolator.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And I'm very happy to say that my eldest wants to get the same tattoo. So we're going to arrange that as their early birthday present.
That's awesome.
A young up-and-coming Twin Peaks fan.
That is very awesome. I will tell you, so one other piece of housekeeping. I've been making a feature-length film, my third narrative feature-length film for the last 2 years, and definitely influenced by David Lynch.
Oh, yeah.
And the entire set was decked out in chevron pattern. For anybody who doesn't, the Black Lodge.
Yep.
The
Black
zigzags, everybody. If you've seen those weird ziggy, squiggly lines, that's from Twin Peaks, from the Black Lodge. That was a must. Yeah.
as you know, we do with these events at the Mahoning Drive-In in Mahoning, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
In the month of August, we're going to be showing, I think it's the second Saturday in August, we're showing The Road Warrior and Fury Road.
Amazing.
So I'll be bringing out those pieces from the Mad Max collection. I've got to get the mic fixed up and running again, so my friends Scott and Dee can be Wes and Golden Youth riding that around. We won't have any guests this time. Those are kind of hard to come by when they're all in Australia.
Sure, of course.
But then the 2 Saturdays after that is the Wild World of David Lynch, with a heavy influence on from Twin Peaks. So we're actually going to have Laura Palmer is going to be one of our.
That's guests. Amazing. That's amazing.
Yep, that is amazing.
Faye is floored for that.
Cheryl Lee heard so many great things about this event that Faye's been hosting like 4 years in a row now. It's always one of the fastest selling events at the Mahoning Drive-In. She heard so much about it, she knew she wanted to be a part of this. I came home early the other day because I've been working out in the field. I was soaking wet, caught in the rain. And Faye was on the phone with Cheryl and being very, professional and cool.
Yeah, but when she got off, she was like, ah!
I could just tell she was like so excited. Because, it's not every day you get to speak with your idols on the phone. So we do build a Black Lodge, the red curtains with the chevron.
Yeah, you got to do that.
The statue, the lamps, the chair. That's one of the VIP photo ops. And there's 2 others that we already have built. I think Faye wants me to build like 2 more, in my free time. Between now and August, let me get right on that. But sure, that's
hey, if anybody can do it, it's you, man. You're good at building that stuff.
That's the burden of not accountability, but reliability. Like,
sure. Sure.
So speaking of housekeeping,
wait. Before you say what you're going to say, there was one last thing I wanted to say. We need an official Extreme Danzig close-up in honor of our fallen heroes and everybody. So let's start off. We're going to start off with an official Danzig close-up. And we need the proper this is a streaming Evilive show, and streaming Evilive shows require the proper streaming live intro.
Jeff is gonna talk about the Misfits right now. He's a nerd about this stuff, obsessed anyhow. Jeff never shuts his face, always needs to talk. Might show some weight if he went out for a walk. Do you think Danzig cares? He doesn't care. He's out in Ranch backstage.
Okay, now.
Oh, I thought that was my cue to put my sunglasses back on.
No, now you can start your housekeeping items. Go ahead.
As per tradition.
Yes.
Anytime that I say something is factual, it is because it is indeed factual. I was there, I did it, I saw it, I was a part of it, whatever. If I don't know for a fact that it's factual, I will preempt that with, I'm not sure, but this is what I believe to be true. From time to time, my old ass will get information incorrect. And there are 2 things I need to correct from the last show. One is, and it's funny how this one came about. So Faye and I work at this event called Lunar Fair every 2 weeks. It's like a witchcraft sort of festival, and it's growing. We've been doing it for 5 years. It's huge now, but it travels all over New Jersey. We're actually up in Queens, the Queens Botanical Garden, Saturday night. It was our second New York show. Anyway, we run the photo booth there. Lots of fun. I bring in all the skulls, and we got the smoke machine, and people are like, the sign actually says, yes, the skulls are real. And as they're holding the human skulls, they're like, yeah, all of them except these, right? I'm like, no, those are real too. And then they're either like, holy shit, and they freak out and put them down, or like, oh my God, I have to get my picture taken with these human skulls. Anyway, and they always ask me, how did you get human skulls? I'm like, well, that one owed me money, and this one, no. A lot of times the Misfit story will come out and be like, oh, right, used to work for the Misfits, hence having human skulls. Gotcha. Anyway, there's a graffiti artist that also performs there, and a lot of times we're set up next to her. And we just got to talking one night, and it ends up that she knows Monty Esposito, who I mentioned in the last episode as a graffiti artist or writer, as they call them now. I guess it's more PC. I'm not sure.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That he was the one that did the Fiend Club tap lights. He did each skull by hand with a Sharpie. Oh. And he also spray painted the Crimson Ghost on Jerry's ring apron, like the canvas that covers your wrestling ring.
Oh, he really?
Spray painted a massive Fiend Crimson Ghost skull on there. The correction I need to make is he is Monty Cess Esposito. Apparently, there are two Cesses in the writer's world. And this is where the confusion came apparent to me when I'm talking with this other writer. Monty's Cess is spelled S-E-S. The other, I don't want to say imposter Cess, but the other Cess is C-E-S. So the Monty Cess Esposito that is associated with the Misfits and that artwork is S-E-S if you're ever looking him up online or whatever the case might be. Great guy. I reached out to him recently just to see how he was doing after that conversation, and he's doing well. So that's good to hear. I know he's been through some tough times. So that was point number one. Point number two. I don't know where I came. I think I know where this came from. We were talking about how the Misfits have always had a lot of treble in the bass and a lot of bass in the guitar. And that was because Doyle, well, the way we did that was Doyle ran SVT bass amps. Not, I said PV bass amps. I think I said PV because Dez, I think, used to have a PV before we were in Hollywood, and he picked up a Mesa Boogie, and then we never looked back. Like, oh my God, Mesa Boogie was the way to go. With the vacuum tubes and everything. The power was unbelievable. But Doyle ran all his guitar cabinets through SVT bass heads with Demeter preamps, which I believe were custom made by Demeter. So that was where that sounds. So not PV, SVT. And those are my 2 points of housekeeping, and go.
Amazing. Yeah. Before we jump in, we have one last piece of business to discuss, and that is RIOT Stickers, the official sponsor of the Frumess channel. If you need stickers, if you have a band, if you are a filmmaker, if you're an author, if you have a podcast, if you have a YouTube channel, anything that you have that needs promotion, you can go around your town and vandalize wherever you may with RIOT Stickers from riotstickers.com/Frumess. We have a special deal with RIOT Stickers. You can get 1,000 stickers for $79. That is an insane deal right there. You're not going to find a cheaper, better deal for 1,000 stickers, $79. Free shipping and handling only at riotstickers.com/Frumess. That's FRUMESS. Link is down in the description. These stickers are 3 inches by 3 inches. They're printed on vinyl, which makes them very weatherproof, and they got a UV coating that protects them from the sun. They also do banners, buttons, drum heads, you name it, they print it. And I'm telling you, man, riotstickers.com. You go to riotstickers.com/Frumess, FRUMESS, and get yourself a good deal on stickers, the best deal on stickers today.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too, posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads, we can print on shirts, we can print on hats, we can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality, quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support, great customer service, and so much more. RIOTstickers.com, RIOT Stickers, we are the bomb. RIOTstickers.com, RIOT Stickers, we are the bomb. RIOTstickers.com, RIOT Stickers, we are the bomb. RIOTstickers.com, RIOT Stickers, we are the bomb.
RIOTstickers.com. Oh, yes.
And that is a promise. Okay. All right. So where we last left off
years ago. By the way,
yes.
For those who don't know, why has it taken us so freak sticking long to get back and do Grimm Tales number 5 after Grimm Tales number 4, like in 1976 when we last met. This is 2026 American, like in case nobody had checked their calendar lately. And the ability to survive on a good income, a good salary, good bonus, but whatever you're doing to put food on the table, it ain't so good anymore. So this old guy, who's finally at a point in his life where he thought, like, yeah, if I could just get there, everything be fine. Guess what? It ain't fine. I literally work 2 full-time jobs these days just to support the family and all the extensions thereof. And therefore, I have this much free time. So, yeah, there is that. Do apologize. We'll try not to
there is
go as long as it did.
There is nothing to apologize for. And you know what? You are a man who shows up and takes care of his family. And that is a wonderful, incredible thing. And what you do is like, that's what you're supposed to do. And good for you, man. And that's why we're so grateful to have you right now, giving us your precious time. And if you want to see, we'll put a link down in the description. You got to check out Tank at he has a channel. It's a channel for his, for some of the business dealings that he deals with, but he always makes his videos in very fun, interesting, creative ways. What is it? It's Caden Manufacturing. We make liners and safety covers for swimming pools, but our social media marketing is very tongue-in-cheek, very humorous. Yes.
Sometimes informative, imagine. But yes. I'm a one-man band. I write the scripts. I direct them. I act in them. I edit them. I produce them.
He puts a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and they're great. So check that out at Caden Manufacturing. We'll put a link down in the description for that. We tagged Scum and Destiny, but if you want a quick laugh from Tank. Okay.
Yeah.
So
seriously,
where we last left off with this really, really heavy situation. It's kind of it's a milestone in this long winding story that we are examining of this band and its history, where this lineup that had been as stable as stable can be, right? This lineup that had, how about this? This lineup that had been together for years finally fractures in a way that it can never reconstitute. It's just not going to happen. And a variety of different things happen. But before we get to any of that, because I feel like in a way we do have to be a little granular here, because there are lots of little nooks and crannies to things. But immediately the next day after Chud and Graves walk off this tour, and we're not going to rehash. We don't have to rehash that, because it's the whole thing is laid out in detail in the previous episode. I told you guys to do your homework. Go watch.
There will be a quiz after this one. So be ready.
There will be a quiz. Immediately the next day, something remarkable happens that we kind of graze over because we spent so much time focused on that House of Blue show. Joey Image is tapped for 2 shows to play drums along with the GOAT, right? It was the GOAT and Joey Image in Florida, because that's where Joey spent his remaining days all the way for years and years and years in Florida. How the hell did that happen? How did Joey Image link up? And I know that there was bad blood between Jerry and Joey Image that dates back to some stuff that occurred. And so I just leaves me scratching my head going, how on earth did that occur?
Yeah, well, we were booked to do. I can't think of the name of the club. It's probably on
Culture Room, and the Masquerade.
Culture Room. So we did 2 nights back to back at Culture Room. Is that what transpired, or we did?
For those of you who are not aware, just so you know, if you're joining us in the interim of the last time we did a show, Tank lived this, and he goes by his memory. And I did not live it, and I have information online that
you know more than I do.
Right. But the point is that Tank may ask a question about his own life, and I will do my best to respond. But ultimately, when Tank pushes back with his memory, I'm not going to push back on him because he lived it and I didn't. So, you know what I'm saying? So if he thinks something, but obviously the memory is a gnarled and twisted thing sometimes too. So it's, it's a push and pull in that kind of situation. In this particular case, however, you played the, according to this, it was the culture room. But I say, according to this, we're talking about the great Misfits Central, because there's this stuff
which is probably accurate. I mean,
right?
Mark was on top of things.
Mark was on top of things. So Mark says, we'll just refer to it as what Mark says.
Okay.
Mark says, October 26th was the culture room in Fort Lauderdale, Florida, which makes sense because that's where Joey lived.
Yeah.
And then in Ybor City, YBOR.
Ybor City, yes.
Ybor City, there was the masquerade. Yes.
Okay.
The next night.
I remember that club too. Okay. I specifically remember Joey just like showing up at that show. I don't know, but I don't think anybody like reached out to him like, hey, you want to come down to the show tonight and drum for us? Like, I don't think that happened. I think it might have just been like, oh, look who's here. How fortuitous. Maybe if anything, there was talk about it when Michael and Chud were still in the band, but I don't know. Somebody else would have to verify all that. But we played the Culture Room regularly. Played Ybor City, the Masquerade a couple of times. Did it once. I think the last time we did it was on the first Fiend Fest tour. Funny thing about the Culture Room, what I remember about that place was Ken got all suited up as the Crimson Ghost to come out and do his thing for the intro, and he came out through the dressing room and was gonna come in the back door, and the back door was locked.
Oh.
And he's banging on the back door and nobody can hear him, and we're like, where the fuck's CG? Like, we got to do the show, and he was nowhere to be seen. Poor guy was locked out of the venue. But yeah, Joey came down, did that show. So Joey played probably what he remembered. Goat played the rest. Jerry sang. I remember teching for Doyle, and I'm just being like, wow, like this is it. It was sad, like they're gone. Those two they're gone for the last since '96 is what we've been doing, and now it's just we're not doing that now.
Question.
Yeah.
At the time, just to interject here real quick, at the time, did you know that was like the final? I mean, is it possible? I mean, because in the past, there, Mike Hideous had toured with the band on two occasions in Europe and South America. So what was that to say that perhaps Chud and Graves, I mean, Graves eventually did come back, but Chud and Graves together would come back at that point in time?
Yeah. I mean, of course, I'm sure I was hopeful of that, in the back of my mind, because that was what I had like really, dedicated myself to was that lineup and that, those two albums. But it was just, it's just kind of like, it's kind of like anything on the road. You just roll with the punches. Right. This is what we've been served. Let's make the most of it.
Right.
And, that's just how it is. I do remember, was this the first time that one of our local Fort Lauderdale fans had made a killing in the early days of selling email mailing lists. Like if somebody's like, hey, we're selling sporting goods. Okay, here's 100,000 emails of people that are into sporting goods or something like,
leads.
How he got into that, I don't know, but he made a lot of money doing that way back when. And so he would show up to the show in his Lamborghini, his yellow Diablo, and he would take us for a spin, one at a time, obviously, because it's 2-seater. Impressive, not gonna lie. I mean, the acceleration was kind of like a rocket. The handling was pretty cool. He said he could never drive it at night because you were down so low, you were so close to the road that in Florida the roads got really freaking hot, and you could feel that heat radiating through the floor.
That's insane.
I can only drive this thing at night. He said 1 week out of every month it's in the shop for a tune-up because the engine is so precise it has to constantly be
wow.
It wasn't built for a big guy. The seats weren't quite even wide enough for my hips. Not that I have big hips, but I did manage to get into the driver's seat. I didn't get to drive it, but I sat in the driver's seat, and then 2 people had to pull me out because I couldn't get out. I was stuck in this car. I'm like, well, I guess it's mine now. I can't get out, right? I got to live here. But that's just a side note of what I remember from that night. Yeah, but Joey came out. He was really cool. He had promo stuff for his band at the time, which was called
Mary Tyler Horrors, maybe. I don't know.
It was something with like a Gerber baby face on it.
I don't know.
I used to have the stuff, but it went with the collection. When
he was drumming with Bobby and the Undead at that time too, I think.
Could be. This was, yeah, it had a Gerber kind of looking baby face. Remember there was a CD, a press kit, maybe a sticker or two that he gave us. But it was cool. It was really cool to see him.
So Jerry or somebody is like, "Hey, that's Joey Image. Let's have him come up and play." Because
as far as I know, yeah.
Because it's like you have people that are expecting a show or something, or maybe does that detract from the fact that Michael and Chud are gone, and it's like, oh, hey, it's Joey Image.
Yeah. Oh my God. Hey, it's an original member coming back to play. You actually had 3 original members on stage together.
True.
Although you didn't normally get that.
Joey and Doyle never played together. Well, they rehearsed together. They definitely rehearsed together, but I don't think they ever played together. Right. So I don't know.
Right. And Joey, I mean, definitely did a better job. I remember Googie coming down to the WWF venue in Times Square for the Halloween show that he was slated to play, I think, Die.
What?
Darling on? Yeah, he came down for sound check and he got behind the drum kit and didn't know the song. Jerry was like, nah, get out.
Wait, whoa. How have I I have never heard that before.
Yeah. That was the one time I met Googie.
Googie came down to a show. What year was that?
I don't think it was. We played there a couple of times. I don't think it was the one that I came back from my honeymoon, my first wedding, and that was our first show back on Halloween night. I don't think it was that one. I think it was maybe the first time we would have played there, where like Jimmy Destry came out and played keyboards on some stuff, and then like
wait. So this is in 2001, maybe.
I'm pretty sure Michael and Chud were still in the band when we did that. Yeah, no.
Oh my God, I had never heard this, but this is crazy. Googie came down to just jam on a song, and he couldn't cut it in sound check, so Jerry sent him back.
Jerry kicked him out. He's like, "No, this ain't gonna work."
What was Googie's reaction? Were you there when it happened?
I wasn't there when it happened, but I caught wind of it not going down. I was like, "Well, damn, that sucks." And then he was gone, like the wind. He was out.
What was he like when you met him? What do you remember about him? Anything?
Taller than I expected, and had really long dreadlocks. I was like, Keith Morris? Wait, what? Quiet. Kind of sadly unremarkable besides that, but definitely couldn't play drums, at least not that song.
How was he able to play drums back with I mean, he was obviously a drummer, but I had heard that the Misfits, I think Bobby always tells it that the Misfits were really Googie's first band. So the idea that he, and that he held out for 2 years, kind of remarkable.
Yeah. I think it was just that he hadn't played the song in so long. And
yeah,
I don't know if this was like thrown on him last minute or if this was planned ahead of time. I don't know the backstory. I just know he was there and he attempted to play Die and nothing against Googie. It didn't work.
There is a recording of Joey Image playing with Jerry and Doyle in 2000.
Mm-hmm.
There is a recording of it. If anybody's curious, somewhere online you can find. They play a truncated set, just horror business songs, because that's what he knew, and that's what he played in the Undead too. So
yeah, I'm glad Mark has everything cataloged, because I remember the Culture Room show. I still can't put any recollection of the Ybor City Masquerade show of Joey being there, but if it says he was there, he was probably there, and I just don't remember.
And I mean, Jerry's the one that makes that decision, right? Like he's like, he's like, hey, or is it Doyle, or who makes the decision for Joey?
I think that's all Jerry.
Yeah,
he calls the shots. Everybody just goes, okay.
So right after those shows, the next lineup for the next, according to Mark Kennedy, the next 4 shows, including the Halloween show, is Zoli is back, Jerry, Doyle, and Renfield.
Okay.
Which we talked about briefly about Renfield. And He's from that band and
Candiria,
and they played. And I'm now, are these the shows where they're doing the makeup? They're in that zombie makeup, right?
I believe this is when Hetrick, and oh my god, wow, I'm drawing a total blank on my friend's name. It's been a long time. The two of them came out and just kind of toured with us for like a week, and they did the makeup every night. The tag teamed it.
How long was that makeup process for, you think?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure, you know, Glenn's a pretty skilled makeup artist. There was the two of them working on it, probably one doing prosthetics, one doing the actual makeup. Yeah, I really don't know. I don't think I was waiting for watching that.
Was that tied into the Scream music video? Was that like always the plan? Was that like, oh shit, like our band is falling apart, we need something?
No, something like that wouldn't have come together that quickly. That was definitely planned ahead of time. Like the week leading up to Halloween, we're gonna, you know, get the Scream zombie makeup back on and do a run of shows like that.
Right. Gotcha.
Now, as far as Zoli wore the makeup too, even though it wasn't designed for him. I remember seeing a picture.
Right.
I can't believe, like, my memory of it is seeing a picture of what I actually lived, and I can't remember what I lived.
But that's the way memory works sometimes. Sometimes you don't actually remember something. You have a memory of the memory, which is the strangest thing in the world.
We play the New Orleans. We played the New Orleans House of Blues in that week.
I'm going to tell you all the venues, and we'll see if it does anything to your. Yes, you are correct about that. So the 28th was the Blood Drive at Hidden Valley in Irvine, California.
Yes, that was an outdoor show. Okay.
Then
that was really cool. Like it was a hootenanny. Like all the rat rods were there and stuff. It was freaking awesome.
That's awesome.
I think the Damned played there as well.
Did you meet the Damned? Do you remember that?
I remember. I think I just remember like watching them and being like, oh, cool. I haven't seen them.
Love the Damned. Love the Damned. Okay, then there's the Masquerade in Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. Yep, we played there a lot. That was the Impotent Sea Snakes owned that club.
Okay,
crazy elevator load in, but it's fun.
Then there was the New Daisy Theater in Memphis, Tennessee.
That is where, up in the promoter's office, is a barber's chair. That every time we played there, I made a point to sit in that chair. That's
just because I got to sit in the chair. I'm there. I got to sit in the chair
that Elvis Presley used to get his hair cut in.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's remarkable.
Yep.
That's pretty remarkable.
Yeah. Every time we play there, I'm like, oh, going upstairs.
Got to
hang out in the promoter's office.
Yep. You got to
great venue, great promoter. Great. Right there on Beale Street, like all the action's going on. Remember, we had a day off there once. And it's like Beale Street. There's a lot going on. There's bands playing here and there. And the drum tech at the time, JC, was like, hey, let's go see a band. Let's go see. I'm like, whoa, time the fuck out. I see a band every night that I'm at work. This is my day off. The last thing I want to do is go see some shitty band. I'm going to go hang out someplace quiet. Like, you know, talk about the rock and roll lifestyle we were living there. Jesus. I need a break from the commotion. So, yeah, Daisy Theater, New Daisy Theater. James Rowe, that was his local. That's where he would come out to a lot of the shows and
right, the tattoo artist.
Yeah.
Right. Yes. So, okay, and then that after those 4 shows, Zoli and Renfield are gone again. Do you remember why? Or no, Zoli is still there. Renfield is gone.
Renfield's gone, and now it's
Goat.
It is Goat. Okay.
It's Goat, and Zoli is there for one more show, and this is Jackson, Florida, in Edge 2000 in Jackson, Florida. And I guess, is Zoli coming and going based on his current commitments and tour schedule?
Because again, I mean, on the 25th, Michael was still singing for the band. And now on the 26th, we're like, so yeah, none of this would have been planned. This would have been like, hey, are you available? Only those dates? Great. Let's make it happen. Let's fly you in. Like, it must have been total.
Right, but and this is part of what I want to sort of explore with you later, to the degree that you're able to explore it, at least. The gist of what I heard when I listened to that recording, the October 25th, 2000 recording at House of Blues, and just in general, Zoe is almost in a way kind of being like dangled like a carrot for Michael of like, hey, you know, toe the line, buddy, because we will friggin' replace you.
Yeah.
We can replace you. We replaced you before with Hideous. We'll do it again. And, you know, to the point where Zoli, I mean, if you've been singing for a band for 4 years and you put out 2 records and you wrote songs in those records, and then suddenly your boss, you know, is bringing out another singer half the time while you're like the official singer of the band, it's quite clearly a message, or it's an attempt at a message, right?
Yeah, and I don't know if that was the right message. I mean, who's to say? It's
right, of course.
Opinion. But as somebody who's been a boss, a business owner, a manager, like in order to get the best out of those that work under me, threatening them doesn't usually work.
Sure,
that usually backfires.
Sure,
that kind of. I mean, granted, again, Michael wasn't always what we needed him to be for whatever his reasons were. It's just it is what it is, man.
But at the same time, too, and you know, two things. On the other scale, to play the devil's advocate, I do fully agree with that. And threatening doesn't always work. At the same time, if you have a giant machine that's constantly turning, and George Romero like calls you up and is like, "Okay, I'll do your music video if you give me music," you know, and you expect, you know, there are certain expectations, and you've been given this golden opportunity, you know, even if it's not forever, even just to earn your bones, even just to cut your teeth before you gracefully exit at some point in the future, you know, with that wonderful sort of badge on your lapel for the rest of your life, you could say, "Hey, I'm Michael Graves, formerly of the Misfits." You know what I mean?
Right. No, I know.
So I see both sides. I see both sides.
I do too. Yeah.
I think it definitely influences, because I would always ask myself this question a long time ago, and now years later, I was, you know, thinking about this. Jerry released that solo record, and I was, you know, kind of reflecting on Jerry's decision to become a singer, which is really, we're right at the cusp of that becoming a permanent thing. And I want to hear what you saw from your side. But you have Zoli is coming in and out. It's clearly not working with Zoli because he has other commitments, or right, or I don't know. Was Zoli ever going to be?
That's what it was. I mean, Ignite was still a thing, and I remember Zoli telling me that if this works out and he's like full time, the guy moving forward, that he wanted to bring Brett, the bass player from Ignite, along with him in some way, because they came up together. They've been friends since they were little kids. They started Ignite. Like, he owed it to Brett to do right by him, which I thought was admirable. But it wasn't a permanent thing. Jeff looks like the punk rock.
I wanted to wait for you to finish your comment, but you know, as a giant Beatles fan, and this is not the first time that someone has said something similar, not punk rock Paul McCartney, but the fact that I've heard this before and that you're randomly saying this comment, there's got to be a shred of truth to it, right? Even if people don't see it, there's a shred of truth that I will take that. I would frame this comment and hang it on my wall. Thank you for that. What a comment. Anyway, continuing on.
So, I mean, you were talking about Jerry stepping up to become the singer, and we're going to touch on. We're going to get.
Well, wait, before we do, yes, I do, but we're not quite. I don't think we're quite there yet. Because
don't let me forget my train of thought.
Then don't forget it. Say what you want to say. No, say what
we're going to talk about Jerry's dedication to singing when we get into him taking over as a singer. But up until that time, one of the funniest things Chud ever said, when, I don't know in what context it was, but he said, "I am one of the best singers in this band." Clearly, you're not stating that you were a better singer than Michael Graves, because talent for days. So, what are you saying? Who, you know, we thought that was hilarious, the way he put that.
This is what's interesting that you say that. I don't know, you know, I don't know what you keep up with in this day and age, but very recently, and for like this never happens, Michael Graves attacked Chud publicly.
I heard a little bit about that. Yeah.
I mean, maybe attacked is a strong. No, that's what he did. He made a post about Chud going back to South America and singing Famous Monsters and American Psycho material. And Graves was just going on and on about how Chud could not sing those songs better than the singer of those songs. And the reality is I think Graves was stressing about it because it's going to fuck with his guarantee from a promoter, right? It's competition. Like there's a variety of factors. And the reality is that, and I know this to be a fact based on what other people told me who would be in the know, that some years back, Graves had reached out to Chud and was like, hey, you and me, let's put a band together. Let's get a package together. Like, forget our differences, forget all of our differences. Let's put all of those things aside. You and me, let's get a band together, go down to South America, and we will do, or go around the world, really, and we will do Famous Monsters and American Psycho, which I couldn't think of a more logical, like, lucrative, smart idea than to do that.
Legally, could they have gotten away with it? Like, what would Jerry have? I mean, if Jerry's throwing
if they don't, here's the thing. Well, Jerry probably would have been pissed about it, but as long as they are not, I mean, first of all, Graves does this already, right? He already is singing those songs, but both of those records back to back, as long as they're not using the Crimson Ghost, right?
Trademark stuff, yeah.
The trademark stuff, then I don't think there's anything Jerry could really do about it.
They've got whatever the proper nomenclature is for the mechanics and the writing of all that kind of stuff. I mean, they've got to have some type of rights to that, unless I don't know what the contractual agreement.
I don't know. See, I don't. Yeah, but here's the thing: if you're covering a song, as long as you're paying, if you cover a song, this. But what am I explaining this to you? You know this already. You know what happens, right? You were probably the guy who was filling out the sheet, right?
In Europe, that was a big thing. Every show that we did. Yes. So when we were with Marky in Europe and we were doing Ramones songs,
right,
every night, and I just had a sheet already printed out that I could just hand to the promoter. We had to write down all the songs that were cover songs that were not original to us. So the 4 Black Flag songs that we did, and then half the set was Ramones. All those songs, like a royalty cut, had to be sent to publishing and all that kind of jazz. Anything that wasn't an original Misfits song, that had to be noted.
Right.
And the promoter took care of it. I just had to tell him how many songs and what they are.
And I also experienced that as well when I was over there with a touring band. That's what I saw that happen in front of me.
Yeah.
So the idea of, okay, like, there's nothing that says they can't play those songs. They just have to, as long as they're filling out that, if they're filling it out, then
pay to play.
But I mean, the idea of them doing a band together as those guys, the other half of those guys, because Jerry and Doyle are probably never going to play those songs again. They might even be contracted to not be able to play those songs again. Right. Who knows what you know what I mean? So it's like the idea of them just going out as like calling themselves Famous Monsters or some whatever, and just Australia, Japan, like they could literally take that across the world.
Yeah.
And Chud he refused to work with Michael, probably because of his politics. Chud refused to work with Michael and instead is taking his own band down there and doing that. That was my point. My point is that some of that anger and frustration from Graves must be like, hey, fuck you, because we could have done that together.
Yeah.
And you're doing that. You're doing it on your own, and now you're my competition. Like, he deleted the post, but I just thought that was very interesting. So the idea that Chud said that, what you said initially, is funny because that's what he's doing. He's going out and singing those songs. So
and he was a good singer. I'm not going to disparage that. It was just funny how he put him like, what exactly are you saying here? Yeah, I'm sure. I remember Doyle saying to me, we were just hanging out at the shop. He was working. We were down in the pit, like when he was first starting the whole Gorgeous Frankenstein thing. And I guess he was working with Chud in the early days.
Right.
And I didn't like once I was out, like I wasn't really following anything anymore.
Right. Sure.
At the time. And I remember Doyle saying to me that Chud broke his heart. So whatever their falling out was, it like.
Wait, Chud. Hold on a second. When you mean when Doyle and Chud stopped playing together?
They played. Did they do a record for? I don't even know what the whole Gorgeous Frankenstein.
So a quick detour. So this is a super quick detour. Before we get back on track. Okay, so Chud. I think Chud officially entered the picture somewhere in 2007. Okay, and Chud helped with the recording of the original record. There was a demo that Glenn Danzig put out under Evilive, but it was a demo. It was not a record, but Glenn wanted to put that out. They put that out. And then with this the guy engineer, I forget his name, Nikos. I met him backstage at a Danzig show.
Yeah,
and I was with Chud and Sal B. Okay. And that was 2013, and it was right around that time that they were putting out the first Doyle record. And
I guess this might have been before the whole Gorgeous Frankenstein thing. It was just Doyle.
No, that was after. That was way after.
Oh, okay.
But when you say Chud broke my heart, I don't know if it must have been sometime before, because I was with Sal B and Doyle in Queens in 2014. Blackthorn 51, I think it's called, whatever that venue, and it was 3 days after Chud he tried to strong arm Doyle and walked off the tour, and quit. So I don't know if it couldn't have been as late as 2014, right?
Yeah,
or was it?
No, well, I mean, maybe it was, because I was still coming by the shop with once Ken and I started All American Pool Service. We still from time to time would be over at the shop for something or another. So I don't know when it was. I just remember Doyle telling me that and being like, "Oh, sorry, man, that sucks."
Yeah,
I knew nothing, and I knew no details about it. And again, I'm getting one side of the story. Chud's side of the story might be something completely different.
Very true.
I don't know.
Very true. Very true. We don't have all the sides of the story. Any which way, back to the end of the year 2000. Yes. Zoli he's in and out. Mm-hmm. He's in and out. Then there's another string of shows with Jerry and Goat. It's Jerry, Doyle, and Goat as a 3-piece. Ziggy's at the Beach. These are both North Carolina places. Mm-hmm. Crowbar at State College in Pennsylvania. The Agora Ballroom in Cleveland, and the Newport Music Hall in Columbus, Ohio.
Okay.
And then Zoli comes back along with Goat, and they do another string of dates.
Wow.
And then Zoli's gone, and then it's just Jerry, Doyle, and Goat for 3 more shows. Mm-hmm. And then Goat isn't there, and it's Matt Cross for 2 shows, one of which is on my birthday.
Okay.
Water Street Music Hall, Rochester, New York, November 25th, 2000.
Okay.
Then they get, so this is crazy. So we're looking at, this is nuts. 3 shows with Goat on drums, 2 shows with Matt Cross. Do you remember Matt Cross?
Was he from Orange 9?
No clue.
No. Or no clue.
I don't know.
Who was from Orange 9? Because there was a drummer from Orange 9mm.
Is there somebody watching this live who can let us know who that is without me having to go look that up? That'd be great. Put it in the chat. Who is the drummer of Orange 9? Somebody. So there's Matt Cross, and then right after that is Renfield again. And that's from, this is crazy. That's from the 18th to the 26th. There are 3 different drummers.
Yeah.
I mean, this is very unstable.
In and out all over the freaking place. Talking about patching it together, last minute.
Yep.
That's what we had to do. You can't play without a drummer.
You can't play without a drummer. Yeah. And then the final show that they play for the year 2000 is a day after my birthday on the November 26th in Philadelphia at the Trocadero Theater.
Trocadero.
Do you remember anything about that?
We played the Trocadero a lot, so I'm trying to remember that show specifically. When we played the Trocadero show, East Coast Tour 96, for Christ's sake, we were always there.
I mean, but what do you remember about this? This must have been such a tense month of instability. It's basically trying to carry on the remainder of this tour without Jerry, without Graves and Chud.
Yeah.
Until they could
this would have been, so Zoli would have had black hair by now. I think the Canadian thing we did with him He still had his traditional bleached hair.
Okay.
And now he would have had his black hair, crew cut, whatever you want to call it. And at some point, he had a VHS tape on the Winnebago of his, like, well, I don't know why we wanted to watch this, of his acid reflux surgery.
Oh.
Like,
My Lord.
Oh, no, I know. Yeah, this is all kind of a blur, but I do remember, like, the revolving door of drummers. And when did we play Harpo's in Detroit?
Harpo's in Detroit was the day before my birthday on 11/24/2000, and that had Matt Cross on the drums.
That was Matt, so I think he's Orange 9mm. I'm pretty sure.
Okay. All right, fuck it. I'm gonna look this up.
For whatever reason, Doyle wasn't there. I had to sound check with Matt so he could learn some of the songs because he was still like coming in like last minute.
Matt Cross. Matt Cross is the drummer of Orange 9mm.
9mm. Okay.
Yeah.
Because we played a tour with them, I think. Yeah, at one point. So then we did. Everybody's paths crossed at one point or another. I remember first meeting Goat when he was playing with Scarhead. He was drumming for Scarhead before Murphy's Law, and that was back when he and I arm wrestled actually. Because we used to do that thing where arm wrestle a tank and win a T-shirt. And for some, Goat's not a big guy, but for his size, he's really strong. Like he
seems like
put me to the test. I did that wasn't an easy win. It took some effort to put his arm down. I was like, damn, Sam. But I know he does a lot of jujitsu. He does a lot of bike riding. So he's
sure.
Yeah.
I just want to take a quick moment. Daniel Cohen said Chud played drums on the Gorgeous Frankenstein album.
Okay.
He did not. He played drums for they changed the name when Doyle and Gorgeous George split up. Doyle changed the name to Doyle. And based on who's telling you that story, it's either Sal B says that he was the one who came up with just calling it Doyle. I think Alex Story has said it. I think Doyle. Either which way, the name change happened there. And so the album is it's a Doyle album. It's not Gorgeous Frankenstein, although maybe when they started recording it, they were still Gorgeous Frankenstein. I don't know. Okay. Either which way.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. So the serious regrouping happens. Yeah. There's a date that gets canceled. January 12th, 2001, which is WWF in New York City. That's canceled. What was that about?
That I don't know,
because that's after the WCW thing. So I was Jerry affiliated or connecting with somebody in WWF? I wonder.
I don't know. I was not involved. I mean, even as the tour manager, once I took over in 2003. I wasn't involved in any of the booking. I was handling the shows after everything was booked and contracted.
Right. So you wouldn't even know if something was canceled.
Might not have ever even heard about it until right now. Actually,
wow. That's crazy. And now, so now something crazy happens. What do you remember about this monumental shift, change, whatever, where this new lineup forms, this idea of the 25th anniversary tour? When do you remember that? Or when do you remember hearing? Sorry, what I mean to say is, when do you remember hearing that there was going to be a 25th anniversary tour and Dez is going to play with you guys and Marky Ramone is going to be there and Goat and Robo.
Yeah.
3 different drummers, 2 guitar players.
Yeah, that was, I mean, hopefully for the fans it was cool, but it was quite the circus to pull that off. So we had to have 2 drum risers, and Goat played on the floor. So you had center stage, you had Goat down front on the floor, you had Marky up on a 3-foot drum riser, and then you had Robo up on a 6-foot drum riser behind him. It's one thing when you're kicking around, especially as hard hitting as Robo is on a 6-foot high drum riser, you better have some outriggers to keep that thing from shifting all over the place. So we had these massive outriggers that would get screwed into the stage, and boy, did that have a backlash at Roseland Ballroom in New York City. No one had ever screwed anything to that hardwood stage until we showed up and did it, and they were like, what did you just do?
Right. That's the first. So that's the first show. And then Tank, check this out. Actually, that's not the first show. The first show is actually at the Electric Factory.
Well, I remember the Electric Factory show. Yeah, right? That's, I think, so Doyle, I was still teching Doyle. Yeah. Dez was teching himself, but Dez was on the other side of Jerry. And then we had the 3 drum risers in the middle. And that was like, I think the first time I met Dez was like doing the show. Like, oh, hey, Dez, I'm Tank. Nice to meet you. Like, it was, things were always like just so last. Oh, yeah, matter of fact, here you go and break. So, yeah, wow, man, those were. And when, like, there's a time Michael came back and sang some stuff, right?
Yeah, we're gonna get to that in just a minute, right? So, and I know that
together again here.
Yeah, so Michael Graves does come back for this 25th anniversary tour, and he's, you know, as I understand it, from what I was told by people who were either there or who were definitely in the know, that this was a way for Graves to raise money to invest into his band that he was doing with Chud called Graves, right? Like this was a chance for him to earn some money from gigs. As far as I understand, that first show was on April 8th, and then on the 18th, which is the anniversary of the first CBGB show, is when the Roseland show happened that you were describing. And then remember that canceled WWF show ended up happening also on the 18th. 2 shows, at least according to Mark Kennedy, 2 shows were played on April 18th, 2001. One at the Roseland and one at WWF New York, which maybe would normally be suspect, but considering that back in '95 that had happened, is it possible that they played 2 shows?
A show at Roseland and a show at the WWF.
Yeah,
and this was the 2001
25th anniversary tour, and maybe that Mark just didn't know what the date was, so he put double date. He put the same show down on 2 dates, which is also possible.
I mean, there's no way we could have set up all the drum risers,
3 drum risers. So this is not true. Stuff. This is inaccurate. This has to be inaccurate.
We definitely did the Roseland show because that was the one that they were like really pissed at us.
Oh, interesting. So Daniel Cohen here. First he says, yeah, got it confused. Chud played on the first Doyle album, right? Gonna watch on the replay. No worries, everybody. Kyle says he's gonna watch on the replay. That's right. My first Misfits show was Halloween 2001 at WWF New York. Okay, that's a little after. We're not there yet, but he says that the after party was WWF New York in April 2001. So it was they played some kind of after party, maybe. Maybe they didn't do the second show with all those drummers. Maybe it was just one drummer and they played 2 shows.
An after party. Wow, I really got to think about this one. But that WWF 2001 show, that was the show where I had just come back from my honeymoon, and that was my first show back.
Okay, so you weren't even at those other shows.
The shows leading up to that Halloween night, I was in Australia and Fiji for like 3 weeks.
Wait, hold on a second. You're talking about in 2001.
2001.
All right, yeah, you're going. Okay, that's you're in the fall. We're in the spring.
Oh, so I'm jumping ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's okay. No worries.
An after party at WWF.
And the band Dissonance was opening for both of these shows, as well as the
name Dissonance sounds familiar.
Electric Factory show. And then check this out. So then another vocalist gets added on April 29th, 2001. So shortly thereafter, Graves comes back. So Graves is only gone from October to April, and he's back already. And those shows, this is you've got 2 vocalists. You have 3 drummers. Sorry, Goat is gone now. There is no Goat. And now it's just Robo and Marky and Dez. You have 2 guitarists, 2 singers, and 2 drummers in this band. That is nuts.
Yeah.
Jerry, what are you... Uncle Jerry, man, what was he thinking?
Well, the show must go on.
Hey, he's throwing, you know what that is? That's throwing every seasoning in the punch bowl, hoping something is going to.
Yeah. I mean, we did, if my memory serves me correctly, we did the Marky and Robo thing for a good long while.
Yeah.
Where we had the two of them side by side instead of stacked. And like half the set was Misfits and half the set was Ramones.
So the three drum riser, you remember that very well, even though it was only a few shows, because you were specifically rigging three drum risers.
Yeah. I remember we played, I can never remember the name of the theater. It was somewhere in.
Why couldn't they share a kit?
What's that?
Why couldn't they share a kit?
Oh God, no. No.
Explain that. Okay. Explain that.
There might be some rock star element to that, but I do get, like, when we would travel overseas and a lot of the back line was rented, the drummer would always bring his pedal, his snare drum, and probably his own cymbals, because those are the things that have like a specific, the snare will snap back a certain way, the pedal will have like a certain counterbalance to it, the cymbals will, like Robo only played ride cymbal, or he never played crash cymbals. He would use ride cymbals as crash cymbals because he hit them so hard. So when your kit feels different, I mean, the stuff can be in the right place, but if it doesn't feel the same, you're going to be off your game. So that's probably a part of it. And
that's the type of technical breakdown I needed. That I needed to understand that. Thank you.
And Marky was not a showman. He got down there and he played, he could play jazz. I mean, he could play whatever you threw in front of him. He didn't need a big kit for that. Robo had the big, monster kit. Marky didn't want to play that. He wanted nothing to do with that. So everybody had their own. And Goat was, like, for lack of a better term, kind of a funky drummer. Like, I teched for him on, oh God, funny story. Yeah. So when Goat first came on board, was we were touring Europe. We flew to Europe.
Yeah.
And for one reason or another, there were not enough coach seats on the flight. So one ticket at random, completely random, got upgraded to first class for free.
Oh.
It happened to be mine. I swear I did not have any influence on this, even though I was the tour manager and handled. So this would have been post 2003 when I took over.
Yeah.
But after we landed at Heathrow, I'm already off the plane. I'm standing there with my tour manager briefcase, waiting for the band to show up. They finally, meander off.
Yeah.
And we start heading towards baggage claim. And Goat looks at me and goes, "Man, I didn't see you the whole flight. Where were you?" I was like,
"You're like,
I was in first class." And he goes, "Oh, you fly first class?" And I had to jump on the opportunity. I go, "Bro, I'm the tour manager." And he goes, "Oh." He legitimately thought, because, like, I'm the tour manager, like, I fly first class. And he's like, he totally went for it. And I was like, "No, dude, I'm just fucking with you." It was just a total chance that I was the guy. But just his reaction of, like, "Oh," I thought that was so fucking funny. Oh my God.
That is hilarious.
Yeah.
So sorry, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, no, we're kind of jumping all over the place here. So we're still in 2001.
We're in April. Yeah, so let's talk about this. So let's talk about it like this.
Yeah.
Because Goat has already been there, right? Goat had already been there last year in the year 2000. And now these new elements come into the fray, and it's, I mean, the new elements come into the fray. Dez and Marky, Dez Cadena of Black Flag and Marky Ramone of the Ramones are now there. And Robo is back after years.
Yeah.
Right? After a very, very, very long time. Do you know how any of that came together?
Somebody made some calls and made some offers, and things were agreed to, and off we went.
Yeah. What was it like with those guys? What was it like with Dez and Marky joining the mix?
Dez was always easy. He's so mild-mannered and so polite and just kind, and nobody could ever say a bad thing about Dez Cadena. Marky, same, but he's a different cat all at the same time. It took me a while to figure out how to work with Marky to where things were like running smoothly. And I probably shouldn't divulge the secret to it, but I soon learned, and I had to apply this to other people as well once I figured it out, was that whatever idea he came up with, no matter how far-fetched or ridiculous the idea actually was in reality, I would have to say, okay, yeah, let me look into that. I'll let you know. And then I'll walk away and I'll come back and be like, yeah, no, we can't do it. I was told it wouldn't work. Oh, okay, that's fine. So long as I addressed their desire, their need, their whatever it was, and said, yeah, let me try and make that happen for it. That's all they wanted. If it didn't happen, but if not being a realistic person and knowing how the world actually works, my first reaction was like, no, that's a completely fucking ridiculous idea. We're not doing that. And then it became a battle. So I had to give a little bit to, like, almost, for lack of a better term, dupe them into following the norm of society. Whatever. It was, I can't really come up with a specific example, but that was just kind of in general how these sort of things played out. You always had to be like, oh yeah, okay, I hadn't thought of that. I'll look into it.
So Marky comes in and he just has a lot of ideas.
He not so much about like, well, as far as the show was concerned, he wanted to just turn the lights on and play. There were no it was very much a Ramones show is what he wanted. And so we were kind of conscripted to that for a time and limited by that. And things got, I wouldn't say heated, but things got tricky at times between, you've got, this is the Jerry only show, but you brought in a rock and roll Hall of Famer to drum for you. There's going to be some ego clash happening, and somebody like myself and Cappy Eric like kind of have to just keep I'm not saying there was fighting. It was just like we had to keep things smooth, recognizing the personalities and such. But yeah, Marky would he would come up with some wild idea. Jerry would get a 4-star hotel, so therefore Marky would need like a 7-star hotel, and they don't actually exist. I don't know where you came up with this.
So that's what you really mean when you say ideas. It was just like his needs and his requests on tour could sometimes be unrealistic, and you had to placate him.
Yeah.
You would just placate him, and the placating was enough for him to just know that it was something was attempted, and then everything would be okay.
And once I figured that out, later down the road, he and I worked together very closely for a very long time and got along absolutely famously. Some of the most fun I've ever had on tour was just me and Marky alone on the road. So once I figured out how things worked, everywhere it was awesome.
Was that with the Misfits, or was that with like one of Marky's other projects?
Marky, we did 2 weeks in Europe with him playing drums with Tarakani, a Russian band.
Oh.
So Tarakani would open, and then they would come back out without their drummer, and now Marky is their drummer, and they would do a Ramones set.
And you were running that?
I was Marky's personal assistant, which means I carried his suitcase, I got his coffee, I held his set list.
What's the suitcase?
Oh, just going to like the hotel or getting up the bus.
I see.
I'd help them out, and a lot of it was really just hanging out with him because he's kind of a shy personal guy. So I would hang out with him in the back of the tour bus and keep him, and we were always joking. Oh my God, there are probably 3 times that I can recall making Marky laugh so hard that there were tears streaming down his cheeks, and he was holding his stomach because he thought he was going to throw up. That's how well, once we clicked, we fucking clicked hard, and we had a lot of fun together. We were on that tour. We were in Italy, and there was an electronic dartboard in the dressing room, and So we're like, it's a test of manhood. We got to play darts, right? We got to throw darts. So he doesn't have his glasses or contacts or anything. So he's standing, 7 feet, 8.5 inches, whatever the distance is to the dartboard. Can probably not even see the board. And he throws the freaking dart. And he hits the bullseye.
I was not expecting you to say that.
He hits the bullseye. And he can't even see it. And I'm standing back there going, you motherfucker, did you just fucking hit the bullseye? So I have to walk up to it to see if he's dead center in the bullseye.
And he was.
But, yes, he was. But it's an electronic dartboard. And it only registers the impact, not the actual dart going into the little, prescribed hole that's all over the plastic board. He didn't hit the board hard enough for it to register that he just hit a bullseye. And once I realized that, yes, physically he hit the bullseye, but according to the scorekeeper, he didn't. I don't know what the fuck possessed me to do this, but I full on Michael Jackson'd his ass, busted out a moonwalk and went, ee-hee-hee. And he fucking, oh my God, he started fucking laughing. He was like, what the fuck was that? And he is bent over the back of the couch, like dry heaving. He's fucking laughing so hard because he didn't expect this 265-pound man moonwalking across the freaking dressing room because he didn't hit the bullseye hard enough. Oh shit. Anyway,
tell me about because since we're in this Marky detour here, because it's very interesting to hear. Yeah. Tell me about Marky as a drummer, like for being up front and center, things that you remember. How he warmed up. Did he warm up? What was his style? Like what you remember about his style? What made him the type of drummer that he was?
Yeah.
Yada, just like all that sort of stuff. Talk to me about that.
Not throwing shade on any of the other drummers that played with the Misfits, but Marky was like top tier pro. He would warm up. Before the show, he had a pad that he would warm up on in the back. But his rhythm was so tight. It was so solid. You could set your clock to his drumming. Like it was perfect. And some of the he didn't do it during the show, but some of like the tricky things he would do, like kind of jazzy stuff, he would do in his warm ups. I'd just be like, damn, like dude's a good drummer. He's actually limiting himself to playing punk rock because he could be doing so much more.
Right.
So yeah, phenomenal musician. I mean, he had intricate backgrounds with Dust.
Dust and the Voidoids.
Yeah,
generation Voidoids. Did where did his power come from as a drummer? Like, was he a heavy swinger? Was it his wrists? Do you remember anything about that?
He very, very much in his wrists. Wrists and that was something he'd work on a lot of hi-hat, like real crisp little hi-hat work. And he'd flip the drumstick around and hit it with both ends of it at the same, back and forth, and it very supple wrists. He wasn't a big slammer like Robo was. Very different styles.
He's a machine gun.
Yeah. Yeah. He was doing like 64th notes on the hi-hat. I'm like, fucking A.
So now I'm going to stir the pot here a little bit. We'll just jump ahead slightly. Actually, no, don't. No. Let's not do that. Let's keep going.
So much to cover, man.
No, don't. All right, I'm pulling us back into the year 2001. Okay, so this is so that we just had this. If this was a movie, that was like the backstory of Marky, just like who Marky was in this new lineup of characters, right? Mm-hmm. And you talked about Dez. Okay, here's a question for you. What is Doyle's reaction to Dez being there, to Marky being there? Oh, how about this? Before that, Robo coming back. What's that like? Because Robo used to work at Pro Edge, and Robo was around, so it wasn't like for everybody else it might have been new, but for you guys, Robo had kind of been around, right?
Yeah, as far as Doyle was concerned, I don't think Robo coming back was an issue for him. And again, this is just from my own observations. I can't speak for anybody else. I think Robo coming back was cool. I think Marky was like a little bit of a what? And I think, unfortunately for Dez, I think Dez coming in and Doyle being like, what the fuck? We don't need another guitarist. I remember sitting in a Chick-fil-A in LA in a booth with Doyle, and around this time, and him just saying, like, on the DL, like, I can't do this anymore. I can't take it anymore. I'm like, whoa, what are you talking about? No, we got to do this. He's like, nah, man, I think I'm done. Like, the writing was on the wall, and he was, man to man, expressing his concerns and his grief, and he was just fed up.
When you say concerns and grief and fed up, is that with Jerry? Is that because Graves and Chud have left? Is that
he didn't say anything about Graves or Chud? The way he put it, it made me think like he wasn't so happy working with Jerry anymore.
Gotcha.
That was the gist that he kind of relayed to me.
And then what's interesting is like with Hideous, like with Zoli, it's like we have another guitarist just in case, because they've already experienced where two guys leave in the middle of a tour.
Mm-hmm.
We need a parachute. What's the parachute?
Yeah. And I mean, maybe again, just kind of reading the room, perhaps Jerry bringing Dez on as a second guitarist, just feeling like Doyle was going to walk at any moment. And Jerry's number one goal was the show must go on.
No matter what.
He was the only guy that he could rely on to actually show up every fucking day. Everybody else was like a crapshoot, and he had to be prepared for that. And I totally get that. And I think that might have been a part of Dez coming around. Dez, again, very talented musician. Did he beat the fucking guitar like a jackhammer like Doyle did? No, he did not. Very different style, but he was a skilled guitarist for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, things were it was such a weird time, man. From one tour to the next, we really had no idea who was going to be. So who's showing up? Who's playing? What? Like, oh my God.
And then what about Graves coming back?
That was a shocker. I mean, but again, I remember being on tour in Europe with Mike Hideous and Jerry saying, "Oh yeah," on an interview, if Michael Graves walks in the room right now, I'll punch him in the face. I'm like, whoa. And then he was back, on the next tour. So again, I think the bottom line at the end of the day is the show must go on. Are you going to sing? No. Are you going to sing? Yeah. Okay. You're in. Like, that's kind of where and I can't imagine. I mean, when it comes to like legendary bands, I mean, you've got Kiss, you've got the fucking Misfits. People should be lining up to be like, I'll sing, I'll play guitar, I'll like, yeah, okay, I get that, but we kind of need a name too. We can't just bring some rando off the street. But then at the same time, I understand personality conflicts, not always being able to work with the people that you're kind of forced to work with.
Wanting to mold somebody.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's kind of weird. You really do need somebody like very specific. Do you recall Doyle being stoked for Michael Graves coming back at that time?
I'm pretty certain he would have been. He and Michael were always very close. They were Team Turtle.
Right. Yeah. You talked about that.
Yeah. And I know, I mean, Doyle was not happy with the whole Mike Hideous thing. I know I think Chud too. The three of them wanted Graves back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was pretty stoked that was happening.
What between you and Michael when he came back, was it weird when he came back, or were you guys just pick up like nothing had ever happened?
I think we just picked up like nothing had happened. I mean, I was never one to hold anybody's decisions against them. I mean, you do what you feel you have to do for yourself. Hopefully I can still make a living holding on to what's left. But no, I think we just picked right up like almost like nothing had happened.
But I recall you talking in the previous show too at the same time. Like he was ready to leave you guys in the lurch, and you were like, "Yo, we have to put dinner on the table. You can't go."
That's what I told him. I mean, for some reason, the booking agent booked our first show to where we had to drive several days to get there, and I think the rest of the band was going to fly in or something, but Michael was with us, and that just gave him an opportunity to be like, I don't want to do this. I want to go home.
Right, because if the band had been there, it would have been a bit of a different story.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm chasing him around the freaking Flying J or the TA, whatever truck stop it was, and trying to tell him, listen, dude, this is a 2-month tour. Whatever's coming up ahead of us, like some of us are relying on this income. Like we can't survive without this. If you walk and this tour doesn't happen,
you've already made this commitment.
You're fucking some people here. People who have your back, you know?
Yeah. 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 That makes sense.
Yeah.
So, all right. So but like, okay. And then what about this? Just like now kind of looking at this entire cast of characters, Jerry only, Michael Graves, Doyle, Dez, Robo, Marky, all together at the same time.
Yeah.
For three shows, in April 29th, May 5th, and May 6th. What is that like, having all those guys together? Like, is it crazy?
What are the venues?
Okay, the venues are House of Blues, the Palace, the House of Blues in Chicago, the Palace in Hollywood.
LA.
Yeah, the Palace in LA, and then the Glass House in Pomona.
The Glass House in Pomona.
Yeah.
Was Guar opening for us on this tour?
It does not say.
The Glass House. Maybe this was the second. This might have been the second time we played the Glass House. Because I think the first time I was doing merch.
Okay.
And I don't remember who the merch. I had somebody with me helping with merch, whether it was Soto, whether it was Eugene, whether it was somebody. But we saw some guy walking out with Jerry's. Oh, it was either Jerry's bass or Dez's Doyle's guitar, the ones that were painted like rock. Like we used to lean them on a bass and a guitar painted like stone, leaning on the kick drum and like tied in place as like part of the props. And we see this guy like walking out with the fucking thing. And whoever it might have been, Soto, Tim Bunch, I can't remember. But we like jumped over the table and practically tackled this guy. Like, what the fuck? And it ends up, it was legit. The guy told Jerry that his brother was in the hospital, you know, sadly battling cancer and not doing very well. And Jerry was like, well, here, give him this. And you should have told the rest of us, man, because somebody almost got taken down.
Jeez.
For that. But yeah, that's my memory of the Glass House in Pomona. So this is with Marky. So now, this is interesting. Pomona Glass House. You're asking me like what Marky was like warming up.
Yeah.
This was the first time at this show that I got to watch Marky warm up, and I saw him doing the flipping the sticks on the hi-hat and going, damn. Being like, dude's a good fucking drummer. Holy shit. That's the memory of that one.
You can you see their when they had their when they were gone to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, you can see Jerry, because Jerry's tight with Mark at this time. Mm-hmm. You see Jerry is in the Ramones hotel room in the documentary End of the Century for like 2 seconds, because I guess also because of John Cafiero was associated with them, right?
Yeah.
At that time. Okay, interesting. So now these are the final shows with Michael Graves forever. Michael Graves' last show, he really didn't play that many. He just played a couple of shows. He did not play. He came back for a brief stint, and it was only for a handful of shows. For some reason, I thought it was way longer, unless he comes back. Wait a minute. Does he come? No, he does not. That was the end. So Graves came back for, according to this, he was there for, there was guest vocals there too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shows. That was it, according to this, with Graves. Graves was back for like that. Or do you remember him being around for longer?
I'm trying to piece it without you telling me dates and
I know you're doing such a good job.
Know. You're helping to jog my memory, so no, I can't remember him being around any other time.
Do you remember his final exit? Like,
what would his last show have been? Would it have been the Glass House?
According to this, his last show with Jerry and Doyle together was the House of Blues in New Orleans on May 13th, 2001. And that was, the lineup was Jerry on bass, Michael Graves on vocals, Doyle, Des Cadena, Robo, and Marky. All of them.
Wow.
Crazy.
Yeah, I don't remember. I mean, we played the House of Blues a lot, so it's hard to that specific House of Blues in New Orleans. Sure. We played a lot. Our plaque was, our name was on the wall. Any band that sold out the venue got their name added in the backstage.
Here's something else of note, and this might further jog your memory. It seems to be, according to this, I'm going to double check here just to make sure before I say what I'm about to say. And okay, this is nuts. All right, ready for this? I didn't know this. According to Mark Kennedy, Michael Graves' last show at the House of Blues in New Orleans, Louisiana, on May 13th, 2001, was also Doyle's last show. What does that do for your memory?
Well, Doyle did not. Neither of them walked off stage. I think they got that out of their systems. I don't recall ever anybody knowing, or at least making anybody aware that, hey guys, this is our last show. I think it was just a matter of whatever the next tour was. We showed up, like, oh, Doyle's not coming. What about no Michael? Oh, okay. Truck's packed, right? All right, let's go. Like, it was just, everything was just so matter of fact. I mean, nobody in the crew had any say in the matter. We just showed up and did our jobs, no matter who we were teching for. So yeah, it would have just been like roll with the punches. So I don't recall there being, and again, I mean, if there was words, behind closed doors, the crew was not privy to stuff like that. And I wasn't tour manager yet, so I would have really been out of the inner loop on that sort of thing. Either way, according to this, Michael Graves and Doyle played their last show with the Misfits, at least until Doyle returned for Riot Fest in 2016. Yeah. 15 years later, his last time was also Michael Graves' last time, which I didn't realize that. That would make sense, kind of. Wow. So that was that was it. And then pretty much for the next however many years, is Jerry only, bass and vocals, Des Cadena, Robo, and Marky. Mm-hmm. And so all of that stuff that we just talked about, everything that we were talking about was like a matter of 8 months. All those different lineups, all those revolving doors, everything. What an uncertain time that felt like. Right? And like that, you're playing all those shows with that many different changes. Everything except bass was a revolving door. Like, you never knew he was going to be on the stage. It's crazy. Yeah. And so now it's finally solidified. And this is it, right? Like this, it's now this for the foreseeable future. I mean, it's Jerry and Des until 2016 and Marky and then Robo and then Marky and Robo and then Marky leaves and then Robo and then Goat and Jerry and Des. And then Des leaves and Jerry other joins and then 2016 happens and it goes back to the, classic. Yeah. So now here's where I wanted to talk about Jerry's decision, right? Because what I came to understand when I was, going back and looking over Jerry's output as a singer when I was looking at Anti-Hero, his record. It seems to me that despite the fact that, like anybody in the world, Jerry obviously has an ego on some level, right? And that, ego does drive decisions, but the decision to become the singer does not, to me, I don't think it was driven by ego. I think that in my mind, Jerry decides to sing because he literally can't trust. He knows that he will be there for every show. Exactly. And with all this uncertainty, you know what, fuck it, I'll just sing. And that's one less person I have to deal with. Yep. What can you say to that? Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. that it wasn't like, well, hey, I'm fucking Jerry only, you know, I can just sing for this band. No, I think it was like, I can't fucking rely on anybody to do this like thing that people would you know, kill their own mothers to be able to say, yeah, I'm the singer for the Misfits. Okay, I'll fucking do it. Give me the mic. I'll fucking do it. And in typical Jerry only fashion, I mean, when I first fucking met the guy, and I'm staying at this place here in town, back in like 94, 95, him doing like 1,000 sit-ups every day, just because that was in his mindset. Like, this is how I'm going to do it. 1,000 sit-ups a day. I think about 1,000 sit-ups and I want to puke. When it came time for him to step up and be the lead singer, not just one of the backup singers, he took that ball and he ran for fucking daylight in typical Jerry only fashion. This is what I totally commend him for, is his drive and his perseverance. His vocal the name escapes me of his vocal instructor. The
Christina Aguilera one?
Yeah, Christina Aguilera, Joey Ramone, Mick Jagger. It was some big name in the city, in Manhattan.
Yeah.
Jerry went and worked out with him vocally. I mean, not lifting weights or anything. And from what I remember, Jerry had a cassette tape with and he brought a Walkman that had like a speaker in it. And there was a very specific, when I took over as tour manager, this kind of became part of how I had to schedule our day, was if we're on at 9 o'clock, dinner cannot be any later than 5 o'clock.
Why is that?
Digestion, acid reflux, whatever, you know, full gas, whatever, got to fully digest before the show. Plus, there's a lot of running around. There's a lot of sweating, like you can't get cramping up. So there was a timetable there. And whenever if we were due to be on the stage at 9 o'clock, at 8 o'clock, Jerry would start his half-hour warm-up. Andi Felice, like going up and down the scales. He had this whole thing that he would listen to. He had, I remember being in South America, probably, him having that in a van, driving to the venue, and having a hard plastic keychain that he would put in front of his mouth, because when it would reverberate back to him. So it was like his own monitor. It was hitting a hard surface and bouncing back to him, so he could hear in this ear that he was in tune with what's going on in this ear. He's getting himself, you know, pitched in. So he's, you know, lunge, going up and down the scales for 30 minutes. For the next 30 minutes, let's say from 8:30 to 9 o'clock, silence.
Really?
I mean, I can't say 1,000% silence, but very minimal talking.
Jerry only. You're telling me Jerry only didn't talk? You're telling me that Jerry only didn't say a word for 30 minutes straight?
Now you know just how dedicated he was. If he could keep quiet for 30 minutes, that was the epitome of dedication
for the kids.
For the kids.
So
half-hour warm-up. And it was the same thing every night. The tape, you just rewind it and do it again. Rewind it, do it again. And then half an hour of silence, and then an hour of belting it out. And I mean, and hitting some notes with some fucking authority. Can't deny that. Whether you like his voice or not, he put some power behind it for sure. And a lot of that was this training and this diligence. And of course, drinking water just nonstop, like all day. Always just drinking water, keeping the voice hydrated. There were times when, Jerry, you know, he enjoyed smoking pot, but if he knew it was going to affect his voice, he wouldn't. He'd keep just like, wow. So that was his dedication to filling that role that he probably felt like he had no choice but to jump into.
Now, what's interesting is I had a long time ago, Mike Hitty.
Don Lawrence. Thank you, Darren. Don Lawrence was the vocal coach.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to be ignoring. I'm not ignoring the chat. It's just that if I go to the chat too much, then it turns. If basically in the chat, if you don't say that I look like the punk rock Paul McCartney, I'm not going to show your goddamn. Yeah. No, I just don't want to get sidetracked or derail the conversation. But thank you for that.
Don Lawrence. Yep. Famous vocal instructor.
So now to had many years ago, I had Mike Hideous on, and we did like the deepest, most thorough, overview of his tenure with the Misfits that we could. And he spoke about the, sort of running the gauntlet of doing lots of live shows and overstretching his voice, hurting his voice in the process, and then trying to recover, the upkeep of trying to recover while at the same time still having to perform night after night, and this, that, and the other. And it was really sort of like an eye-opening affair of like understanding that the voice as an instrument is in a way far different from guitar, drums, or anything, and it needs the type of care that it's just not the same. It's not on the same level. It's just this other thing. So it's interesting to hear now how Jerry would go about that regimen.
And going back to Mike Hideous and his dedication. I mean, I know, he sang, Empire Hideous was a thing for a long time, an established thing. But they never did like a 5-week long tour,
right?
Show after show after show. You might work out on occasion, but if all of a sudden one day you're working out hard every day, your body's going to go, the fuck? Like, there's going to be a problem.
Plus getting sick, getting tour plague.
Getting sick on tour, especially overseas, is like, it's just because you're in a different part of the world.
Sure.
Yeah, man, it happens. And when it hits it hits pretty fucking hard.
Right.
So yeah, I remember when I was taking vocal lessons when I was coming up in 95 to audition.
Yeah.
And I had a local vocal instructor, and she had me hitting notes I never thought I could hit. But she's like, yeah, if you get this job, you got to drink this water, drink lots of water. You got to sleep with a humidifier next to you. You can't be smoking and drinking, and you got to drink this tea. Like, there's all this stuff to make sure your voice like stayed healthy on the road. And now thinking about living in a tour bus, like, how the fuck are you going to sleep with a humidifier next to you? That'll never happen. So yeah, it's definitely a thing. The voice needs some TLC for sure.
Now let me just you're talking about things from your POV at that time, and I want to interject and contribute the POV of things from our perspective at that time. When I say our, I mean us fans at this time, because this is when as a fan, I come into the story in the sense of like, I'm aware of what is going on, like what the Misfits are doing. You guys are going around, whatever. And the online world, as it related to this, absolutely majority, I'd say the purists could not understand. It took me years to really understand that from a different perspective, other than being a fan. Like, I understand from outside of my fandom. I completely empathize and understand with why Jerry did what he did and took that on.
Right.
At that time, the fans were fucking merciless.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Merciless, just furious, confused, angry, talking so much shit. Just
it's easy to do when you're behind a keyboard, for sure. But yeah,
very much so.
I get it. I mean, fans, a fan is short for fanatic. People are fanatical about what they love.
Yes.
And they will voice their opinion strongly about what they love. That's all part of the game.
A band is no different than a sports team.
A sports team.
Right?
Yeah.
For me, I don't have any sports teams, but I have lots of bands. And people are just as passionate about, as who's pitching or who's the quarterback.
Right.
That person singing, they can't be the singer.
Yeah.
And I'll say this too. I will say this. I don't think there's any greater backup vocalist than Jerry Only. He's the best. In fact, he's what was missing from the Danzig. When Danzig and Doyle were doing shows, which was great fun and wonderful. And I saw that a bunch of times and I loved it. But it wasn't until Jerry was back doing the backing vocals for Danzig that was it, man.
Yeah.
That was it. He needed to be. That's what he does. That's what he's good at. So the backing vocal guy doing the vocals to keep the band going and not getting. Because here's the thing, and this is what my take on it was always this: if it was an ego thing, if it wasn't an ego thing, no, sorry. I didn't believe that it was an ego thing because Jerry was always trying to get someone else to be the singer.
Yeah.
Jerry wanted Zoli. He wanted Michael Graves. You know, he's always trying to get someone else. He was not the job. He wanted to just be his thing.
Mm-hmm.
Him stepping into this is like, I don't want this to stop.
Yeah.
And I'm the only guy who can do it. So we will go and do it.
Jerry only. That's it.
What do you remember about Project 1950?
I remember it coming out, and I remember, I guess, being a little unsure about it in the beginning, but I mean, over time, it was just a thing. It was like everything else. It makes sense, but I mean, the Misfits, the influences that were always around kind of harken back to that era. But it's one thing. So you have the classic, from Cough Cool to Earth AD. And then years later, we come out with American Psycho and Famous Monsters. And I'm sure in the beginning, with American Psycho, there was an adjustment period until it's like, okay, this is part of Misfits canon. It took some time, but I'm feeling it now. And then we get Project 1950. I don't know. It just was what it was. It was just one more way to just keep the machine running. You got to feed the machine something, or it's going to break down. The songs were fun. I mean, they're catchy tunes for sure, but I don't know. It didn't leave a big impression.
What do you remember about the day the Earth caught fire?
So that's originally a Balzac song, and we were going to do this split 7-inch or some project where we were going to cover a Balzac song, they were going to cover a Misfits song, and we always loved the Balzac guys. The times that we toured with them were fantastic. I told a story once right here in town, actually at the local bagel place. If you can imagine, all these Japanese guys coming into a little podunk bagel place shop here in the mountains of northern New Jersey. Hardly, without their translator, they'd be completely lost. And I'm telling them a story. I'm telling them about a dream I remembered having where we were in Japan on tour, and we were at this place ordering some like meat dishes, and they had like really long tables, like long wooden tables with long wooden benches. And we sat down, and they brought it kind of looked like a double rack of ribs, but there was like 2 meatballs kind of inside there, and they told me, "Oh yeah, this one's female. Those are the ovaries." We were eating human flesh, and I remember it being very salty.
Human flesh is salty, huh?
Well, the way it was seasoned, I just in my dream it was very salty. And I'm telling this story through the translator, and Hiroshi. Oh,
this is a dream. Okay,
this is
good.
A dream. Yes,
I'm glad this was not real.
Telling the story, we're eating humans, and in Japan, it happened. I'm telling the story, and Hirosuke is like, he says in Japanese, and then everybody laughs, and the translator. He goes, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've eaten there." Lot of fun, those guys. But yeah, so
there was going to be a double. I mean,
did that ever come out? The
song, yeah, I think it came out as a CD single.
Okay, and then Balzac must have done.
And this is Jerry singing for the first time, and his voice is actually, I think of all of his singing that he's did as the Misfits, I think that's probably the most authentic and best, to be honest with you. It doesn't sound like there's any studio polish on it, and it just sounds, it's raw and it's rugged, and he's singing as if he's singing backing vocals, but as lead vocals. And to me, there's like a real meaningful authenticity to it, as opposed to some of the stuff later where he's really getting into, more studio tricks and loopholes, trying to, sort of sweeten his voice and whatnot. And
not as raw, not as real.
Not as raw and real.
I remember hearing, them, their version of The Day the Earth Caught Fire and being like, yeah, I like that. That's good. I mean, it's a good song to begin with that Balzac wrote, and then I think they knocked that one out of the park.
But it's, to me, it felt like that's Jerry just dipping his toe in and seeing that if he can I, does this translate from me doing this for the live show? Can I do this for on the record?
And this would have been the era, like when we were doing that. There must have been a Japan tour somewhere in that with Marky, Dez, and Jerry, not with Robo.
I'll tell you right now. So, okay. Yeah. So interesting. And if anybody in the audience, let us know, when did The Day the Earth Caught Fire come out? Yeah. Somebody pull that up for us while we talk, because so before that actually, there's Warped Tour, the summer of 2001.
Okay.
And there are a few dates. And then the M25 tour goes to South America.
Okay.
And that is Robo, Marky, Dez, and Jerry.
Yeah, because Marky was with us, man. The Ramones are huge in South America.
Yeah.
That was sketchy at times.
Why?
The fanaticism was like off the charts. We'd land at the airport, and there'd be mobs of people waiting for us. We would get to our hotel, and there'd be a mob of people outside the hotel, and we're like, "Yo, Mr. Promoter, like, why would you tell anybody where we're staying at?" He's like, "We didn't. There's a mob at every hotel in the city, and now that they know you're here, they're all going to congregate here at this hotel until you leave."
And Marky was used to that.
Marky was used to that from that. That was a bit much for us. And I remember people literally hanging on the van and being dragged down the road, refusing to let go as we're like headed to the venue or headed to like we're leaving the venue. Like climbing on the van, like
was
this shit could go sideways quick.
Was Arturo with you?
I don't think so. I think Arturo was only with us when we had Michael and Chud.
Interesting.
He was doing the lights because he didn't.
Right.
There was no reason to do lights when Marky was in the band. It was just turn them on. But yeah, that was. I mean,
so even with Marky, sorry, I didn't mean to cut over you. So even with Marky in the band and Dez in the band, but the scale of the show kind of shrank a little bit initially.
It felt like, yeah, and I think Marky was fine with that because that was, again, the Ramones were stripped down, you raw. That's all you got. There was no theatrics, and the Misfits weren't necessarily like that. Wasn't really our thing, but we just kind of were rolling with it for a while there.
Did
stale.
Was the Crimson Ghost still coming out at that time? Was that?
So Ken was around until at some point in 2003.
Okay.
Was he still doing the Crim? There was no Chud to unlock from the drum riser. There was no Michael to drag out on the chain. He might not have done the Crimson Ghost anymore. Like there was nothing.
And you stopped doing Tankenstein.
Tankenstein stopped the day I became guitar tech.
Mm.
Yeah, which was some time ago. The first show I ever guitar teched at was that place in St. Louis. We'd mentioned it in the last episode.
Day the Earth Caught Fire came out in 2002.
2002,
according to cousin Jody Ramone here.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
And I remember Marky coming up. We were, I don't know, playing somewhere like in the Midwest or something like that, and we're hanging out in the back room. King Tut was the drum tech. I think it's just the three of us, me, Marky, and Tut in the dressing room. That was the three of us a lot. We were hanging out. And Marky was saying how we should do this Godzilla intro. And, okay, yeah, I'll put something together. Now, luckily, because it was Marky's idea, it had clout. Like, if I had come up with it, it probably would have gotten, like, no, we're not doing that. So I put together, it was really basic, like super simple, where it was Godzilla's, massive footsteps coming towards you in some aspect where they're starting out farther away and they're getting louder and louder. And like every sixth step, you'll hear a Godzilla roar of one type or another. It wasn't always the same one. And it would get closer. and closer until it was finally like full volume, and then the atomic breath would happen. There was nothing visual that went with it. It was just that. And I remember being in Japan and playing that, and the crowd being just like really into it because it's Godzilla,
sure,
Gojira. But it was so hard to keep Jerry on a leash for that. He was like a bucking bronco, just waiting to come busting out of the gate and hit that first note to rip into Halloween. And I would tell him, wait for the atomic breath. You hear it all like kind of suck up, and then it goes out. And like, that's when it goes out, that's your cue. He couldn't wait. He jumped the gun so many times with that intro. And I was just like, all right, it's your show, man. Have at it, whatever you want to do. Yes, that's what it was. Balzac does a medley of The Haunting and Don't Open Till Doom.
Right.
That was supposed
to
be
be on the other side
of that.
Yep.
If that
I guess that no, it did come out. I think both those songs came out on a whatchamacallit.
I probably have that CD somewhere. I just don't recall.
Sure.
Yeah.
So you play. So what else do you remember about that? Anything else about that South American tour with Marky?
Yeah, I bought a Brazilian bird spider and then accidentally left it under my bed. I was pretty disappointed about that. The maid was
Jesus.
Pretty shocked when she found the spider about this big.
It was the biggest. Wait, you mean like a Goliath tarantula?
It's the leg span's about 12 inches on the Brazilian birds. Yeah, they don't eat insects. They eat birds, and they're fucking huge.
And you bought one just as a pet?
No, it was under glass. It was dead. It was like
Oh,
you remember? So I'm sitting in the game room, which used to be the den. So when you came over and tried all of the Mad Max stuff, this was the room that had like all the skulls and all the dead stuff. And it would have sat. I had a different one, but it wasn't as big. It's in my office at work now. But yeah, I accidentally left it under the bed. So the maid must have fucking flipped when she stumbled upon that spider, literally like this leg span, like 12 inches.
Yeah, I would freak. That would be freaky deaky. That would freak me out, man.
Yep.
Okay, interesting. So you go. So you guys go down there, and you've been down there before, but now you're there in a smaller configuration. But because you have Marky with you, it's bigger than
wild
anything else, right? It's really big. And then you come back, and there's like a fall tour, and in this fall there's some warm-up dates in the Southwest. E9 nightclub in El Paso, Rialto in Tucson, Erno's in Austin, Texas, Boiler Room in Birmingham, Alabama, and then you jet a Culture Room in Fort Lauderdale, and then you jet over to Japan, Tokyo, on Air East in Tokyo, Club Quattro, Osaka, Bayside Jenny in Osaka. And then, launch right back in, and then a few days off, and then October stateside, and it's just club after club. There's so many dates, just boom, 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 just going. A well-oiled the machine feels well-oiled. What do you remember about that stability? So tell me about that
I
stability.
think that's what it was. Is you had a professional, and again, I'm not just speaking ill of anybody else, but we had our most professional drummer, our most dedicated guitarist, and then Jerry. Like, you could book dates after date after date after date, and they would show up and they would play and they would make their money and they were fine. Like, there was no issue. This would have been the time that we were doing the Godzilla intro thing for lack of any other theatrics, but hey, with Marky's idea, so I ran with it. Although when I first at one of those clubs in the Southwest, the warm-up, I think that might have been when I unveiled our new intro.
Yeah.
Mark, we talked about it. So Marky's like expecting Godzilla, and I have, during sound check, I have the sound man cue it up, and it's Canned Heat. Going up the country.
Yeah.
Where you want to go. And because Marky would always sing that song like goofing around, like, yeah, guys, here's our new intro. And Marky thought that was pretty fucking funny.
And now here it was.
Yeah, here it was. Yeah. But as far as anything specific in that time frame, it was just, we were just churning out shows reliably for once. It was kind of a breath of fresh air in the fact that, like, yep, these shows are booked. We're going to make some money. Let's go.
Well, now let's take a quick moment to talk about like what the consequences are of the reverse. What you just went through this period of great uncertainty with a lot of very unstable lineups. Some shows are canceled as a result. But my question is, like, what is at stake? I mean, obviously, besides the fact that you're disappointing your fans and the audience and whatnot, what are the consequences of canceling shows as a band?
Yeah, if you do that enough and you become unreliable to the promoters. I mean, promoters run a big risk. As I used to always say, I've never met a promoter that actually made any money. They're I lost so much money on the show. I lost so much. Why are you still doing this if you're losing money every show? They never want to admit that they made good money, because then next time we're going to come around and hit them up for a bigger guarantee. But the promoters they have to front a lot of money to promote a show, to secure the event. Like, this guy's got to get paid. That guy's got to get paid. The advertising's got to happen. And so if that ball starts rolling and then you pull the plug, that guy's out money. Like, he's not
right.
He just lost it. And if you keep doing that, that guy's not going to want to work with you anymore.
Right.
And if he's the guy in that region, if you want to do shows at that level, sorry, you burn that bridge.
So there's only so many, and there's only so many chances you're going to get.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you don't want to get known for that, for being the guys that cancel shows. And then there's the fans as well. They hear about they get excited, and then the plug's pulled.
Especially when it's not you, when it's not actually by your hand, it's because somebody in your band is not towing the line, and that leads to that too. Mm-hmm. I would imagine, at least. Mm-hmm. So there's just a ton of shows here, though. I mean, it just goes on and on and on, and we can get real granular with it. But I mean, it's just dates. Now, here's something else that's happening. Instead, I'm going to shift gears on you ever so slightly and see if you remember this, because an interesting thing happens around this time. And I know that you and I have talked about this previously, partially. All right, enough preamble. So Caroline Records is getting ready to release something that I don't think anybody could have expected. They're going to release on Halloween. You know what I'm talking about, I imagine. Halloween of 2001. And it's a unreleased, never before heard, brand spanking new Misfits album that goes by the name 12 Hits from Hell.
Oh, right. Okay. Wow. Yeah. I completely forgot about that. Yeah. Yep.
And so there is, and very quickly, when you guys were in Breckenridge, Colorado at Sherpa and Yetis.
Oh my God.
Sherpa and Yetis, which is still there in town. And I used to spend a lot of time in Colorado, Breckenridge. My brother lives in Breckenridge now currently. But the one time or at least back then, I almost attempted to, I wouldn't have gotten in because I think it wasn't all ages. I was under 18. I was 15 years old, and I was like, oh man, the Misfits are playing at Sherpa and Yetis. I should try and go to this. And it didn't go down.
Oh man.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Did you play there once before? No, you played there over the summer.
We played there once in the winter time.
No, it was the winter time. Never mind. No, that's it.
Because the loadout was very icy, and the ramp for the crew bus was treacherous. That was the most dangerous loadout we ever did, simply because of the weather. And then trying to leave Breckenridge, it was like whiteout conditions.
You probably drove up I-70.
Sketchy.
Yep.
Yeah.
No,
probably.
this was the show. I considered I really wanted to make it out to the show. It was not possible. I just remember the weather being bad.
Mhm.
This was the show. Yeah, it makes sense. That was the show.
Yeah, and it's a little tiny place. Like,
tiny little place.
Why are we risking like killing ourselves to play? I mean, I
don't know.
Breckenridge, but yeah, that loadout was one of the worst ever, just for the conditions.
But moving on from that, so wait a minute, hold on a second. Did you return? No, you didn't return there. Were you there? So. No. I'm thinking of something else completely different. Okay, never mind. Forget that. Forget I said anything. So Caroline is putting out this record, and it's affiliated with Bobby Steele. Mm-hmm. I think Bobby was the one who gave them the tape. Mm-hmm. Bobby was the one who gave them the tape. Maybe that's what it was. A copy of a mix down or something that Bobby had. He gave it to Tom Begowitz.
Okay.
And it was going to come out. And Jerry and Glenn together, Jerry got on the phone with Glenn and they talked about it. And together they put the kibosh. They stopped it from coming out. Advanced copies had already made their way to record stores, mm-hmm. and it got pulled. The release got pulled. Mm-hmm. Do you remember Jerry talking about that record? What do you remember before I say the next part of this?
Yeah.
What do you remember Jerry talking about that record at that time, and what do you remember of it?
Well, I remember the copy that I got, and that is one of the greatest Misfits releases ever.
Yes, it's amazing.
Unbelievable. I had to buy one of those advanced copies from one of the record stores that got it. It was never handed to me. So they were that scarce that there was nothing to go around. But I remember waiting for luggage in Newark Airport, coming back from somewhere overseas, and Jerry giving me like a quick sort of synopsis rundown of, as I recall, him saying that Bobby was just being problematic about the money or something, and Jerry was just like, you know what, fine, we're just gonna fucking pull the plug. Fuck you. You get nothing now. That was his telling of it, from what I remember. That's about all I ever knew about that. I remember being excited about it and then being like, "Oh, it's not happening." Well,
so there was a point in time where Jerry was on board. From what you're saying, that Jerry was on board with it.
Yeah.
Interesting.
As far as I understand, yeah.
What? And this brings me to a next question, a bit uncomfortable because, listen, I love Bobby. I think you love Bobby, right? Yeah. We both love Bobby here. Yep. This is not a slag on Bobby in any way. We've had Bobby on the show. Bobby and Diane, great people. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What is up to that point in time? Because I know what it would be later. Because right around the time when I met you and when I met Bobby for the first time around 2010, mm-hmm. Bobby was suing along with Googie. Bobby and Googie were suing Jerry.
Yeah.
But this was way before that. This is 9-something years prior. At that time, what is Jerry's problem with Bobby, as far as you know, if there is one?
He never said anything about it. It wasn't something he made public or cared enough about to even talk about.
Bobby never came up in conversation ever, like just over the years?
I know Bobby was at the Caroline, the box set signing.
Yeah.
Bobby came out to Chiller Theater 95. I have a picture of him and Doyle.
Right.
Together where Bobby's like pretending to choke Doyle from like behind. So, I mean, they were, they weren't, going fisticuffs. They were, friendly face to face, but
there was tense.
Probably. Yeah. I would imagine. I mean, they had some history.
Right.
Bad history.
Was there ever a time where, do you think there was ever a point in time where Bobby thought maybe that he could play again with the Misfits in like the 90s?
Interesting idea. I'm sure he would have jumped. I mean, I can't say I'm sure. I think he would have wanted to jump at the opportunity because he played a lot of Misfit stuff in the Undead sets for sure. That would have been cool, in my opinion.
It would have been cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine he would have gone for it. Sure.
But there was never a time where he was trying to like re-ingratiate himself in.
Not that I know of. Yeah. I mean, again, I was on the touring side of the machine, not the behind the scenes side.
But you had used to see the undead before the Misfits had even come back, so you were, you had some.
I remember seeing the undead in like '89.
Yeah,
far back then. Yeah.
So now, okay. So Jerry says we're not gonna do it. He contacts Glenn, or Glenn contacts him. Somebody contacts somebody. This is where I don't know. This is
right, and I don't know.
And I don't know.
Yeah.
And these two guys talk, and together they team up in some way, shape, or form to shut down the release of this record. And then there is rumblings on the internet that sorry, that came way later. I'm confusing things. But in 2002 there was an attempt at a reunion between Glenn and Jerry, or there was attempt at negotiation during all this time, during the Jerry and Doyle, they like fly out to LA or something, or
from what I know of that time, I don't know if it was 2000. I don't know what year this might have been, but Danzig
2002.
Danzig played at the WWF venue. It was on Howie Pyro's birthday, and Howie's request was that they played Hollywood Babylon, whatever day Howie's birthday is. And Jerry and Doyle and my ex-wife Sasha and I were there, and we were hanging out back by like the soundboard watching the show. And after the show, the whole idea was Jerry and Doyle were going to go talk to Glenn about a reunion. Unfortunately, because we were like VIPs, the drinks were free, and Jerry just had a little too much to drink. Because by the time I got there, and I was like, "Yo, Mo, what's up?" He's looking at me like, "Who the fuck are you?" Like, "Oh shit." Hopefully, he sobered up by the time they had their meeting. But from what I heard of that meeting, Glenn wanted this, Glenn wanted this, Glenn wanted this, Glenn wanted this, and he wanted some of that and this other thing. And Jerry was like, "Whoa. You got to leave something for the rest of us." And they immediately knew they couldn't come to terms. And I think it ended right there. As far as what year that was, this would have been somewhere between 99 and 2002, maybe. Something like
I think it was the year 2002.
Was it the 2002?
I'll take whatever you say as the word of it, but I think personally, it was the year 2002.
If we pull up the history of the Danzig tour dates and we find out how he
all right, ready?
When they played WWF, we'll know for sure.
Challenge accepted. I'm checking this right now. We're going to cross-reference this. Let's see, because I do believe that information is available to us. Let's go to tour dates. Let's see. When was Howie Pyro's birthday? Howie Pyro's birthday. Right. Yes, I do know about this, but I didn't know that you guys were in attendance at. Okay, so that's June 28th.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you were in attendance for that show. Like that Doyle and Jerry were both there at that show watching Glenn.
I mean, and they weren't there as Doyle and Jerry. They were there kind of incognito,
right,
in the back. So I think a lot of the fans had no idea they were.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's see.
And I remember when in the encore when they played Hollywood Babylon, I remember Sasha's best friend's boyfriend being like, "Yo, Tank, let's go hit the pit," and I wanted to so badly, but I was kind of there as like professional Tank.
Yeah,
back here with the band, like I didn't want to cross those streams, so I was like, "Thank you, but no thank you." But inside, I wanted to be in that pit.
Before we continue this investigation, this count over here says Bobby came on stage for 138 at the Action Park show.
Action Park show.
That 96
could very well fucking be.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a long ass show, man. They played like everything except I think 6 songs that night. I swear to God. I remember doing a count and be like, okay, they didn't play Cough Cool. They didn't play Wolf's Blood. They didn't play, American Nightmare. Like they played everything but 6 of the songs. And yeah, we were there like all fucking night.
And okay, apparently, imagine if there was video of that. That would be awesome. Yeah. So June 28th, 2002, the World is the venue.
That's the World
in New York, New York. That has to be the show.
That's the show.
Maybe that's the show. Because it's not 99. I don't think it's 99.
No, I don't think it was 99.
All right, let's see if let me check one other thing here too. Let's see here. Let's see what Mark Kennedy has to say about this. No, Mark Kennedy has nothing to say about that. Dang.
As far as like Ken and I were concerned, I mean, I'm sure we had talked about what we would need to do on the tour management side of things if a reunion happened. Okay, Glenn has his bus, Jerry has his. Like, we got to keep things separate. The tour managers talk to each other, and that's how we keep. Like, we were ready. We had a battle plan in mind that would like keep the two of them from butting heads. Just put them together on stage, and then that was it. And the rest of us would like run mediation. We had it all planned out. We were ready to make this happen, and it didn't happen.
Wait a minute. So had you spoken to their tour team as well?
No, we just knew if this ever went down, just in general, not so much at this specific moment, but just in general, if this were to ever go down, this is how we'd have to play it. And we're like, yeah, we would do that. We'd make that happen.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I do know that Doyle has gone on record, and I think that's why he was the one who confirmed. This was always a rumor, and then Doyle confirmed it in an interview somewhere in the 2000s, and he was kind of salty towards Jerry, saying that Jerry was the one who threw in quote unquote Doyle quote unquote approximately something along the lines of Jerry threw a monkey wrench. I know he used the term monkey wrench, that Jerry was the one who put the monkey wrench in it. But he didn't make any mention of Jerry being like drunk or anything. And I thought it would have taken place. I guess it would make sense that it would have happened in New York. It wouldn't have happened in LA. But right. So they did meet. They did go backstage. It just didn't.
And as far as, let me go back and just quantify the whole drunkenness thing. When I was with Jerry, he seemed like he had a little too much to drink. Jerry's not a lightweight. By the time this went down, he might have been completely fine. I don't want to,
sure.
Imply that he walked in there, falling down drunk. So yeah, it's just in that moment, I was like, oh, wow.
I imagine that maybe it was, especially after like all the lawsuit stuff that had occurred and just everything that had happened, that maybe, and the fact that maybe there was a lot of pressure, and that he slinging back a couple is sort of a reaction to this is the state of the band at the moment. I want to bring us back to what it could be, and yada yada yada.
And it caught me off guard because he's not a drinker. That's not a thing for him. It was just
interesting.
They kept coming. They were free. Like, yeah, here you go. Like, and you don't want to be rude. You're like, okay. But interesting point as far as lawsuits and rivalries and bad blood and attempted reunions and monkey wrenches and stuff, and then Mr. Anzalone passes away, whatever year that was.
Right.
And the Chiaphas show up to the service like nothing ever happened. At a certain point, you fucking man up and you put all the bullshit aside and you do what needs to be done when that sort of thing happens. I remember Jerry having the prayer card on the visor in his car for a long time. So there are certain things that will get people to, straighten up and fly right, so to speak.
So I always thought that it was just Doyle who went to Glenn's father's funeral. It was Doyle, both Doyle and Jerry went.
As far as I know, and I thought, from what I heard, I believe it was Kenny who told me how it went down. So I'd assumed that he was there.
Right.
Because I know Kenny and I went to a Danzig show, I think in the city, for some reason. And Rocky went backstage and saw Glenn. And it was like, hey, buddy, good to see you. How you like? There was no animosity. I wasn't there. I didn't get invited to go back, but I waited for Rocky outside. I mean, Rocky and Glenn used to go to the wherever the Tron video game was in Lodi, they would go there and play together, and Glenn would get mad when Rocky would beat him. You know, so it's just interesting, like on paper or, you know, on the internet or whatever, like you hear all this animosity, but like when you put them face to face, maybe things are a little different.
Was that when you went to that Danzig, when you and Kenny went to that Danzig show, was that before or after Kenny had exited the Misfits operation?
Whew. I remember we ran into Frankie Vitello, Frankie Cheese.
Yeah.
Chibo Jones.
Yeah.
This was after his tenure with the bit. So Frankie came on originally as a friend of Michael's,
right,
as a production assistant, sort of a gopher. Kenny's sort of like, hey, go get this, go get that, you know, and then eventually became guitar tech for a good long run. And then I don't know, I think he left before, he left long before the band broke up, because I was guitar tech when they did. But that was the first time we ran into him, and I think he was working for like Three Doors Down or something at that point. I just remember running into him, but what era was that? Was that when he and I were working together? I think it must have been the era where he and I were working very close together as tour manager, assistant tour manager. He ran the band side of things on the road, and I kind of ran the crew side of things on the road. He and I together were a well-oiled machine.
So this was this had to have been before 2003.
I think so, because I think after 2003, he would have been like, why the fuck would I go to a Danzig show? Like, why would I give a shit? Like, he was just so fucking done with all of it. I'm pretty sure this would have been pre the 2003 breakup between him and his brother.
So, okay, that's interesting. So nothing comes of that. Jerry continues on. And one last thing before we move on to this this Fiend Fest stuff. It's interesting to hear you say, so Doyle's out of the band. And on the internet, again, interesting how you say that perception. To us on the internet at that time, it's like Doyle's out of the band, so therefore Doyle and Jerry must not talk or see each other or anything. But
they're brothers.
They're brothers, and they go. I mean, they're at the Danzig show together, and they live in the same area and Pro Edge, and right, like so.
And Doyle was working. I still remember Doyle working at the shop when he wasn't in the band. He was still, dropping pieces in machines. I can't say dropping parts in machines, like just keeping machines running. And so, they were in proximity of each other.
Right.
It's fun. I mean, family can make you do weird shit like that, you know?
Compartmentalize.
Really nothing to do with,
Compartmentalize, right? Yeah. That's the way it works. And then Caffiero at this time, like, is there, because Caffiero kind of enters, we talked about this previously, but Caffiero kind of entered in the mid-90s, like 96, right? 97, something like that. Chiller.
We were at Chiller I want to say 90, might have been 95, because we were still down in the lobby. We weren't upstairs in a room yet. We were like the first thing you saw when you walked in the door.
Yeah.
And that was when Caffiero, I was painting the models for, Saber Ink, and those were the things that we were displaying because we didn't have merch yet. And I remember Caffiero saying, "Hey, could I get a quick TV? What do they call it? He just wanted Jerry to say, hey, this Jerry only. You're watching."
He wanted not a sound bite. It's called
it's a
shit
for non-homogenized production for Cheese TV is what it was called. And I remember Jerry
a bumper. He wanted like a bumper.
Yeah, and I was like, I knew Jerry's like, oh, put him in front of a camera, and he just lights up. Yeah. So that was their first meeting.
So now before what I want to ask you about is I want to ask you about the relationship between John Caffiero and Jerry Only, and like what that relationship is like. And it seems like Caffiero has an ability to work with Jerry like no other, right? Because they're still together. I mean, it's one of his longest standing business relationships, right?
Yeah,
so like, I want to hear all about that. But before I do, because this is such a fucking long ass show and we have more people here, I want to once again tell everybody about riotstickers.com.
Yeah, you do that because I need a potty break.
So that's great. So you go to the throne room,
yeah, boy,
and file some paperwork. And I'm going to talk about Riot Stickers for just a second here. I hope you guys are enjoying this mega size show. It's so wonderful to have Tank on and do this and whatnot. And we did it at the beginning of the show, and I'm doing it again for anybody who's tuning in right now. And I'd just like to say very quickly, if you're not subscribed to the channel, take a moment and subscribe to the channel. Give this video a like, leave a comment, hype up the video to boost in the algorithm. Check out the Patreon. We also have YouTube membership. Check out the vault. I have a huge vault of videos that are not available publicly on the channel. Tons of stuff, hours and hours to pour over. And in addition to all of that, I want to tell you a little bit about our sponsor, Riot Stickers, riotstickers.com/Frumess, where you can get 1,000 stickers for $79. It's an incredible deal. If you have a band, if you have a movie, if you're an author, if you're a tattoo artist, like whatever it is that you do, you need to promote it with stickers, or maybe you want t-shirts, or maybe you want a banner. Look at this beautiful banner. You can't really see it because of my mic stand. Look at this beautiful banner. It still doesn't work. Yeah, you can go vandalize some, your neighborhood with stickers at riotstickers.com/Frumess. The link is down in the description. Get 1,000 stickers, $79. Okay. And free shipping and handling. And these stickers are 3 inches by 3 inches. They're printed on vinyl to make them weatherproof. And they have a UV coating that protects them. I'm going to play our little trailer here, and we will be right back with Tank. He's going to answer the question about John Cafiero and Jerry Only's relationship, business working relationship.
We make stickers, banners, and buttons too, posters and promo cards. There's nothing we can't print for you. From stage backdrops to bass drum heads, we can print on shirts, we can print on hats, we can print on pants. Cheap prices and high quality, quick turnaround times and free shipping. We also offer free artwork support, great customer service, and so much more. RiotStickers.com, Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com, Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com, Riot Stickers, we are the bomb. RiotStickers.com, Riot Stickers, we are the bomb.
Oh, sorry. Just practicing the kazoo here. Tank's back. Hi, Tank.
Yo, man, how do those guys skateboard like that, man?
I don't know.
I would have just died if I attempted any one of those things, even back in my day, even back in my prime.
You know what? Hold on. Wait. Excuse me.
Goes in tight, comes out loose.
Thank you. That's the thing I admire about skateboarders truly, is that they don't give up, and they spend hours and hours and hours trying to do a trick until they land the trick and they get the trick.
Either die or they land the trick, one or the other.
Right.
Get some outcome.
And so to me, I say live life as a skateboarder, right? Mm-hmm. And just keep on. If you something that if you know you can do it, if you could feel it in your heart, you got to try your best and just try to land the trick.
I mean, going back to my day, the end of my days of skating, when I skated the blank Plan 9 coffin that I still have up in the attic with independence and some rat bones. We used to go up to this skate park in Lansdowne, Maryland. It was like a 70s cement skate park with berms and all this stuff. It had been abandoned for the longest time. But I can remember like just going through there, having a great time with Steve Lucas and Darren, guys that are probably watching the show right now. And coming down off this like really steep berm and be like, oh man, that was crazy. That was sick. And then off my board, I looked at how steep that berm was. I just came down and go, man, that thing's like freaking vertical. Once that was in my head, I couldn't do it anymore. I would bail every time coming down off that fucking, I couldn't do it anymore.
It's like it turned into a block. Yeah.
Oh my God. Like the power, talk about the power of the brain anyway. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what I was asking you was, I was curious, and this is a question I don't think I've ever asked you, and I'm just trying to understand the fact that, because Jerry has had a lot of people come in and out of his life, and one of the people that have been there for, decades now, 3 decades worth of time and business and all sorts of ups and downs, ins and outs, is John Cafiero. And so what is that relationship like? Like, what are those two guys like together? What is the dynamic? Like, whatever you can share or remember, whatever.
Well, obviously I was never privy to like their private conversations, but I can relate like the direction I saw things going in once he was put in We Are Here, Lansdowne, Maryland. It seemed like, so in the beginning, Cafiero was like, hey, I'm doing this movie, Big Money Hustlers,
right?
Get you guys in there doing the spot, and then ICP like totally ripped them off and didn't pay him, and the whole.
I didn't know that ICP didn't pay the Misfits.
Didn't pay Cafiero for directing Big Money. From what I remember being told, they ripped them off.
Allegedly,
yeah, that's what I heard. Whether it was true or not could be a different story. And then once the whole ICP thing was behind him, it seemed like his focus became 100% on Jerry and the Misfits. Once I guess Jerry agreed to give him a chance, maybe like not necessarily putting him in charge right away, but at least, okay, let's see what you can do, is kind of when I started to see like more merchandising going on, like lunch boxes and things like more than just the shirts that we were showing up at the shows with. So again, this is just kind of like my observation that I pieced together here, that like thinking, okay, as a manager, because he was not our first manager. We had Al at one point. I don't know his last name. He was a hired gun manager, but he didn't last long. And I don't know if we had somebody before that. But once Caf stepped in, like the band kind of picked up a head of steam and headed in a bigger direction. And
what was his talent? Like, what was his talent? What was his power? His
connections? Maybe his tenacity. I'm honestly not sure. I just know that one day, I remember the Halloween WWF show, Rocky and I being ready, like, we weren't doing the Tankenstein thing anymore because I was guitar tech now, but we were like, okay, we're going to build a show worthy of New York City Halloween. And Cafiero stepped in and was like, wait, I'm the manager, I'm the director. I'll tell you guys what to build. So we said, okay, you tell us what to build. We'll build it. Hello, tell us what to build. We'll build it. Can you hear me in the back? Tell us what to build and we'll build it. That show went off with 0 props, 0 theatrics, 0 anything. We were never told what to build. Nothing ever happened. And I remember Rocky and I being like, what the fuck? Like, we were ready to like put this over the fucking top. And
what year was that?
What year did we play WWF on Halloween? That was 2001.
Okay, so this is after the was Cafiero's dynamic different when it was the American Psycho like lineup of the band, when it was like that lineup versus after those guys left? Did things change a little bit?
It didn't seem like he was as present, at least to me. And again, back then I was definitely more of the touring side. I just showed up and handled the merch.
Right.
And the tour was over and I went home. Like, I wasn't around for like in between stuff. So it's, this is all based on just my own personal observation.
Of course. Absolutely.
Yeah. But it seemed like that there was a point where he kind of rolled over and whether Jerry gave him more authority or he just like did enough to where Jerry was like, well, that's fucking cool. Let's do more of that. But I had to, when I took over as tour manager, which I'm hoping we're going to get to here before midnight. I started having to work closely with him,
So it's good that we're talking about this right now, because this is building us up. We're
building up to it. And he and I work together fantastically. you know, and I knew, I always knew my role. Whether Cafiero's the band's manager or not, Jerry's the guy in charge.
Sure.
And then, you know, then you kind of have Caf, and then you have the booking agent, and I come in, you know, next to the booking agent. I'm not necessarily in charge on the road. I'm just the guy keeping the train on the tracks.
Right.
You know, we might be careening way out of fucking control because of whoever's in charge.
But this is after, and this is after Rocky.
This is after Rocky. This is 2003 and on. That's when I began working with Cafiero like almost on a daily basis leading up to tours. Because there was a lot of you know, and then we got into the Fiend Fest thing and Misfits records. Like, so there was a lot that he and I needed to.
And that's what I want to talk about, specifically the Fiend Fest stuff and whatnot.
Yeah. But, you know, and then I worked with him, had to work with him even more, like now in a touring capacity when the whole Osaka Pop Star thing. So there was, he and I had a long tenure of working together. And I'm sure Kenny had to work with him. Rocky had to work with him prior to his departure as well. How well that relationship went, I don't know. I wasn't privy to that.
So it was like, would Jerry like turn to Cafiero and be like, hey, I want this, and Cafiero would go and dole it out? Or are they like, is it like more like Cafiero has you know, he has Jerry's ear and he helps Jerry make decisions? I know you said you weren't privy to things outside of tour. I'm just saying, from your perspective, from whatever perch you were at or whatever, you know,
probably a bit of both, in all honesty.
Yeah.
Jerry saying, hey, I'd like to do this. And Caf going, okay, let me see if I can make that happen. And then Caf coming and saying, you know, if we did this, then, you know, that would happen. And Jerry be like, oh, well, that's good. I would imagine there was back and forth going both ways there. I do know that there were times that during the Jerry and Marky days, when you had rock stars trying to out rock star the other guy, and demands were being placed on me as the tour manager before the tour even started to do God knows what. And I'd be like, well, that's absolutely ridiculous. The best way for me to handle that was be like, hey, Caf, yeah, you're not going to believe what they just asked for. It X, and he'd be like, oh my God, okay, let me sort this out.
So he was actually kind of like a grounding force that you could, when these guys would strike lightning at you, he was like the grounder, and you could turn to him and he would offset that because he knew how to talk to both those people.
And he was realistic, like just like me. We were on that same level as like, that's not gonna fucking like that's never gonna work. You know, we would see eye to eye on that sort of stuff.
What I find interesting, and I met him one time. I met him at the Riot Fest with Jerry. The one time I met Jerry and the one time I met Cafiero, I was with Sal B, and the three of us right after they had finished playing their second reunion show, and Sal B was working that show, and he got me over the barricade, and at the time Dave Lombardo's set list, and Jerry signed it for me, and I got to meet Jerry, and yada yada yada. And I was there's one time I got to talk to Cafiero, and I had very recently watched Marky Ramone's Raw, and there's a commentary track on it because Cafiero directed that, and it's just Marky Ramone's tour videos. It's home movie. It's just home movies. But in the time of DVD, there was no YouTube, so that was like how you got to see the Ramones. And I distinctly remember this about Cafiero, and I wonder, and this is the reason why I'm bringing all this up in the first place. And this is what I was like, what do I say to John Cafiero in this moment? And I complimented him, and it came from a genuine place. I complimented him on his ability to talk with Johnny Ramone and pull stories out of Johnny Ramone. And I was really, I appreciated that, because here's the thing. Johnny Ramone's dead. And here's John Cafiero on this. He's on this commentary track with Johnny Ramone. And Johnny Ramone doesn't know what to say. Johnny Ramone sees like a blue bird. And he's like, oh yeah, that's a blue bird. And that's it. Like nothing else. And John Cafiero would be like, he knows all, he's steeped in stuff. So he's like, well, Johnny, tell me about that, blah, 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 blah. Or, and then suddenly, because John Cafiero knows how to. He knew how to like
open the door.
Yeah, and suddenly Johnny Ramone starts telling the story that he would have never said. He wouldn't have said 2 words, but John Capriero coaxes it out of him, and as a result, makes this very interesting. What was could have been a very banal commentary track into something very interesting. I thought that was kind of remarkable about his personality, and I complimented him on it. And I'm wondering, did you see anything like that from your perspective in your dealings with him in any way, shape, or form?
Specifically,
I mean, not like about like interviewing people, I mean, or on a commentary, but just in like his ability to talk to people, or I don't know.
Not I mean, I'm sure it was there, but there's nothing I can really say. He was good at this, he was good at that. I know he and Jerry were pretty much on the phone like every day, as you probably should be with your manager.
Right. So they talked a lot.
Mm-hmm.
They talked a lot.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that. Brings us into was Rocky still around for Fiend Fest?
No.
Okay. All right. So then before we talk about that, what I want to ask you about is tell me about Rocky as a tour manager. Tell me about Rocky as a tour manager in the 90s. When it was Chud and Graves still in the band, and tell me about Rocky as a tour manager after Graves and Chud leave the band, and even Doyle leave the band.
Yeah.
And is there a change? Is it like, what's it like? Yada yada yada.
Well, Rocky is Rocky. He sees things a certain way.
Guys, Rocky is Jerry and Doyle's brother. For anybody who does not know, he is the third. He's the middle brothers, the middle Kayaffa brother. Okay.
Yeah, Ken Kayaffa. He was Schlock back in the day. You'll see him credited for photos on the Walk Among Us album. He was the tour manager back in the early days,
and he would sit in on drums when they didn't have a drummer.
When nobody would show up for rehearsals. Yep. And when it came to who I clicked with the most, between the 3 Kayaffa brothers, I've said this before. Jerry, I couldn't get a word in edgewise. Doyle never said a word. Ken and I were we were in sync. So from the get go,
middle and the fiddle,
we hit it all. Yeah. Ken he sees things a certain way, and you're not going to change his mind on just how he sees it. And a perfect example. I just told this story the other day. Ken's not a coffee drinker. He is a tea drinker. Plain and simple. Can't stand coffee. He drinks black tea. Sure, fine. A tour bus, a European tour bus, double-decker. The kitchen is in the back on the lower floor, which is actually where the entrance was. It was in the back instead of up front. There's a kitchenette area. And I remember getting on that bus and seeing a little basket of herbal teas, like mint and chamomile and English breakfast. I'm like, okay, cool. I love mint tea. I love cinnamon tea. I'm thinking, this will be nice, because I wasn't much of a coffee drinker back then either. Well, one night or one morning, whatever it was, I go down to the kitchen to make myself some tea. There's the little basket. It's empty. Okay, so somebody pulled the tea. Like, where did the fucking tea go? I know Ken is the only other possible tea drinker on this bus, so I ask him, Rocky, you know what happened to the all the tea bags that were in that little basket? I see they're gone, but the black tea's still sitting there next to it. He says, "That's not tea. I threw it away."
What?
No joking about it. Very serious. That's not tea. I threw it away. In his mind, that's not tea, and therefore nobody should drink it. I threw it away. What? We're on tour for the next 5 weeks. What? So, I love the guy dearly. Still to this day, one of my best friends. He and I have so much history together. But
I was about to say, I just was curious to know, because we've never. So you and Kenny are still close, and you still talk and everything. You guys are still tight. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we don't own the business together anymore, but he is one of my dealers, and so we talk both business and we talk, personal stuff. I don't see him every day like I used to, so we're not in constant communication.
Right. But you guys, there was a time where you guys were just like
12 years. We were every day we were talking because we owned a business together. We ran together.
Yeah. All American Pool.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Sorry. Continue.
Some weird guy called me up one day and was like, "Hey, is this Jim from the Misfits?" Like,
who was that?
It was some weirdo. I don't know.
He sounds really cool to me.
Really cool. But Ken was, I mean, he was effective. I mean, he kept the train on the rails.
He did.
I'm sure, having grown up with Jerry, I'm sure in the back of his mind, he knew his role, that like he was just there to keep the train on the rails.
Well, hold on. Curious about that. Curious about that. Sorry to interject. So that's to extrapolate on this question further. What is the dynamic between Jerry and Rocky and Doyle, Jerry and Doyle, with Rocky? Like I can only imagine how all those dynamics are different.
Yeah, well, Rocky was more like Jerry in his commitment to keeping the machine going.
Gotcha.
So I know Rocky had his feelings about Doyle's like not drive to keep the machine going. Like if he kind of
gotcha.
If you fucked with the machinations of the machine, he wasn't down with that. He did not appreciate that. Again, as far as what I witnessed, what I saw. What I felt, there in the moment.
I can say from speaking to Rocky myself that everything that you guys did in the Misfits, like he takes and has such deep personal ownership in the sense of like this was his endeavor too. He was a part of this thing. He supported it and built it and yada, yada, yada. And so to him, it's as much of it as a job that it was his, this creative thing that they all did together.
As it kind of like with Guar and Slave Pit Records, how everybody in that organization has a job to do for the whole, conglomeration here.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry and Doyle and Mike and Chud, they were the music. And back then, Rocky wasn't just the tour manager. He was in charge of the Fiend Club. He was in charge of keeping the vehicles roadworthy. He was in charge of Saber Inc., the resin models. He was the sculptor for many of those models. Anything that had to be built, you just say, "Hey, Rocky, we need an X. We need a rocket ship." Okay, I'll have it next week. Like he would just fucking build. That is part of Rocky's unsung genius.
Yeah,
and I learned a lot from him in the field as far as like when he and I owned All American Pool Service. I would just watch what he was doing when it came to like fixing a heater or something, plumbing work or whatever. I would just watch him work and be like, okay, I got it. Okay. Because he would just look at it and go, okay, we need to do this. So he would just do that. Have you been trained to do that? No, I just did it. Yeah, that's how you do it.
Does that come from his dad? Did Jerry Sr. like kind of, you think, instill that in him?
Jerry Sr. was a very smart man.
Yeah.
You wouldn't think that when you met him because he was really rough around the edges, like more so than just about anybody I've ever met. But
he sounds like a real character.
Yeah, he was a real character. Very smart man.
Yeah.
He would take the physics final exams for his friends who knew they couldn't pass it. So he'd show up and be like, "Yeah, I'm Joe Blow. I'm here to take my exam," and they passed with like flying colors.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So Rocky was, he had this mind where he just did stuff and just knew how to do stuff and made stuff happen.
He just figured out how to make it happen and he made it happen. Yeah. And that was always like the drum risers and the Mad Scientist Laboratory and the slab and the pyrotechnics. Like, oh, is that what you want? Okay, I'll just go do it. And I picked up a lot of that from him. Just, do you know how to do that? No, but I'll make it happen. And to this day, I mean, when I, moving forward as I built stage shows and, later got into cosplay and stuff, like, how did you know how to do that? I'm like, I don't know. I just did it. It's as simple as that. I just did it. So that was very much how he worked.
Did Jerry recognize?
As far as technology goes, like I had to teach him how to turn a laptop on. twice a year he would mail me his digital watch because he couldn't figure out how to change the time on it. So he had his little shortcomings, little idiosyncrasies, but for the most part, like he kept that machine oiled. And
so he was a mechanical logistical genius, but he was a Luddite when it came to technology.
Yeah.
That's a good way to say it?
That's a good way. Yeah, good
okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Do you think did Jerry take some of that stuff that Rocky did for granted a little bit, or did he recognize that?
I think Rocky felt like some of that was taken for granted.
I could appreciate that. I could imagine
that there was a time when
Doyle too took him for granted. You think?
Who knows what Doyle was thinking? Like it was hard to get a read off that guy.
Sure.
Love him, but man, you just like,
yeah.
What's going on over there, man? You okay?
Yeah.
There was a time when,
but Michael Graves could get inside there, right?
Michael Graves could get inside there. The two
Doyle.
of them clicked really well.
Interesting.
There was a time when somebody that we worked with as a temporary tour manager from England on a European tour had mentioned that it seemed like, from an outsider kind of looking in, it seemed like there were too many chiefs and not enough Indians in our organization. And Ken and I were like, yeah, that's exactly what we feel like is going on here.
Wait, who said that? Sorry. A tour manager, you said.
A hired gun tour manager from England who, there was some tour we did. I know Dez was on it. I don't remember if it was Marky or Robo, but I went over as guitar and bass tech. There was somebody, a hired merch guy and a hired tour manager, and Ken, who was still the official tour manager, was left at home, and that was really, really weird. I can only imagine that made some kind of rift, or it was done because of a rift. I don't know the politics behind it, but it was weird.
What year was that?
Ken was pre-2003, and Dez was in the band. I don't remember which drummer it was.
So, but this was before he left, though, officially. Like, this had just happened.
Yeah. It was just a European tour, just a few weeks. I can't remember Colin? Was his name Colin?
You know what's interesting? There's a pattern here. There's literally a pattern that any time
temporary replacement.
Any time that someone's not like towing the line in the way that leadership wants the line towed, hey, just so you know, we'll get someone else to do it the way we need it to be done, or we'll do it, and just know that we could replace you.
Yeah,
interesting.
I think his name was Colin. I remember a specific time when I was sitting in the dressing room at one of these European gigs, and I remember our tour bus driver was in there, really tall guy, and he came walking in, and I'm reading my Tyranids Codex for Warhammer 40K. And he walks in and he kind of looks at what I'm reading. He goes, "Well, you're just a nerd." And I go, "Uh-huh."
What kind of accent did he have when he did?
Oh, he was English. And I said, "And how are you going to tell all your friends back home that you got your ass kicked by a nerd?" And he goes, "Yeah, good point." And the bus driver was just like, "Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Who were you talking to?"
Did that ease the tension in that moment, or
there wasn't any tension between him?
Okay,
and I. He was just goofing around. We were all
okay, that's good. Yeah,
but it was just so funny. Like, and how are you going to tell your friends back home you got your ass kicked by a nerd? And he's like, "You got me on that."
Some of that Warhammer stuff is macabre as fuck. Like I was watching another story for another time.
Right.
Anyway, keep going. Keep going listening to me.
So this brings up an interesting pattern I remember being on this tour and just being like, why is Rocky not here?
Right.
What the fuck? And maybe that was the first nail in the coffin. I really couldn't say. I don't know what was happening behind the scenes.
Right. Something happened, and this was a power move, maybe, or some kind of like, hey, this is showing something.
Yeah, maybe Jerry wasn't happy with Rocky about something, so he's like, "Well, I'm going to stick it to you. You're not getting any money this tour." Like, I don't know. I really don't know the reasoning behind it, but it was
right.
Weird. for sure. And I remember, so we must have been doing the Godzilla. So I'm thinking Marky was on that tour. We must have been doing the Godzilla stuff because there was at one point. So we would do the Godzilla intro, and then the outro music was Godzilla music from the soundtrack, like the really powerful, dun 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 dun, dun the Godzilla march and all that stuff. We were on the tour bus in the downstairs lounge, and some like Louis Prima or something was playing, and Des was like, this is what plays in my head when I'm walking down the street, like this kind of stuff. And I think it was Colin who was like, yeah, and I think when Tank's walking down the street, that Godzilla music's playing in his head. I'm like, yeah, pretty much. That's where I'm at. So I think that was who was on that tour. But holy shit, that just opened up like a whole facet that I never really thought about.
What that
tour without Rocky?
Yeah, that was the same that in a way. And again, I just want to quickly point out that I'm listening to a story being told, and I'm sort of seeing patterns, and I'm highlighting them. But nothing that I say, I don't. What do I know? What do I actually know? Truly,
right.
I just want to.
And I don't even know all. I mean, I was there.
Right, like I don't. We're just trying to make sense from your memories and from what we can piece together. But what's interesting is that in the 90s, there's Mike Hideous, right? There's Mike Hideous that. Then there's Dez, right?
Yep.
And then there's Mike Hideous and Zoli and Dez, right? And then as you're saying, this tour manager guy, and I don't know. Look, was there I mean, Robo and Marky and all them, the revolving door of drummers in those difficult periods, that wasn't because of tension, that was because of logistics, right? That was just because it was part of the show. Like, was there some kind of
but having Marky and Robo together was like that was one of the attractions.
That was an attraction.
Show.
That wouldn't include that as part of the pattern that we're kind of looking at.
I have a feeling that when Marky was done come 2005, because there's a very specific turning point there that Marky was just like, you know what, I'm done.
Right. Which I'm very curious, because this is a time that's not like, nobody know, like there's really nothing that's said except for Marky gave a single soundbite. He gave a couple sound bites, but one that was very specific about his time in the Misfits that I always found to be a bit of a head scratcher. But we're not there yet.
We're not there yet. Yeah, we're not even close, actually.
So so that tour where you don't have you have a different tour. What is his name again? The guy who was
I think his name was Colin.
So we have Colin, tour manager.
Yeah.
We have Colin.
No. I'm trying to think of who handled the merch on that tour. It wasn't Nick the Hobbit yet, and I don't think it was
Nick the Hobbit.
Yeah.
Was he a short guy?
He shorter and stout and very thick English accent, and he had the scruffy hair, and I was just like, dude,
sounds like a Hobbit.
You look like the Hobbit. I used to call him Fatty Bulger. So, God, what tour was this? Tut was there, Marky was there, Des was there, Jerry was there, a Scottish merch guy was there, and I can't think of what his real name was because I only knew him by his porn star name. We were in the tour bus in a van. When we traveled with Marky, it was mostly in a van, very Ramones like.
Yeah.
Hotels and stuff instead of an actual bus. And just to pass the time, we're playing the porn star name game.
Oh.
And Jerry's was Con Grove. They grew up on Grove Street in Lodi, and Con was their first dog. Cool name. Dez had the coolest name. My God. Rex Malvern. Ooh. Dude. Action hero. Not just porn star. That's a great fucking name.
Yowza.
We don't remember Marky's, and I think it might have been because he was on 53rd and 3rd or something, like he didn't have a street name. Mine was Angel Kincaid. Thank you very much.
Okay.
The merch guy, the Scottish guy, he was Goldie McInnes.
Ooh.
And so I was, who the fuck was the tour manager? Was I tour managing at that time? Maybe I was. Maybe I'm jumping ahead, but the story's too good to pass up. Whenever I would send like a local house guy, like a local crew member, like really did a great job, say, hey, go over to the merch table, get yourself a shirt.
Yeah.
How is the merch guy supposed to know it's legit when somebody says, hey, Tank said for me to come get a shirt?
Right. You got out a chit.
Yeah. So because of our porn star name game.
Oh,
this is what stuck for the whole tour. I would say, okay, here, you come here. Let me just speak this quietly into your ear. Go to the merch table and say, hey, Goldie, Angel said I could get a shirt.
Wow.
And Goldie, whatever the fuck his real name was, would be like, yep, here's your shirt. Like, he knew that was legit because it was such an inside joke. But I haven't even gotten to the punchline yet. We're all playing the porn star name game.
Yeah.
And then we're like, so King Tut, what's your name? I don't want to say.
Uh-oh.
You don't know. What's your name? No, I don't want to play this game. No. You don't get to like back out now. No, especially now that you don't want to say. So Tut is Italian, shorter, stockier, little heavy set, stout fellow. He finally alluded to what his porn star name was. Chubby Wooster.
Oh, that's great.
Such a ripping name, man. That is
fucking, all be so lucky,
right? I know. So we all had these great porn star names, except for Marky. But I don't think that.
I think I got you all beat though.
Uh-oh. What do you got?
Sparky Post.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Sparky Post.
Sparky Post. Yeah, I Goldie and Angel. We definitely had to tag team some gay porn or something. Man. It just had to be a thing.
Sure.
But that was how he knew that the request was legit. It did indeed come from Tank. Hey, Goldie, Angel said I could get a shirt. Yep.
And anybody else that tried, you just be like,
nope.
Fuck you.
We back in the days when Ken was definitely the tour manager and I was merch guy. The password would be whatever team was in the lead of the NFC East at the time. I remember that being a password. If they'd come to me and say, Giants or Redskins or whatever, but like, okay, what shirt do you want? Like, I knew that was legit. That was just one of the times that I can remember.
Did Ken share the same frustration as Jerry when it came to Graves with stuff? Yeah, it was like the same. It was the same deal.
Ken wanted to keep that machine rolling. Yeah, that was all he wanted to do. That was all I wanted to do. That was all Jerry wanted to do. Keep the machine rolling.
Right.
Yeah. So yes, the frustration was palpable.
So you're pushing on in 2002. This release comes out Day the Earth Caught Fire. I don't think Project 1950 has not come out yet. Does Project 1950 come out with Rocky still around, or is that after Rocky?
I don't know.
Hard to say.
We'd have to check the release date of 1950.
1950 came out in 2003, sometime in 2003.
Oh.
Now, here's the thing.
I have said that it came out after then.
So you said to me, I remember I picked it up in 2003. I remember it coming out in 2003, and it had a DVD. It was so strange. It had a DVD on it because that was the thing to do at that time, which was awesome.
Right.
And listen, that was the thing about Uncle Jerry, always trying to, give you value with your stuff. Free poster, like always trying to. So, but you pop in the DVD and it's just, it's that lineup doing Project 1950 at like a snowboarding
ski slope.
Thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That show, Jerry, Des, Marky.
Yeah.
Doing a show on a ski slope.
Yes.
Not at the lodge, not somewhere near the mountain. No,
they had a stage. It was a stage on the ski slope.
On the fucking ski slope in Vermont. This seems like a great idea. We have to snowcat our equipment up this fucking mountain, like tank treads and all, to go up the fucking mountain. So we get there. It's it's cold, snow everywhere, of course. And we're setting up, but the local sound guy who was there before we were setting up all of his stuff had a CD playing, but accidentally left it, instead of playing on looping the whole album, it looped one song.
Oh,
so for
God.
hours while we were setting up, Pearl Jam's Already in Love is playing over and over and oh my God. So I'm guitar and bass tech at this time. Tut's setting up the drum kit. The band's not there yet. It's just Kenny and Tut and I. And by the time I get the guitar is all strung up and stretched, ready to go, I get the bass all strung up and when I plug it into line check, without even trying, I'm playing the bass line to the song because it is so ingrained in my head. Wow. I can't not get it right. Note for note, I'm playing this freaking song. We all wanted to shoot ourselves. Holy shit. But the show turned into a snowball fight. Who saw that coming? I mean, really, you put some punk rockers in the snow in a band, like, yeah, snowballs are going to fucking fly. I went behind the stage at one point to pee and ended up stuck in a snowdrift. Like, they had to come pull me out.
Wow.
Because you're walking, all of a sudden, thunk, and like you're up to your armpits in snow, and you're like trying to get out, and it's just coming. You're like,
snow will do that to you.
I'm fucking stuck. It's stupid. But that night, Tut and I were sharing a room, and Tut's girlfriend at the time, now his wife, Betty, they were on their side. I got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and I think as I was coming out of the bathroom, I remembered that there was like an opening, and then I kind of turned left to go to the bed. I didn't want to turn any lights on and just wake anybody up. So I misjudge that. Yeah, there was a left turn, but the opening had like a little part of the wall that kind of jutted out, and in pitch black, I went straight into it, forehead right into the fucking corner of this thing. Hit it so hard that Tut woke up and goes, "What was that?" Oh, and I am when if you ever hit your head and you see the bright flash of light.
Yeah, that's happened.
I got the bright flash of light, and I was dazed for a second because I heard Tut say, "What was that?" in a room pitch fucking black.
Yeah,
and I go, "I don't know, but my head is bleeding," and I'm like stunned for a second. And when your head bleeds, it fucking bleeds.
Yeah,
it
gushes, yeah,
right down my fucking forehead.
Damn.
And so he turns the lights on. He's like, "Holy shit." And I'm like, all right, I'm grabbing washcloths. I'm holding them to my fucking head. I go to the front desk. Now, this is Vermont, keep in mind. I go to the front desk holding a bloody rag on my head. I'm like, hey, I just split my head open in one of the rooms. Like, you got a first aid kit or something? Like, what can we do here? And they're like, there's like, one person working the front desk. They're like, yeah, if you go down the hallway and take the elevator down to the bottom floor, there's a maintenance corridor. You go. Give me these long answers to go find a first aid kit.
It's like, hey, I just literally gashed my head open.
Yeah.
You're trying to give me instructions.
The guy's like, well, I got to man the desk, man. I don't know. Like, get off your fucking ass and go get this goddamn first aid kit. Holy shit.
Tell me more about Tut. Sorry, did you finish your story? I
had to walk and go find this fucking first aid kit to bandage myself up in this resort hotel at this fucking show. So yeah, that was that show.
What about the next day? Did you have a headache? Was anybody commenting on your head?
No, I'm sure I just had like a Band-Aid on my forehead, and they were like, "Yep, it's Tank. What are you gonna do?"
Tell me about this guy Tut a little bit. Like, I always hear his name whenever you talk about him. Tell me this question: is he kind of like follows Jerry around? Is he like Jerry's kind of like he's like Jerry's Sancho Panza kind of guy?
Tut was a big fan. Would come to the shows in Connecticut. Yeah, and so we knew him. He would always eager to help out.
Yeah.
And we all liked him. And at one point, he got hired. He worked for his dad owned or worked for or had owned and sold maybe like an oil delivery company. So I know he was an heating oil truck driver, but he was able to take time off and go do this and then go back and have a job to come back home. Pretty nice setup there.
Yeah, it's a good setup.
Yeah. hard to pull off for most people.
Right.
So I think he was first hired kind of like as a Frankie Cheese role. Like, hey, you're just, you're my gopher.
Yeah.
When Rocky needs this, go for that. When Rocky needs that, go for this. And just kind of help out. And he helped me with merch. He, helped just in general.
He's younger than you, older than you?
Younger.
Yeah.
Younger. And because, eventually when it was Rocky on the Winnebago and Tut and I and whoever else in the tour bus, like Tut and I got really, he was in my my wedding party when I married. I mean, his future wife and my ex-wife, they were best friends for many years.
Gotcha.
So there was a closeness there, and I mean, and we were like brothers. Sometimes we would fucking fight like brothers, and sometimes we'd hug like brothers. It's just and that's kind of life on the road. When you're in such close proximity with the same people for like weeks on end, they start to irritate the fuck out of you. But you still love them.
You also see, instead of seeing the best hour of them out of the week or the day, you're seeing them for 23 hours out of the day. I mean, that
you see their best and you see their worst. And,
you see the best and
we all show it. Yeah,
sure.
But no, he and I were really tight. We joked around a lot. When Marky came along, the two of them really hit it off. And I remember Rocky saying he knew Tut would be the best option as a drum tech for Marky, and that was very true. I think because there were some people that we had before Tut was Marky's drum tech. We had Frankie the Buffalo. We had Dougie Mustang.
These nicknames.
Well, these are New York guys.
Yeah. It's true.
Yeah, Frankie Fontaine. I think maybe.
And here's the thing about like East Coasters and whatever tri-state area, you don't ever get to have your own nickname. You're given a nickname. Mm-hmm. You can't say to someone, "Hey, call me this." No one's going to call you that. A nickname is bestowed upon you.
Right. I mean, I tell people they can call me Tank, but I didn't come up with that name. That was
right. That's a little different. Yeah. But
I mean, it's been stuck for how many years? Since '95? Like, it has stuck around.
So is Tut? What's the dynamic between Tut and Rocky at that time?
We're all very friendly.
You're all tight. You're all very
tight. The three of us were really tight.
Yeah, you guys were the crew.
Yeah. We were like the mainstays of the crew. You knew we were going to be on every tour, no matter who the other guys might interchange.
Now, sorry, go ahead, continue.
So Marky in the beginning, Frankie Fontaine was his drum tech, who we call Frankie Buffalo because Ken thought his skin looked like buffalo hanging off him. Oh man, I don't know if anybody in the band or crew actually liked him. I remember we needed to get going, and I was pretty much officially the assistant tour manager at that point. So I don't want to say I had authority, but if I knew we needed to go, I could go around and be like, guys,
you had capital.
Go,
you had capital.
Yeah. And I remember we'd gone to a gym that morning, and some people had showered there, but they were like all getting on the bus, and we're all sitting and we're waiting for Frankie Fontaine, not Frankie Vitello. And I'm like, what the fuck with this guy? So I'm going through the gym. I'm fucking looking for him. I go in the bathroom. I'm like, yo, Frankie, are you fucking in here? We got to go, man. He's in a stall. He pops open the door to let me know, like, he's in there. Dude is buck naked.
What?
With shaving cream all over his crotch and a razor in his hand.
I know what he was doing. I know what he was doing.
What are you fucking? Obviously, I know what he's doing. What? Oh my god! Oh my god! My buddy Adam Kills, Adam the Hat, somebody that I worked at Toys R Us with in between tours. I got him a job driving the box truck for a couple of tours. Adam the Hat. He told me once. He said, not to be a dick, but every time you yell at Frankie, I go behind the box truck and laugh. Because I always had to yell at Frankie to get where the fuck he was supposed to be. He was always the last guy out. He was always the last guy in. Like, why am I fucking babysitting this guy that's older than me? But I actually said to him once, when there was one of these times I'm fucking yelling at him, I said, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Did you eat paint chips as a kid?" And fucking Adam like fucking lost it. He thought that was the funniest thing he'd ever. He's like, "Paint chips? Oh my god!" So that was Frankie, and man, he showed up at a show in L.A. Oh no, at Ventura Theater, and was like trying to big shot his way into the backstage and like dropping names and be like, "Oh well, I'm with so and so and I'm a big wig and you got to let me in here." And Jerry was finally like, "Frankie, get the fuck out of here! No, fucking put his foot down." And
right. This was after he was out of the outfit.
He was already gone. Yeah. Wow. So yeah, that was Frankie Fontaine. But then Dougie Mustang came along, and whenever you say Dougie Mustang, you always have to go,
why?
Because Dougie was close friends with Marky.
And
when you would ask Dougie, what the fuck is wrong with Marky? He would go,
and when you say
what do you want me to say? It's just Marky. Like,
and that's Marky just being like Marky just being, in his idiosyncrasies or whatever.
Marky's being Marky, but his name was Dougie Mustang. I don't remember his real last name, because he had a 1973 Mach 1 that was one of the few that was ever made with a half vinyl roof. The Mach 1s usually the sport package didn't come with a vinyl roof. So if you ever watched, there was some New York-based police show. And one of the cops, like his daily driver, his personal car, like that was the car. Dougie would rent it to the show, and they would drive it, and that was the notoriety of that car. He let me drive it once, coming back from Vernon to Staten Island, I think it was. And visibility in a 73 Mach 1, all you could see was straight ahead. Your side mirrors, your rear, they did nothing. You could see nothing at all.
Wow.
And if you ever had to stop, be prepared for the back end to lock up on you. Even stopping like gracefully, the back end, like oh my fuck, it was wow. The handling was atrocious on that thing, but hey, it was a 73 Mach 1. I was happy driving it. Anyway,
so now, so you have all these characters and stuff,
and so finally, Frankie Fontaine, we were happy to get rid of. Dougie Mustang, for whatever his reasons were, he wasn't coming back out anymore. So then Rocky was like, Tut was already there. He knew they were already like, they were into like Groucho Marx. They were into Abbott and Costello. They were into like the old stuff. Rocky knew that Tut would be the perfect drum tech for Marky. And they worked together closely for many, many years and very well together. So yeah, he was correct.
Did Marky and Kenny clash heads?
In the beginning, just like I did. I wasn't sure what to make of him. And there was Bo Funk. Oh boy, man, we're really digging deep here. Bo Funk was a representative of, who did we do merch with for a while? Was he early Cinderblock? They would send out, like when we were no longer handling the merch ourselves, they would send out whoever on this tour. Here's your merch guy this tour. Okay.
Right.
This guy, Bo Funk, came out. I remember him. He had a shirt. Bo Funk is my homie.
Wasn't Robert Arcee?
Yeah,
right?
He never came out on tour with us, but he was involved in that chain.
Right.
That chain.
Shout out to Rob, by the way, who's I talk with Rob. Rob,
good guy.
If you watch this, I like Rob a lot.
But Bo Funk saw how like I and Marky were interacting in the early days, and how Kenny and Rocky and Marky were interacting. We were still trying to figure it out, and Bo Funk pulled me aside. He's like, "You're handling him all wrong."
Really?
Yeah. And at first I was like, "Who the fuck are you?" But in hindsight, I'm like, "Dude was right." I mean, this wasn't his first rodeo. We only dealt with these people right here in front of us. He would go on different tours every freaking time and dealt with like all kinds of maniacal people. So he knew what the tricks were, and that was I should have paid more attention to what he had to say. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and we had a few different hired gun merch guys. There was one guy that came out on a few tours. I remember him being vegan, and that making like getting food trickier.
Problematic.
Yeah. You know, and I mean, you want to help them out, but like we're all getting pizza. Like,
let me tell you something. I told you I was shooting my movie this past weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Raimi, shout out to Raimi, who may watch this in the future, being the Misfits fan that he is. Shout out to Raimi, is completely vegan.
Mm-hmm.
And I ordered him a pizza with no cheese from Domino's just for him, just so that he had something.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, the pizza shows up and it has fucking cheese.
Yep.
And I had to give him my card to run out and get some falafel. And it's just like, fuck, man. Like, you know, like it's hard. Yeah. Like you want to make sure that if you have people doing stuff for you and they have dietary restrictions, you gotta look out for them. You got to make sure that they're taken care of. It's important.
I mean, when we would tour with H2O and like, Toby and Moon were vegan.
Yeah.
It was on their rider. Like they showed up, they were prepared. Like
right.
It wasn't just somebody dropping you off going, okay, I'm vegan, feed me. Like, well, I'm not prepared for that. What?
Right. That you had a heads up. Yeah.
Yeah. And at least by the time the first Fiend Fest tour did happen and Captain Sensible was vegan, I had some experience. So I could mostly get him taken care of. And he was very, very appreciative of that.
I'm very excited to talk about this Fiend Fest and everything. But I think before we can even talk about it, we have to talk about something that may be uncomfortable, and you could say whatever you want to say about it or not want to say about it. We could graze over it again, just for the sake of being thorough and going through all the pieces and whatnot. Kenny eventually, Rocky stops being the tour manager at some point. The way that you framed it is something that, and here's what's interesting. So I met Rocky at your house 7 years removed, and he very graciously sat down with me for close to 4 hours. And we talked about and maybe it was easier to do that because I was only interested in talking about the Misfits from 77 to 83.
Right.
But that he was very graciously and generously sat down and told me stories and gave me of his time. But the way that you speak about it just now, or at least the detail that I pick up on, is that he wants nothing, or he wanted nothing to do with anything. He was over it and past it. What, if anything, can you say about this?
Well, here is the full rundown, again, from my perspective, but also things actually happening to me as well.
Okay.
Whatever. Right. So this would have been 2003. I'm living in Staten Island with my new wife, who is now pregnant, with the baby due in November. And I'm still the assistant tour manager. I'm the guitar tech for the Misfits. Rocky's the tour manager. We're running the Fiend Club, like we're doing all that stuff. I'm thinking the future is so bright, I got to wear shades. And one day, as Rocky puts it, he and Jerry spoke one evening, and everything was totally fine. Whatever they were talking about, the upcoming tour or whatever they spoke about, everything was totally fine. As Rocky puts it, the sun went down and it came back up, and Jerry called him the next morning and said, "You're fired." But he didn't just say, "You are fired." He said, "You and Tank are fired."
You were fired too? What? How did I not know that?
Yep. I was let go.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Rocky was like, "Tank, I don't know what to tell you. Just last night, everything was fine. And as of this morning, you and I are both let go."
Did you have any there was no inkling, nothing. This just came out.
I had mentioned previously that guy Colin had kind of got a word in Jerry's ear that it seemed like there was too many chiefs and not enough Indians in our organization, as he put it. And Rocky and I agreed because we felt like there was too much outside, like we needed to just be like a tight-knit circle. And Jerry took that as, yeah, you're right. Why am I allowing Kenny to be in charge of things? Why am I allowing Tank to be in charge of things? That was all we could really make of it, because I don't think we were ever given like a concrete reason why we were let go. Rocky thought maybe, well, out of the original, if you break up, the Misfits money in, pieces of pie, Rocky had the last piece of the pie. Maybe Jerry wanted the bigger piece of pie. We can speculate all we want. The truth is we don't know, but we were just like, poof, let go. So here I am living in an apartment with a pregnant wife, and I've just lost my means of income. Granted, she's working, but we're about to have a baby.
Yeah.
She can't stay working. What the fuck am I going to do now? So I immediately began scrambling, looking for work. I remember applying at the Ben Franklin Museum in Philly to, I built a tour bus. I could certainly build, they wanted like both static and mechanical displays for, stuff in the museum. I'm like, I could fucking do that. But I had nothing on my resume that said I could. I was getting nowhere with finding work in Staten Island, and panic was hitting pretty fucking hard. It's one thing to lose your job when it's just, you, or it's you and your significant other, but when there's a child on the way, holy fuck, that changes everything. We went to Dez's birthday party at his brother Prue's house, in Teaneck, I think it was. And Tut was there, and we were like, Tut, did you hear that Rocky and I were let go? And he was like, yeah, man. I was like, what did you hear about it? He's like, nothing. He's like, I don't know what to tell you. It's we're all shocked. Like, okay, I guess this is it then.
So you were not, when you were fired, you found out from Kenny, you didn't speak directly to Jerry at all. Jerry just was like, oh, and by the way, Tank's fired too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. And so for a month and a half, I was scrambling, man. I was looking hard for work every day.
Yeah.
Every day. And then one day my phone rings. Just before the days of cell phones, the phone in the apartment rings.
Yeah.
And it's Cafiero. And the way he put it, he was like, what went down between you and Jerry, when he let you go? And I'm like, I don't know. I thought maybe you could tell me. And he's like, would you consider coming back as the tour manager? And I mean, at first I was like, no, that was my friend's job. Like that was my first, gut reaction was like, that's Rocky's job. I'm not going to take his job. But then the reality of the situation clearly kicked in and was like, you need a fucking job. You have a kid on the way. And I was like, I would consider it. And he says, okay, let me talk to Jerry. I'll give you a call back.
Can I pause just for 1 second? Because I have a burning question here. Burning, before you continue. How could he just fire you after all those years? And then Cafiero wants to, like, there was no, did you try to call Jerry just to get clarification?
No.
You just were, you were hurt?
I was hurt. I was shocked. I think, and again, if my memory serves me correctly, I think when Ken and I were speculating, we think that Jerry thought I was stealing merchandise, because as we go on the road for 2 months, we do it in store. We buy some DVDs because they're, we get them at a discount. You pick up this thing as a gift. You pick up this other thing. And so where would I put all this stuff? Empty merch boxes. And so at the end of the tour, I'm loading what looks like merch boxes into my car, but it's all shit. It's all stuff that I've just accumulated from being on the road for 2 months.
Interesting.
And so our thought was that, and Jerry might have actually said something to Kenny about that, which is why Kenny might have brought it up, like, you know, and John Grimm, you know, stealing merch or whatever it was. But I'm like, no, I would take, and this was known, this was not like off the radar. Every time a new shirt would come out, I would get one, an XL shirt I would take home, with me, you know, just for me. And so, you know, there was somebody could have asked, hey, Tank, what's in those boxes? Let me open them up and show you. Here you go. Like, no, I'm not stealing merchandise. And I think in the beginning, Jerry seemed like he was okay with the whole Grimm's auction thing that would run in the wintertime when we were pretty much not touring and I needed to kind of make ends meet. But I think over time that was rubbing him the wrong way. And that might have been, he's like, well, where's Tank getting all this stuff to sell? He's stealing merch. No, it was old crew stuff. It was nothing.
Yeah.
Who's going to buy merch that you can buy at the show on an auction? No one's going to buy that. So I don't know. There was, somebody didn't have all the facts, or there were some assumptions made. So as soon as I get off the phone with Cafiero, immediately I call Rocky and I tell him, you're not going to believe this. They just offered me your old job as tour manager. And right away, God bless him, he said, Tank, you have a baby on the way. You have to take that job.
He gave you the blessing.
I
always wondered,
without a moment's hesitation.
I always wondered how it came to be that you stayed on, that you were as tight as you were with Rocky, but that you stayed on as tour manager, and he, after taking his job or replacing him in that job.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And so when Cafiero called me back, he said, yeah, okay, I spoke with Jerry and he's cool with it. You know, do you want the job? And I'm like, yes, I do. So apparently, as I found out more, what happened was this was when they were prepping the first Fiend Fest.
Yeah.
2003. Misfits, Damned,
Dickies.
So UK Subs was the later one. So UK Misfits, Damned, Dickies,
Agnostic Front.
Were they on the Fiend Fest tour?
Yeah.
Oh my God, they were. They were. Yes, they were. Of course they were. And Orange.
Balzac.
Balzac.
And DI.
I don't know if Balzac was on the whole thing.
Okay.
DI. That's, oh my God. Wow. Okay.
And that was August. That was July and August of 2003.
Okay. So, like in May was when Rocky and I were let go.
Wow.
Literally a month and a half later, I'm called up and said, would you like to would you consider becoming the tour manager? And from what I've gathered from Cafiero and maybe hearing a little bit of this and that, from other sources, was that they attempted to hire just a hired gun tour manager to be the head tour manager for this festival tour, and whoever the top billing band is, their tour manager is everybody's go-to guy for like everything. They hired this guy. Don't remember who he was, where he came from, and he wanted tour bus plus hotels plus this plus that, like, and Jerry and Cafiero are going, no, we have a Winnebago, we don't need hotels. Like this guy was like expecting rock star treatment. Yeah, and it was not going well, and they were finally like, fuck this guy's out. Who else have we got that we can rely on? So if you can imagine, now granted, I've been assistant tour manager and worked closely with the previous tour manager for many years now. Yeah, so it's not like I'm stepping into a totally new job cold and I don't know how it works.
Right. You understand the organization, the personalities, the hierarchy, whatever.
I've never advanced shows, but I get it. I understand how the scheduling, and I get how all this stuff kind of has to happen. I've been there. But I'm told, okay, well, you're now the tour manager. You have 1 week to get the Fiend Fest tour up and running. 1 week as the head tour manager of the headlining band of a festival tour. As talk about trial by fucking fire.
Yeah, but why? So they were calling you at the last minute, and they wanted you to
step up and run with the ball because I don't think they had another option. I think the thing was going to fall apart if they did. This guy that they tried to hire was a complete fuck up. Not so much a fuck up. He was like, oh yeah, I've worked for Motley Crue and I've worked for this, and then we get hotels and we get champagne and we get no, that's not how this is going to work. So, if you can imagine, I didn't even have a cell phone yet in 2003. They were still kind of new. I went out and I got a cell phone because it's hard to be a tour manager without the means of communication. And I don't think I slept the entire week leading up to that tour because I had so much to tackle. Prep work to make sure that this tour literally stayed on the fucking rails.
It's crazy.
Yeah. That's
crazy.
How I became the tour manager.
And so, sorry, continue. Go ahead.
No, it's just, I don't think I did not guitar tech. No, I think Roger was the guitar tech. I did not guitar tech. But I remember my buddy Tim at the time was the box truck driver. Merch was handled again, hired guns from whoever, Cinderblock.
Yeah.
And, King Tut was Marky's drum tech. But yeah, I'm now the tour manager. Simple as that.
And so, but here's what I don't understand, or at least so they thought that something about tour merch, or that you're walking away with tour merch. But what about Rocky? So is Rocky
again, this is all kind of coming off the heels of Jerry being told from just some random guy we worked with once, there's too many chiefs, not enough Indians in your organization. And I think Jerry took that to heart and I was like, all right, I'm axing this guy, I'm axing that guy. I will be the only chief.
Jerry axed his brother, or did Cafiero do it?
Jerry was the one who pulled the trigger. Whether
Right.
they spoke about it, but between the two of them, who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm glad things worked out the way they did because I had an upcoming family to feed.
Sure.
But it wasn't exactly how I wanted it to go down. It was what it was. Thank God I had Rocky's blessing. I don't know what I could have done if he was like, oh, Tank, I don't got a good feeling about this. Like, that's, feed my family or but he was good. There was never bad blood over that.
So you got the blessing. Now, how did you and Jerry ever have a restorative conversation? Like, were things ever the same again after that? I mean, you worked with Jerry for another 5 years, right? Like, so
just like when Michael would walk off stage and a few months later he's back singing a few shows with us, you walk in like it's business as fucking usual. You don't say, so what happened back there? No. You just go, okay, we're doing this show. Cool, let's go. You ready for line check?
Yeah, that's it.
It's just matter of fact. There's no, so we should probably hash out if you think. No, you just show up and you do your fucking job.
Did you get? Was it fun? Or did you go back to? Did it ever go back to like old times in terms of the feeling, or was it like really altered from that point on? If that makes sense.
Both.
Yeah.
It'd be one thing if it was just a Misfits tour was my first job as my first experience as tour manager. But this was the fucking, not just a Fiend Fest, it was the first Fiend Fest.
Uh-huh.
I'm the first tour, like I was nervous as hell.
It's a lot of responsibility.
I had so much responsibility for so many people. And I was supposed to settle. The promoters didn't want like all the different tour managers coming and stuff. I had to settle for everybody and then go to all the other tour managers and give them this and give them that and give this other thing on top of just keeping the whole fucking train on the tracks there. And at one point, I think it was going back to the Masquerade in Ybor City. Chicken from DI, who was kind of like their tour manager, even though he's the guitarist, he and Amanda the Commander, from the tour manager for Agnostic Front, it might have included the Dickies too. I'm not. At some point, they said, Tank, you have too much on your plate. You going in and settling for all the bands and then coming to all of us individually and settling, like, that's ridiculous. We're going to take some of this off your plate. And at first I was like, well, how dare you say I can't handle this? But then once it like actually came to fruition, I was like, it was a relief. Oh, thank fucking God. Yeah. That tour was not literal non-fucking stop as the tour manager.
I have a lot of questions about some of this stuff here, not just as it relates to this tour and the other bands. So first off, you interacted a lot with the Damned and the Dickies and Agnostic Front, right? And Balzac and DI.
Yep.
Roger in Agnostic Front is a huge Misfits fan. Do you remember him? I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Roger was great.
Roger was cool.
Benny, like the everybody on that tour, for the most part, was awesome. We'll get into how things played out with the Damned.
Oh, that was going to be my next question, because the last time that it's interesting with the Damned, because the last time, as far as I know, maybe you guys had played some shows with the Damned in the 90s that I'm not aware of, but
I think they played that Hootenanny outdoor hot rod thing, but we weren't even on the same stage. If they actually played that, for some reason, I'm thinking they did.
So then this is really interesting, because the last time that the Misfits and the Damned were together, Jerry arrived on the doorstep of Dave Vaney and was like, hey! Yeah. And now Jerry has a Fiend Fest and he's got the Damned on.
Yeah. Yep.
But mind you, they had sort of, they were trying to court Dave in the 90s to sing before Mike. So there was that too.
Dave Vanian's phone number was written on the fucking door at Pro Edge.
Wow.
It was right there. Jerry's handwriting. Anybody who walked in there could have called him, hey, Dave, what's up? I saw your number.
Before I ask you further about this, do you remember in the 90s before Mike, like in 94 or 95, do you remember like the conversation about Dave Vanian, or when did Dave Vanian like kind of go off the table, or what do you remember about that, if anything?
I think, was Jerry the one that told me he was looking to get Dave? And then I just saw the phone number on the wall. I was like, oh yeah, that would be cool. Or did I hear about it beforehand and then saw the phone number? I really don't remember how I heard that was. I don't even know if saying. I think in Jerry's mind it was on the table. I don't think it was ever in Dave's mind as being a thing.
That's not something Dave ever would have done.
I don't think so. No.
So what did you? So what are the Dickies like? What were the Dickies like at that time?
Were awesome. The Dickies were looking great, man.
They put on a great show.
Leonard and Stan and Tiny Bubbles was their drummer at the time, who later did work with Doyle for a little bit.
Wait, Tiny from TSOL?
That's where Tiny and I met, was on the Fiend Fest tour.
Get the fuck out of here. So and that was, wow, you know what? That was before he started drumming for TSOL.
Mm-hmm. I think
he was the drummer for the Dickies. I did not know that.
He play for Head PE?
He did.
That, I think, was the first time I met him. Was when. But
I think he played for Head PE later. He played for Head PE in like the 90s or something.
No, I think we did a show.
I don't know.
Wow, I don't know, but I know he played for Head PE at one point. Yes. TSOL. But my first
and he played with Doyle.
Working with him was on that tour.
And I'll tell you, he was, listen, I love Antonio. Shout out to Antonio, who's the final drummer of TSOL before they retired. Teeny was the best. Teeny, he was the best, man. He was so good for that band. And it was a shame when he left, TSOL. He literally left TSOL and he was with Doyle, like just right after that. He's
been around the block, that guy. Last time I saw him was in LA. I was out there for There was a reality show they wanted to do based on like the whole Wasteland Weekend thing, and they brought me out there, brought me out in the desert to like do these interviews and stuff, and they got some sound bites from me, and so I just had a few days to kill in LA. I was like, "Yo, Tiny, what's up? Let's go out to dinner." So we ate at like a little
nice
street side cafe there. Yeah, when he was drumming for Doyle,
he replaced Chud. Like he was there that 3 days when he was on that show he
needed a ride to Home Depot to get carpeting for his drum riser. I'm like, all right, let's go. Hop in. Let's go to Home Depot.
That's funny.
The Dickies were awesome. Leonard is fucking hilarious. Stan is so cool.
Yeah.
And he was great. The other guys, they were all awesome. We wanted all the tour managers, we all pitched in and bought a Spider-Man bowling ball for Stan Lee.
Oh, nice.
The night we played the Ranch Bowl, where it was a venue / bowling alley. And after the show was over, they closed off the bowling alley, so it was just all the bands and the crew from the Fiend Fest bowling together. And we had our team was all the tour managers. We were all on one team.
That sounds fun.
And Balzac was on one team, and everybody thought for sure Tank was the guy to watch out for, because what did Tank open with? 3 strikes in a row, baby. There was that turkey. Everybody's going, oh shit.
You were like, it's Thanksgiving, gobble gobble.
And then it was nothing but Gutterball City for the rest of the night.
Oh shit.
That's how Tank bowls, I swear to God.
So okay, let's talk about the Damned and the Damned on this tour. First and foremost, what did you make of Dave Vanian and Captain Sensible? I imagine that for you, this must have blown your mind, because you thought about were you thinking about the lore of the Misfits and the Damned going all the way back, or even just as a fan of the band?
I don't think I had time. I think I was so busy and pulled in so many directions that didn't have any impact on me. It was a job. It was a job. I had to get it done. And the clock was fucking ticking every day, all day. Because here was the interesting thing I quickly learned about being a tour manager. Your job is different every single day. When you're the merch guy, you load in the merch, you hang it up, you sell the merch, you take it down, you load it out. When you're the guitar tech, you load in the back line, you string the guitars, you do the show, you break it down, you load it out. Like, it's the same thing every day. Tour managing, you've got to advance shows, and you got but anytime there's a monkey wrench, to quote whoever it was that said that, Doyle, the tour manager is the one that has to fix it.
Sure.
It's the tour manager whose lap it lands in every day for the new monkey wrench. And every day
being a fixer.
Monkey wrench. Yeah. And it's thinking quickly on your feet and just making things happen. It's like being a producer for a movie.
A producer. Yep.
Yeah. The tour manager is the producer of the tour. So that kept me busy, but I appreciated it because it kept things fresh. The job never got old, it never got stale. I work well under pressure. I work well under fire. I just kick it into high gear and get hyper focused. So it luckily, it seemed like the tour ran smoothly, but as far as profitability was concerned, and I as much as I'm not in a position to point fingers at anyone, because I'm not all knowing about all aspects of how you put a tour together. But I had a feeling that some of the contracts that our booking agent had just kind of thrown together and been like, okay, I've never worked with you before, but you're going to give us $20,000 for this show, right? And the promoter being like, yeah, I'm fresh out of high school, but that sounds normal.
Oh my fucking God. You're kidding me.
Some of the venues we played were professional. Some of them I'm like, what the fuck are we doing here? And why am I working with this kid?
So it's some kid who's booked Fiend Fest and he doesn't have the money to pay you guys?
We played a Masonic temple in Alabama. I want to say somewhere down south. And when I say
the temple, August 11th, 2003, the temple in Mobile, Alabama.
Mobile, Alabama. When I say Masonic temple, I mean full on marble everything in this, and we toured, all of us guys were like, what the fuck, this place is insane. We toured it, went through this whole building. There were hidden passageways, there were crazy cult murals painted in chambers upstairs. This was full on Masonic headquarters here. But we get there. There's no fucking barricade that's in the right. Oh, we're gonna build one out of 2x4s and plywood. That's not a fucking barricade. That's toothpicks.
Yeah.
The Damned's sound engineer was like, Tank, before we get set up, before we load in, I want you to come check something out. I'm like, okay. We go in the main room again. Marble pillars, marble floors, marble walls. Zero sound.
The sound. I was about to say the sound is going to sound. The sound isn't going to work.
He has a CD playing on the PA. He presses stop. We continue to hear music at full volume for 3 whole seconds.
Holy shit.
Yeah. That room was not designed to do that kind
How
of stuff.
could a band play in there?
We couldn't, but we did.
Oh my
the
God.
show must fucking go on. And we shouldn't have. We should have pulled the plug when we showed up because that promoter had like nothing to fucking give us at all. And that
do you remember Jerry? Did Jerry flip a shit on that? Was he pissed?
No. I guess when it comes to business stuff, Jerry's a businessman. He knows reality.
Yeah.
He will, if anything, he will try and pep talk a promoter into figuring out how to make this work, to get the money, to do this stuff, instead of coming out from like, we will fucking stomp your... No, he was never like that.
So he's like, is it coming from, like, where does that come from? Or why would he... Is that just like him seeing a trying situation and trying to make everybody walk away from it in a positive light? Like, what is that about?
I mean, ultimately, again, his biggest goal, I think, is keep the machine going.
Yeah.
And if you jam on the brakes for one thing that goes off the rails, the machine stops.
Yeah.
So yeah, like in hindsight, should we have done that show? No. And we drove way fucking far to get to this venue.
So a lot was spent on gas.
Yeah, and they opened like the Dickies and D, like they're like in a van. Oh no, the Dickies had an RV. They rented it from the place that we used to rent ours from. But DI, they were in a van. Balzac, they were. What did we have them in? Their own RV, and we got them a driver. I just saw him recently at a local like card show. Mike. And anyway, Colorado Mike, as we used to call him.
Yeah, Colorado Mike.
Yeah, there's so many fucking things coming back to me now. He was Balzac's driver, another fan that we got a job. But these band, like, we spent our last dollar to get here, and now there's money for us when we're here. And Chicken's guitar was stolen during load in or load out. I'd probably load out. And he's like, it's okay. I'm sponsored by whoever, Ibanez or whoever it was. And he literally had a guitar waiting for him at the next venue.
That's insane.
Thank God. Thank fucking awesome. Yeah. But like certain shows like that, I'm like, why is our booking agent doing this to us? Why are we driving this fucking far to deal with a high school kid at a Masonic temple? Like, why are we not doing real fucking shows? Take a fucking day off. Instead of losing money, just don't make money. How about that? So I felt like I was kind of thrown to the wolves there a bit with that one. And I mean, all the other bands, as the head tour manager, they're coming to me like, hey, yo, you got to give us some money. You got to keep us alive. It's up to you. And I'm like,
oh, fuck.
I don't make the financial decisions. I have to go to Jerry with like, hey, the bands are saying we need gas money.
And what does Jerry say?
Jerry he'd been in that, going back to the Damned tour.
Yeah.
Back to playing with the Damned. He knows. He knew what it was like.
Yeah.
So I do think we coughed up some agnostic front. I gave some to Amanda. I think DI.
You cough gold.
Yeah. As far as who all got how much, I don't recall, but I remember like going into the safe and talking with Jerry, like, all right, what are we going to do here?
Right.
And,
you had like a prudent reserve of some kind for emergencies or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, we were collecting cash on the road, so we had reserves, but.
Wait, so was this show like sparsely attended? Did people show up?
According to the promoter, the owner of the venue demanded some amount of money for the bar or for something, and then that left the promoter with like no money left. And I was like, well, whoa. I should have come to you first, but like, no, I demand this, and you take, and then fuck the owner. So yeah, and then I remember the Damned's tour manager at the time, I forget his name, but he was a younger guy. He did the first half of the tour, and then Jill, I can't remember her last name. She was Canadian. I had worked with her before at a show.
Oh, yeah. Jill Canada.
Yeah.
Jill Canada. Yeah.
My first running in with her was when I was handling merch and we were doing a show in Toronto.
Yeah.
She was the one who counted me in and counted me out that night. And we just talked a lot. She was their tour manager for the second half of that tour. And she was an experienced tour manager. So I picked up from her all that I could, because this was my first foray into this, and here she taught this sort of stuff, I think, at university up in Canada.
Yeah.
But she, in hindsight, said you should have gone to the owner of the building and been like, listen, we need to settle for some of the take on the bar or something. We can't leave here with no money. And I was like, yeah, of course, now you tell me, But again, if it's not in the contract, all I can do is like beg. The contract is the contract. What, are they going to give me more than what the contract says? No.
Right. Right.
It's not his responsibility, but you try and throw yourself on the mercy of the court and see what you can get. But I didn't know that stuff yet. I didn't know that was an option. But that was the first night that things went
awry.
That what's her name? Dave's wife.
Oh, Patricia Morrison.
Patricia Morrison. She was the mouthpiece of the band.
Get out of here, really?
Yeah. I mean, as when it came to this situation.
Wait a minute. She was still the bass player too.
Yeah, correct.
She was the bass player, and that was right before they had their daughter, and she retired. But she was in Sisters of Mercy. She was in a bunch of bands.
And that's why I think I remember seeing the Damned at that Hootenanny outdoor thing, because I think I remember seeing Patricia on stage and being like, oh, not realizing, oh, she's in the Damned.
Yeah.
I think that's why I remember them playing that show. And it would have been a great show for them to play anyway.
So she spoke for the rest of the band.
She was the one that was like very vocal about first coming to me and then going straight to Jerry, like, hey, you need to take care of us. And I get everybody's different. The way I might approach a situation like that will be a little more easing into it. She came right at it. And so right away, Jerry was like, fuck you. Don't fucking come to me like that. Don't fucking come at me like that. Come talk to me like an adult. And I saw it. I mean, I'm right there. I'm watching this go down. I'm like, oh, this is not going to fucking end well.
Wait. Hold on. I got to process this for a minute. So Patricia, who's she's not the manager, but she just is the person. She's the one that speaks for the whole band at this point in time. In that circumstance, yes. Right. Dave certainly wasn't doing. Dave was very, very quiet. Right.
I didn't have much interaction with Dave really at all. I mean, we were pleasant, but he didn't say much.
What about Captain?
Yeah, and Captain was Captain again because I had to go out of my way to make sure his dietary needs were met, and he made sure I was aware that he appreciated it.
He's a very extroverted fellow, it seems.
Yeah, for sure. But when in this particular situation, Patricia was definitely the mouthpiece. And she might have, all the band might have said, "Hey, Patricia, go tell them this." Who knows?
Right, but she was happy to be. She was the one charged or whatever.
Problem. Yeah, I just standing there as it went down like that. Don't immediately attack somebody and put them on a back foot because they're just going to defend.
Now, when you say, I mean, she's British, right?
Yeah.
So, and that's also when you think about culturally and like that, she's
still mad about the Revolutionary War, man. Whatever. I get.
Wait, but is she's aggressive in like a British kind of way? Or is she
not specifically British? No.
So
I don't. I got to watch what I say.
Yeah.
But I want to say in a female kind of way.
Gotcha. So right. So she's aggressive. She's aggressive.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
And Jerry,
like I was talking with Jill about it, and we were totally like there was no aggression at all. It was like adult to adult, like we're going back and forth, exchanging ideas.
Yeah,
and it wasn't that way at all. It came out hot and heavy and fat. At first at me, and then directly at Jerry, and I'm like, oh.
So you turned when she spoke to you that way. You said, "Hey, you got to talk to Jerry," or you went to Jerry, and then
as the head tour manager, I'm taking it, and I'm doing my best to like.
Yeah,
let's pump the brakes, let's calm down. And there was no calming her down. She needed to talk to Jerry because it was pretty much obvious. I don't make the financial decisions.
Right.
I just keep the train on the tracks. So it was in a parking lot behind the venue in the dark. There was the Dam's tour bus. I think we're right outside their tour bus, and that's when that was the beginning of the rift in that moment.
The rift between the Damned and Jerry.
It was unspoken, but it was palpable. You knew there was something in the air.
Tension.
But yeah, there was tension.
But did Jerry like straight up back to her? He didn't literally say "fuck you," but he was just like "fuck you."
I could tell he was like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa!"
Yeah, like something like that.
Like what the fuck? Yeah. I mean, we all know how Jerry is. You're not going to attack him, and he's just going to be like, "Oh yeah, okay, good." No, fuck.
Right. So he pushed back, and I'm sure that on some level, there is, there's history, and the history goes back to the 90s with them trying to court Dave, and back to 79.
Yeah.
Right. Like there's. Specifically, that here we are in England, and we're walking off your tour because the hospitality you provided us is not sufficient for us.
Yeah.
Despite not having a contract and whatever.
And I do recall, having to speak with Caffiero. He and I were in communication every day.
Yeah.
And trying to keep the tour on the road. And he's the business standpoint of it. And he's like, no fucking way. This is not how that works. If we take a hit, you take a hit. Like we're not here to bankroll everybody else's tour. We're all in this together.
He was not on the tour with you. You were just in communication with him.
There was one show where the Damned, managed by Stormy. I think there was one show where maybe Caffiero was at the show, and Stormy came too. And I think it was me and Caff and maybe Jill and Stormy in a room backstage trying to like hash it out. And it wasn't heated. It wasn't as heated as the Patricia altercation sort of was, but there was heat. Stormy was trying to bring some heat, and Caffiero was just like, no.
But this is specifically in response to that one tour date, or just are there mounting issues?
That was out of all the bad shows, that was by far the worst.
Gotcha.
And there
so
were
other
like shows
of other shows where
there were other shows that weren't quite on the level. And again, I go back to the booking agent. Like, why the fuck are you booking a show with this high school kid? Literally, the kid in Alabama was like fresh out of high school. This is not a promoter for a fucking festival.
Yeah.
Had no idea what he was fucking doing. Our rider, like, do we have a rider? No, there's no rider tonight. There's no money for the ride. Like, it was just a fucking fiasco. And so yeah, trying to hash it out. And I remember Stormy like bringing some heat, trying to bring some heat. Jill and I are kind of being the let's keep things smooth here because we're the ones who have to get back in the tour bus with everybody else when this is all over.
Right.
And Caffiero just being the businessman, being like, no, we don't agree to that. No, we're not going to do that.
At this point, is Jerry just turning to Caffiero and being like, "Hey, man, I'm
Jerry
just trying to."
Jerry doesn't want to fucking deal with this shit.
Can you deal with this? I don't want.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so this entire tour with the Damned becomes incredibly tense.
Only with the Damned.
Only with the Damned.
The other bands, you know, we were able to keep them going enough in, like, when there were bad times, that they were doing okay. I remember making at the show in New York, Tiny had lost his tour laminate, and I during sound check, like that, you know, the house is full of like all the bands, everybody's crew and everything. We're all loading in. I made Tiny get on his knees on stage and beg me for another tour laminate. That was just, you know, that was the goofiness that we would do. And he was totally like, yeah, okay, Tank, I'll fucking get on my knees and blow you, or, you know, whatever you want me to do on stage. I just need a fucking minute. You know, it was all in love.
Now, did the dance? Now, how many Fiend Fests were there total?
2 that I was in charge of.
Okay, so there was 2003 and 2006.
Yeah.
Now, the Damned never did another Fiend Fest, right? It was just this one.
No.
So now there's a video. There is some video, and maybe you can give reference to this specific what's happening here. Maybe you were there for it, where Jerry is out on the stage and Captain Sensible turns around and moons the entire audience, and Jerry has said something along the lines like, "Hey, it's Captain Sensible, he's my hero for the kids," you know. And Captain, not literally, I just like say, my caricature of Jerry is to always be like, "Hey, for the kids," but like that they're taking a bow or something, and Captain Sensible's wearing a tutu, a pink tutu, and he turns around and he moons everybody, and Jerry is this is the read that I got from the video. Now then you could tell me what actually was. Jerry seems in the video very uncomfortable. He seems very upset, and he's got this shit-eating grin on his face, and he's pretending like, oh yeah, it's all part of the thing. But it seems like Jerry's like, what the fuck is going on here? What the fuck happened? When was that? What's the context? Give me what happened?
As it is known in the touring world, the last night of a tour is when the shenanigans happen. And that show was the last night of the Fiend Fest tour. And so Captain Sensible, I'm standing on the side of the stage, Jerry's side of the stage. I'm there with Captain Sensible. I'm there with Patricia. Captain runs out, does his shtick. Jerry has his moment of like, oh shit, that didn't go the way I thought it was going to. And Patricia turns to me and says, see, this is what you get when you don't pay us. And that is word for word what she said to me. See, this is what you get when you don't pay us. And then she turns to walk away, and I wanted to say something snarky in return, but as the guy who's supposed to keep the whole fucking thing on the rails, I was just like, okay. But I'm thinking to myself, like, this is fucking awesome. Captain Sensible is on our stage mooning the fucking crowd. That is so Captain Sensible. I had no problem with it. I thought it was fucking classic.
I'm looking it up. I'm pulling it up right now. We have to see it. I'm sure it's somewhere. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
She said to me word for word. I was like, okay.
So this was a planned.
Whether it was planned or it was just in the moment, she's like, "Oh, this is my perfect chance for a dig at this guy who really, you know, isn't the one calling the shots." You know, and I think I even, you know, after the show, I told Jerry or told everybody, and we all kind of had a good laugh about it. But yeah, that was word for word what was said to me.
So Jerry at the end found it funny and just sort of shrugged it off.
I think it wasn't that, but it's somebody's blood.
Right.
Whatever. This is a punk show. I mean, I know it's for the kids and all that stuff, but it's a butt. It could be the Impotent Sea Snakes not knowing that, you know, Jerry's mother was at the show and they're doing like crazy sex stuff on stage, and like.
Was Jerry's mom at that show?
The Roseland show with Impotent Sea Snakes, we had a lot of family, a whole lot of family at that show. And because it was like a private show of some type, I think the Impotent Sea Snakes just kind of thought that they were in the clear to do everything they wanted to. And I mean, full on, like, straight up sex acts.
Oh my God.
On the stage.
All right, like, but that's not the same as but like that's I can't believe this is not on. See, this is what's so upsetting is that we always say that the internet is forever, and the internet is not forever because there is stuff that is there 1 minute and then the next minute it's gone forever. And
usually I go to YouTube and it says this content has been removed at the request of Glenn Danzig. I'm like, God damn it.
Yes.
God damn it, Glenn.
Yeah, Glenn doesn't like having nope.
Glenn don't like it.
Glenn don't like it. But this is crazy. How is this not here? How is this not here? Wait, Fiend Fest 2003. Let's see what that turns up. So that moment is actually, there's more levity in that moment than the way I read it in just a completely different way.
Yep.
You debunked it a bit for me. This is nuts, dude. This is like the internet is not forever always.
Yeah.
Sometimes things get, man. And you know what's funny? When I type in these things, you know what comes up? My videos. All my fucking videos come up.
It's like doing a search for Lord Humungus and Tank keeps popping up.
Yeah, it's just like the saturation, the oversaturation. Hold on, let me try one other thing. Let's see here. I've typed in Fiend Fest 2003. Nothing comes up for Fiend Fest 2003. Jerry only, Captain Sensible. If anybody can find this footage while we're still on the stream, God bless you. Please, somebody find this footage. Why? Oh, Jerry only and Marky Ramone on the People's Court. Did you know about that? Have you ever seen that clip?
No, I didn't see that clip.
You've never seen that clip?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. I got to play this for you too, because this is fucking hilarious. Hold on. We're taking a small detour here for this because it's too fucking funny. Wait, you never saw when, oh, that's interesting too. I got to keep this. I got to save that clip for later. That's crazy. So there's no, man, does anybody know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. You've seen that.
It was there, but
I mean, you were there, but you didn't see that. No, there's a video of this. There was a video of it, and now it's gone. It's gone forever. That's very sad. Cancel Frumess. You think you could cancel me, motherfucker? You ain't canceling shit. It ain't gonna happen.
Yep.
All right, here it is. All right, this is Jerry only and Marky Ramone on the People's Court, and I can only imagine. And here's the craziest part about this clip is, it's during the day. It's like the middle of daytime. Jerry only is dressed like Jerry only, and he's with Marky Ramone. Like what? Like why did this happen, Tank? Hold on.
I don't know.
Welcome back to the People's Court. Harvey Levin outside the Times Square Visitor Center. What do you think of this defense?
I think he's lying about the threesome because he really wasn't trying to defend himself.
Okay, coming over here. Sir.
He did the damage, so he should pay for it.
Sir?
Well, having done a couple of hotel rooms myself, I've always paid the bill. Whether I did a little damage or a lot, it's all the same. You're there, you're in.
Why do I believe that? And you get the final word?
Well, if you're going to play, you got to pay.
You were in the Ramones, weren't you?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Is that not the best thing you've ever seen in your fucking life?
That is great. That is spot on, man. You know, Doyle used to always say that if we ever make it big, he wanted to book a hotel room and just let me loose.
Really?
He wanted to see me like running through walls and shit like that. I'm like, okay, but I guess we never made it big enough to. All I could do was break that bed in that across from Madison Square Garden.
It didn't happen. Well,
yeah.
Doyle has always said, for that Madison Square Garden show, Doyle is always like, talks about that like it's their greatest their crowning achievement or whatever.
It's funny because we played a little tiny room on a little tiny stage,
right,
in Madison Square Garden
for Halloween, right?
Yeah, it was. And Alice Cooper was there, and it was fun, but it was by no means a big show. Oh my
right,
gosh.
but it wasn't like that, which also happened to have the Damned as well on that show.
Were they?
Yeah, the Damned opened for the Misfits at Madison Square Garden. I was there.
Oh, the big one. Yes, the big one. I'm
one.
sorry. I thought you were talking about the Madison Square Garden. My bad. Yeah.
All right. This question keeps coming up over and over again. We're just going to take it super duper quickly and then go back to this conversation here. They both want. I think I could even answer this question. why Mike Hideous wasn't invited to sing on the 2003 tour, as if this was like some obvious. Why would that be? Why would he sing on the 2003?
I don't think after the way Mike was let go, I don't think he would have wanted to come back if it was offered to him.
Right, but either which way, why would he sing on the 2003 tour?
Jerry was already, doing it.
Yeah, like I just that's literally the answer. I mean at least that's the logical answer to me. I don't know.
Almost sadly, I mean, after, like, as we've said, Jerry probably began singing out of necessity because he was the only singer he could rely on. His next most reliable singer would have been Mike Hideous. Yeah, go figure. But I the way Mike was let go, I remember running into Mike at a Chiller Theater after the fact. And he would talk to me, but he wouldn't even talk to Rocky. He was so like, I'm fucking done with these guys. Later down the road, that he and Rocky, kind of, there wasn't any really rift between them. I think it was just such a bad, I think it was because Rocky was the one that had to deliver the news. I think that's where that stemmed from.
Right.
If they could have offered it to him, Mike would have been like, fuck off.
Now, believe it or not, before any other remarkable things from this Fiend Fest tour before we move on.
So the very first show, the guy who bought my old Misfits leather jacket that I used to wear in high school, that had like the denim vest over it with "Die Die My Darling" painted on the back, had all my collection of Misfits and Samhain bootleg buttons on the front. He came to the show wearing that jacket.
That must have been shocking for you.
And he wanted me to sign it. He wanted me to autograph it. And I did. I was like, wow, look at this fucking thing. So that was memorable. Another very memorable thing, going back to Colorado Mike, I forgot, we were somewhere in California, and it was during sound check. And Mike comes up to me and says, "Hey, Tank, there's a guy out by the Winnebago wanting to talk to you." And I'm like, "Well, tell him to fucking take a number and get in line. Like, I don't got time to stop what I'm doing and go out and talk to some rando stranger. If he wants to wait, he can fucking wait." I have no idea. Nobody knew who this guy was.
Yeah.
I kind of forgot about it. I went on about my fucking business. Eventually, at some point, I come walking outside. And sure enough, the street's pretty empty. But there's this tall white guy and I assume his girlfriend of some sort of Asian descent comes walking up to me, and he's like, "John Grimm?" And I'm like, "Yeah, like who the fuck are you?" "I'm Pusshead. I've always wanted to meet you."
Oh shit!
I'm sorry, what? You, huh? Not at all what I expected. Not at all what I expected. Oh my fucking God. "I'm Pusshead. I've always wanted to meet you." Wanted to meet me? You're fucking Pusshead. What, are you kidding?
Dude.
Yeah. He wanted to talk about the Misfits collection.
Get the fuck out of here. Now, did he at that time, I mean, by that time, had you heard the Pusshead tapes, or had you never heard those before?
I had not heard them yet. I mean, obviously, I was familiar with the article, but I hadn't. The tapes had not fallen into my. Even when they did fall into the CD copies, I was told, do not let these get out because it's still not like a public thing. And eventually, somebody let them out. I'm like, oh great! Now I forgot who it was that got them to me. I'm like, I hope they don't fucking think I did that. But fucking old news now.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wow. So okay. So wow. So first off, So, but even the fact that he had done that article was like monumental in terms of knowing anything about the Misfits, right?
That's what got me on the path to collecting, and that's what he wanted to talk about was my Misfits collection. I was fucking honored. Oh my God.
So did you ask him about did you ask him any questions about going to see Glenn and doing that interview in the first place? Did that ever come up?
I don't recall. I think I was so like dumbfounded in the moment. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Am I being punked or what? I don't remember the specifics about our conversation. It wasn't all that long. Unfortunately, it would have been great to like hang out and like really, hash some shit. But talk about fucking random. Oh my God.
What did he want to know about you had already sold off that collection by that time. What did he want to know about the collection?
No, I was still, I hadn't sold it yet.
In 2003, you hadn't sold it yet?
Hadn't sold it yet.
You still had that collection in 2003?
I bought the house in 2004.
Oh my God.
So the collection wouldn't have sold until early 2004.
So even when you were fired initially, you still at least had the collection to fall back on. And
Sasha and I were married. She was pregnant. We lived in her grandparents' co-op in Staten Island. Overhead was low, but it was a 1-bedroom. So we moved to the first floor of a multifamily home in another part in Staten Island. And that was where James was born in Brooklyn, but we lived in Staten Island. And it was kind of a 2-bedroom thing. We made it work. Yeah. And then in that apartment was where all the dealings went down for the sale of the collection. And I remember it was the post office down the road where like the Teenagers from Mars shipped out, and the Horror Business, stand up, and the Bullet stand up shipped out, and the like really fucking rare shit.
Oh, so you still had that collection.
Yeah.
Do you remember what you talked about with him, or what questions he asked you about the collection or anything?
I don't. I just remember him being impressed by the collection I had.
Yeah.
And I just wanted to kind of say that. And I don't remember any specific questions, but it was just so surreal. Oh my God. I've always wanted to meet you. What? What? You sure you have the right guy? Wow.
Okay. So what else?
Any other, let's see, Fiend Fest moments. The Dickies, very cool. They knew, because I would bug them about it every day. So, when are you going to play Banana Splits? So, when are you going to play Banana Splits? So, Stan, when are you playing Banana Splits? So finally, one night they were going to play Banana Splits for me. It happened to be the night my wife came out at the Palladium, I think in Worcester, and just like that old Masonic temple, I was like, Sasha, you got to see the Dickie set. It's so great. There's so much fun. Great band. Leonard tells these great jokes. The acoustics were so bad in that room. Leonard would tell the same jokes night after night after night. To the audience, it was a new fucking joke. To the rest of us, we're like, oh my fucking God. Just get to the point already. But I knew every word Leonard was saying, but I couldn't understand a thing he was fucking saying in that room because the acoustics were so fucking horrible. And I'm like, wow, this is anticlimactic. I'm touting how wonderful this band is and how funny they are, and you can't even fucking hear anything. It was all just like garbled. But they did play Banana Splits for me. And I had to hustle to get, because when Stan called me to let me know, hey, Tank, I hope you're in the house because we're about to go on and we're going to play Banana Splits for you. I was across the street at the restaurant in the fucking shitter. I'm like,
oh, man.
Of all the times for Stan Lee to fucking call me, tell me we're going to play your song, I'm on the throne. So great bunch of guys there. Any other, let's see. Great.
Here, I'm going to go through these dates. I'm going to go through these dates and you tell me anything, and then we're going to move on. And mind you, okay, so another interesting thing, Marky Ramone is still the drummer. He's the drummer on this tour.
Right.
How is Marky, like, how does Marky in all this mix? Like, is there, anything?
I think at this point, we've any inner friction.
No, not necessarily friction, just any sort of incident.
Funny anecdotes or anything.
Yeah.
He and Todd are always hanging out together. They're in the back watching Groucho Marx, whatever his old show was. They were always going, because there was some episode where somebody laughed in the crowd like that, and that was like their thing. So yeah, they were off in La La Land together, and that was perfect. That was fucking perfect.
And interesting. Okay, so the shows that you guys played, you played in Marquee Theater, Tempe, Arizona. That was the first one. Second one, 4th and B, San Diego. Avalon Ballroom in San Francisco. Ventura Theater in Ventura. the Grove of Anaheim in Anaheim, Crystal Ballroom in Portland, the Big Easy in Boise, the Big Easy in Boise. Hey, it's the Big Easy in Boise. Club DV8 in Salt Lake City. That one was without the Damned. Do you remember why the Damned were not on that particular show? Might have maybe to do with just tensions?
I don't think so.
Okay.
That must have been a prior commitment.
Maybe. Ogden Theater in Denver, Colorado. Ranch Bowl.
It's like I know all these venues that you're listing off, but I'm trying to remember specifically the Fiend Fest playing there, and I'm like,
I mean,
I didn't. I forgot we played. Like, oh, okay. Wow.
I mean, I don't really know what. That's the funny thing about memory, though, is that you say something and then it triggers something, and then you think of something that you don't remember. That you don't remember. The Quest in Minneapolis, Orbit Room in Grand Rapids, Emerald Theater in Mount Clemens, the Vic. I used to live right next to the Vic Theater. I lived next to the Vic Theater in Chicago, and the idea that was right by the Belmont Red Line, and the idea right next to Big Shitty Tap. Although I don't know if that was around back then, but I know Berlin was the nightclub, and I just can't imagine something like Fiend Fest being like happening at the Vic Theater. It just doesn't seem like that kind of place for that. But
I remember on that tour talking with Stan Lee a lot about like all their releases, and like anytime I remember being in Chicago and going to a record store and picking up Dickies CDs, and
Reckless Records, maybe.
And I remember talking to Stanley. I thought we were in the office at the Ogden Theater when I told him I'd picked up Dawn of the Dickies, which I'd originally had on vinyl way back.
Masterpiece of a record.
And he was like, "Yeah, that's a solid 9 out of 10." And I'm like, "That's the perfect way to describe that album. That is a solid 9 out of 10." Yeah.
I like that song "Fan Mail," although I think that's on Incredibly.
No, "Fan Mail's on Dawn of the Dickies.
That is one of their best songs. It's one of their that melody is just such a great fucking song. And then comes right after the Vic Theater is that Temple show, that Marble Nightmare.
So we went from Chicago, all the way down to Alabama, for a fucking fiasco. No wonder tensions went fucking like that was so stupid.
And then from Alabama to Florida,
to murder my fucking booking agent when I was put in that position.
And then from Alabama to Florida.
Okay.
For Twilight Ballroom, and then from Florida back up to Pennsylvania in Pittsburgh. That's nutty. That is nutty, dude.
That is the stupidest fucking routing.
That is from you from on August 12th, you're in Tampa, Florida. On August 14th, you're in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That is your booking agent hated you.
Yeah.
That's crazy, man.
I think Club Laga in Pittsburgh was the night that the box truck broke down.
No shit.
And Big Tim had to get it towed to somewhere, and so we couldn't load out our gear. So I slept in the venue alone, like locked in for the night with all of our gear to make sure nobody came in and fucked with it until the next morning when we could get a rental truck or something, and everybody could come back and load out. But I slept like on the speaker cabinets in a fucking venue, locked in by myself overnight.
Wow.
Yeah. And that was back home. My pregnant wife at the time was panicking because that was when there was a massive power outage. Like half of the Eastern Seaboard was out. And
the great blackout of 2003. Do I remember?
Yep.
Do I remember? We were we were teenagers, and we were up to no good. Let's just say that. Let's just leave it at that.
But here I am, like my pregnant wife has no air conditioning. She's stuck in a coat. I'm like, this is not. That was kind of the beginning of like how many more years of this can I do now that my home life is changing dramatically as it is.
I mean, I didn't experience that as a tour manager, but I definitely experienced that in my life too when I became a dad, and I was just like, I was like, where I'm working right now and like my work home balance this is untenable and I need to make a change. And that's what happens when you become a parent.
As Steve Zing said, when I'm talking about selling the Misfits collection, you're trading one love for another.
That's right. Do you see this right here?
There it is.
That's a Samhain button from Steve Zing. And I recently shared it on Facebook, but I said what he said to me, I've never forgotten. He threw me the button in his basement and I caught it and he said, cherish that. There are not too many like it. And I was like, wow, just fucking wow. And I still have it. I kept it. Cool. So, all right. So then Stone Pony.
Oh, outdoors, outside.
Yeah.
It was in the Stone Pony parking lot. I'm like, we couldn't fit the Fiend Fest inside the Stone Pony. Holy shit. Yeah.
Actually, it was the Stone Pony lot is what the show says. Yeah.
Yep.
And then Trocadero
again. Yeah.
Yeah. In Philly. And then Exit in New York.
Okay.
Hey, see, this is why we do this because you just went,
yes. Exit in New York. So that's the stage where Tiny got on his knees and begged Tank in front of God and everybody.
Yeah.
And it was all just for a good laugh. But oh my God, there was no parking. We're in New York City. There's no fucking parking. We had to unload everything. And then all the tour buses, all the equipment trucks had to go over into Jersey and park for the day.
That is a nightmare.
Absolute fuck. Like, why are we doing this? Why the fuck are we doing this?
Why would you bring a festival to New York City? And you're the tour manager. That all falls on you. That's fucking nuts, dude. That really is nuts.
The promoter was like this fucking 80s hair metal guy who thought he was some kind of fucking badass. And he made it clear from me. He's like, I am not making any fucking money on this show. Nobody's getting a fucking rider. There is no guest list. There's no this. There's no that. I'm like, yo, this is a New York City show. Jerry's guest list is the length of my fucking arm. And he's like, nope, everybody's buying a fucking ticket. But he was pissed at the booking agent for the booking agent apparently like dealt him dirty on, thinking he was going to make all this money, but he didn't. I'm like, okay, that has got nothing to do with me. I've got a contract here that, nope, you're not getting anything. I'm like, so I'm telling Jerry, I'm like, this is what the promoter's saying. Like, we're not getting fucking shit. Not even getting a guest list. What are we going to do? And Jerry's we play the show.
Really?
The machine must keep going. We play this fucking show.
But it's like, I guess at the same time, yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Because it's really, you're on, it's like, it's your neck, but it's also Jerry's neck because he's the spearhead of this whole thing.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So like it's Jerry who's inviting these bands out, right? Jerry's the one who went to the Damned and the Dickies and so and agnostic front everybody and saying, hey, you want to come on this Fiend Fest? It's going to be a great thing.
Yeah. And this was not our first time touring with Agnostic Front. We played with them in Europe. Back in like 97-ish.
Right. And Balzac are friends. But the Damned is like was a get.
Yeah.
The Damned was the get.
So right away, this is just a bad situation getting worse by the fucking minute.
Sure.
We do the show. We all know we're not getting fucking paid. This promote, we're not even getting a fucking ride. Like no water in our dressing room. Like we're not getting fucking anything. And our tour buses are gone. So it's not like we can go to the tour bus and get some water. It's like it was such a fucking fiasco. At the end of the night, the trucks are back. We're loading out. And oh man, Bug was Dez's guitar tech. Bug was he'd been guitar tech for the Descendants, maybe.
Okay.
And that's how Dez just knew him from that scene.
Yeah.
So they had history there. Kind of a quiet guy, didn't really interact with him all that much, but seemed like an okay guy. Anyway, however this went down, one of Dez's guitars was found in the back of some guy's Jeep, somebody that worked there.
Yeah.
And why do I want to say DI found it?
Sounds like a yoink.
man, I don't remember how it was found, but it was brought to my attention. And the guy tried to claim that he asked Jerry, hey, Jerry, can I have this guitar? And Jerry was like, yeah, sure. Yeah, go ahead and take it. And Jerry was like, huh? I didn't fucking say that. Yeah. Why would I say, yeah, go ahead and take somebody else's guitar? So, however this went down, I might not be the thing I'm the most proud of in my life. I fucking full on slammed this guy into a fucking wall outside the venue. And I was fucking pissed. You know, you don't steal from my family. Man, this talk about fucking train going off the rails here momentarily. So I physically assault the guy. Not like, you know, I body checked him into the fucking wall. And I asked Dez, do you want to press charges? And Dez said, yes, I do.
Oh.
I said, okay, I will call the police. The promoter says to me, and again, just like with what Patricia said, this is word for word because it just stuck with me and still has. Tank, if you call the police, I will shoot you in the face. And Tut's standing right there like, what the fuck did that guy just say? Tank, if you call the police, I will shoot you in the face. This guy thought he was such a fucking badass. And he was such a fucking hair metal douchebag. Oh, my God.
But hold on. Okay, wait a minute. First off, when someone says in such a way as threatens you in that kind of way and says, I will shoot you in the face, do you believe him? Even if it's a hair metal?
No.
So what did you call the police?
I called the police. I'm going to fucking listen to this dickhead. I called the fuck, and he just stood there as I called the fucking police. He wasn't fucking.
And so he didn't shoot you.
No, he didn't. The guy in Tijuana was going to shoot me in the face quicker than this guy wasn't on the fucking streets of New York.
How did he react after the police were called?
He kind of vanished.
Yeah,
I think he wanted nothing to do with the fucking
promoters. Do that.
Yeah, because when the police were there, I'm trying to tell him like, yeah, the guy running the show here threatened to shoot me in the face if you want to go talk to him. And where is he? He's fucking gone.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, no charges were brought up against this guy because, yes, there was an attempted robbery or whatever. But there was also physical assault when I slammed him into the fucking wall. So the police kind of came out and was like, listen, it sounds like he... Oh! Okay. Not going to say that DI had anything to do with this. I'll never say that. But I would like to thank them.
Yeah.
This when the guy went to leave, wouldn't you know it? All four of his tires were slashed. Just saying.
Magically.
Just saying, karma, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, actually, depending, listen, at around that time of summer in New York City, in August of New York City, tires will sometimes magically deflate on their own.
Right?
It just happens.
It just happens. All four at once. Who knew?
At once. Yes, that's what happens. The phenomena.
The police were like, this guy got body slammed. He got his tires slashed. I think he got his just desserts. We're going to call this one even. And I was like,
call it a wash.
Okay, yeah, we'll call it a wash. Nobody's going to jail tonight.
That's hey, it's a lot of tires to replace, a lot of money. So
yeah, on a Jeep, I'm sure they weren't like average size tires.
Yeah,
I do remember Dez being disappointed in Bug because I mean that was kind of like Bug's responsibility. Like, how do you let one of the guitars just poof, vanish out from under you? I mean, I remember playing Kane's Ball. No, playing in San Diego, the venue that was right down on the beach, and there was a rag that I kept in Guitar World to wipe the guitars down with. So all the sweat, you know, I couldn't put them away wet. They're going to get fucking rusty. And it's sitting there on top of my Guitar World, and the show's over. The crowd is leaving, and I see some hand reach up and whoop, pull this white, hand towel off my Guitar World. as I'm packing up and drying things up and putting them away. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I hop down. I've got a beeline on this fucking guy. And he goes into the fucking men's room, and I fucking follow him right. And then it's not like it's just him and I. It's like the place is fucking packed. But I get in the men's room, and similar story, just like New York, fucking boom, right up against the fucking wall. And I grab the fucking towel. I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, dude, it's just a towel. I'm like, and it ain't yours. Like, I'm fucking trying to do my job here. You got to run off with a fucking towel? A guitar pick, a guitar shirt, a towel. Come on. I was not having it. Not fucking having it.
So that was in New York, and then there was
back to DI. They were like, dude,
yeah,
that fucking hockey style body check you did on that dude was fucking epic. You full on laid him out.
They were stoked about that.
They were into it. Yeah, they appreciated it.
And then you play at this place called Thunderdome in Baltimore.
You'd think I'd remember that.
I would think that you remember that. And then this seems weird. Toad's Place in New Haven, Connecticut for Fiend Fest. Isn't that place kind of small?
Like I said.
Yeah. Wow.
We were playing some places like, what the fuck are we doing?
It's like the Damned and the Misfits and Dickies and all those bands at Toad's Place. Strange. And then the final show, which I guess is the show where Captain Sensible mooned everybody, was at the Palladium in Worcester.
That was the show that the Stan called me and said, we're playing Banana Splits for you tonight. And the sound was so bad. I was like, oh, this sucks. But I was in the crowd for the whole show with my wife.
Now, here's the thing. We've been using, for the most part, as we've done this series here, we've been using Misfits Central as a guide to get us through.
Yeah.
Because it's given us, and Mark Kennedy, once again, has given us this document of information that allows us to get, but we've reached the bottom of the barrel. We're done. There's a few more dates, but they get a little bit ahead of we need to fill in some gaps. There's nothing for 2004.
Mark Kennedy, overworked and underpaid.
Mark Kennedy.
Yep.
The when did Marky officially, when did he exit the band?
Marky's last show, I remember it well, was 2005, the Starland Ballroom in New Jersey. I drove the box truck.
April 1st, 2005?
Maybe. Yeah. Seems plausible. I was driving the box truck back to Staten Island because that was like my halfway point. It gave me, I'd been up for like 24 hours straight, and it gave me, my in-laws or whatever. I had a place I could crash without crashing. And on my way, after leaving the venue, Jerry calls me. He's on his way back to Vernon, wherever he's going. He says, listen, now that Marky's out of the band, Robo's coming back, we're not doing the Ramones thing anymore, turn on the lights and play. I want you to build me a stage show worthy of the Misfits. And I said, you got it. It is about goddamn time. And that was the beginning of another great era of the Misfits.
So before we even go there, what led to, well, first take me back to 2004. What's going on with?
So it's still Marky, Dez, Jerry.
Yeah.
And we're just touring.
Yeah.
We're just touring. We're just a touring machine. Tut is the drum tech and kind of like my assistant tour manager.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the tour manager on overseas tours. I'm the tour manager and the guitar tech. Pretty sure that's how that worked. Yes. I remember Jerry could pretty much tech. I mean, I'd set stuff up, but there was no teching that had to be done during the show. Dez would swap out guitars from time to time, not like Doyle would every 3 fucking songs. But Dez had a a guitar cord. He didn't use a wireless pack. I don't know why. That was like, it was like a braided. And so it had a very precise memory to it as far as the coil, the way it would, when you'd roll it up, it had to roll a certain way, otherwise it would fight you.
Yeah.
And I noticed, this is how I noticed it, when Des would play, if he walked around in a circle, he always went to his left and walked counterclockwise. And I would have to stand next to his rented backline and twist the cord in the jack to keep it from coiling up and becoming a mess on the fucking stage. I'd have to twist it to keep it hanging neutral, because he would, and then he'd do another loop to the left, and I'd twist the fucking cord. I just remember that, like the stupidest fucking thing. That was one of my jobs as his guitar tech.
You said to unloop it. I'm just going to take this real quick because this question keeps coming up over and over again. This question about Tank ever dress up like Frankenstein, and we're not going to answer it because if you watch the previous live streams, we have gone into this nauseating detail. It's all there.
Yep.
Just go back and watch the other live stream shows that we did.
Nauseating.
Yeah, and so we don't need to talk about it again because we're trying to stay on track here, but it's there. We literally discussed this years ago. It's all there. I promise you. Just go back and listen to those shows. There's hours and hours and hours of conversation between Tank and I talking about this stuff. So if anybody has any questions that we've already answered in that, or that Tank has already answered, I should say, just go to the live stream, watch the live streams. The questions are there to be answered for you. Just saying. Yep. I found on Setlist, check this out. Thank God for setlist.com. I found there's 70 tour dates here. From the year 2004, and I'm not to go tour date by tour date, but just to sort of overview. You guys went to Italy, you guys were in Spain. It sounds like you went on. This was like kind of like a world tour sort of situation.
What was the Italy thing? Was that like just an Italian tour for like a week or something like that?
I'm gonna go a little bit more granular, but like I said, I want to get too granular because then we'll literally be here forever. Although we already have, we're coming up, by the way. I would say in a half hour, we will have broken the official record. We broke the record for officially the longest live stream on this channel. You did it again.
He don't shut up, that freaking guy. I swear to God.
Oh, but this went by so fucking fast, dude. I can't even get over that. We've been talking for 4 hours and 45 minutes. It's fucking nuts, dude. Wow. Nuts. Yep. We're so close to breaking the record though. So, okay. So your question was
that like a tour in of itself, like a few days in Italy? And
there's a few days in Italy. There's a few days in Spain.
That was, so whatever.
Mexico, Costa Rica.
I remember staying in hotels, typical European stuff, no air conditioning. Got to open the windows. Oh, look, no screens on the windows. Who the fuck thought this was a good idea? So your room is full of fucking bugs. And I'm just like, this is like, I'm living in medieval times over here. What the fuck?
Yeah.
But coming back from that tour, I did not feel well at all. Thank God.
In Spain.
Coming back from Italy.
Oh, from Italy.
Italy. The flight home, whatever, if it's 740, so whatever it is, where there's 3 rows of seats, 5 rows of seats, and then another 3 rows of seats on the plane, that big jumbo jet.
Yeah.
The plane was fucking empty. Thank God I had a whole row of 5 seats to myself to just lay down.
Oh, isn't that the best?
Whole flight.
That's happened to me.
I don't know how I would have made that flight if I did not have the ability to lay down. I was so sick. The only thing keeping me going was hot tea with lemon. I got home, and we were living in this house. My wife, she got up and went to work the next morning. James went to daycare. I slept in a little bit. I woke up, like mid-morning, feeling like okay. Wasn't 100%. I was still feeling like kind of lousy. And I started getting some things done. So, you go away on tour, you got to come back. You got some shit you got to take care of. And before long, I started feeling pretty fucking sick again.
Yeah.
To the point where I am in my pajamas, a bathrobe, a fucking huge winter coat, and I'm under the covers, curled up in the fetal position, shaking uncontrollably because I'm so cold.
Yeah.
I go, I've got to take my temperature. Something's not right. I take my fucking temperature. It's 105.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, I've had 104 before. It sucks. 105, you think you are dying.
Yeah, I've been there.
So bad.
Sucks.
I cannot get out of bed, and this is I don't know where my cell phone is. There was a landline on the dresser, the nightstand. I didn't know Sasha's cell phone number by heart, but I knew my mom's phone number. So I called my mom. I said, first of all, I asked her, like, what can I do to get my fever to go down? Should I get in a bathtub of cold water? And she's like, well, what's your fever? My mom's got a strong background in the medical field. I'm like, 105. And she like fucking goes into panic mode. She's like, you don't need a tub. You need to get to the hospital. You could die from this. Like, this is not a fucking joke.
You know what I once heard? I once heard that 101 to 103 is actually more dangerous than 105.
I'll take 103 any day.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Sorry, continue. Anyway.
Wow. So my mom calls my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law calls my wife. My wife calls me because I couldn't move. My wife's number was on the refrigerator. I couldn't get to the refrigerator. I couldn't get out of bed. I tell her what's going on. She already had been informed what was going on. She's like, I'm coming home right now to get you, and I'm bringing you back to the doctor's office I work at. Ends up, I had full-on pneumonia.
Oh my Lord!
I picked up pneumonia in Italy.
What a souvenir!
Yeah, I mean, in some of the hotels that we stayed in, I'm like, yeah, I'm not fucking surprised. I wouldn't have parked my fucking lawnmower in that room. Like, that was disgusting. And not to fucking piss on Italy, but I'm like, we could have done a lot fucking better. And now I'm coming home like on death's fucking door here.
Yeah.
I've never been so sick. Every time I coughed, I would have to squeeze my head because it felt like my head was literally.
Oh my God.
Explode. When I got to the doctor's office, they were like, "Yeah, this is." I'm like incoherent. I remember them saying like, "This is not good." His lips are blue. Like I wasn't getting. There was so much liquid in my lungs that I wasn't getting enough oxygen to keep me alive.
Sounds like you're writing a Misfits song when you're describing your sickness right now.
Right?
Literally.
Yeah.
So you also played in England in February. You were in Greece, right? You went to Athens. You went to Milos. You went to Netherlands.
Okay.
You're back in stateside, Farmingdale, New York.
Okay, Long Island. Yeah.
More Toad's Place. You're at Hellfest 2004.
Oh, Hellfest. Okay. So
wait, before you get there, hold on a second. Just seeing. Oh no, then you went back out to England, Ireland, Germany.
Got really sick in England too. Horrible flu.
Let me tell you something. There's the damp up there in the UK. It'll just get you.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, okay. Hellfest. What happened at Hellfest? 2004.
Well, there was a Hellfest that we did. Must have been when Robo was drumming because Big Vinny was. Well, or no, maybe no.
Well, Robo wasn't back yet.
No,
Robo came back permanently when Marky exited.
I think I know what it is. No, wait a minute. We must have done a Hellfest when Rocky was still the tour manager. An outdoor Hellfest.
Okay.
That maybe Robo was drumming because Big Vinny was there, Jerry C was there, and we pull up and we see the list of all the bands that are playing.
Yeah.
And it's just hardcore, Misfits headlining. And so Vinny was so into hardcore, he's like, oh man, there's no fucking around here. Like he was so into this. That whole thing, like, NFA, no fucking around, like that became a people of our touring years later. But when Vinny was, and he'll be the first to admit it, he knows I love him. When he was younger, as Robo used to say, he used to be cool. Now
Vinny is, for anybody who doesn't realize, Vinny is Robo's son.
Yes, sorry. Big Vin.
Hey, Vinny.
Vinny Valverde. Fucking love that man.
Great guy.
I remember when he was like a kid.
Yeah.
And as a kid, you get to a certain age, you start feeling you're fucking large and in charge or whatever. And so he kind of became an asshole there for a while. Just his father would be the first to tell you, he used to be cool. Now he's an asshole. But so we would butt heads a little bit until we actually had to work together, and he saw like the kind of shit that we both had to deal with, and then we were like we were tight. But oh my God, Tut and Rocky and I went out that day. We saw. Speaking of Sess, speaking of Monty Esposito, he was at that show. We went and saw like Star Wars Episode 2 together or something like that, or Episode 3. We saw some kind of Star Wars movie. And Vinny was like, "Oh, what are you guys doing? You going out and watch Star Wars, suck each other's dicks?" I'm like, "Yeah, why? You want to come?" What? Literally, the fuck. So he was being such a fucking little prick that we were at a mall that had a Games Workshop. I was like, "Hey guys, check this out. This is that game I played, Warhammer 40K." And the guy's like, "Yeah, you move the stuff, you use the ruler, you roll the dice, and touch like how far can that unit move?" The guy goes, 6 inches, and touch like I can move my dick 6 inches. I'm like, "Oh my God, why did I bring you guys here?" But we're in the mall and we're in the toy store, and I find an action figure called Mong, Mong, and it's I don't know, it's this fat kid. I don't know what the fuck it was from. But all three of us have the same idea at the same time, like, oh, this is too good to be true. So Vinny's nickname, we used to call him King Kong Valverde because he was fucking big. He was like 350 pounds. He was like King Kong. And Kenny would be like, ooh, we do the Kong thing. We find this fat action figure called Mong. And I'm like, I think I can work the magic that needs to be worked here.
Wait a minute. Did you sculpt a face to look like
no. I managed to open this package without damaging it. Vinny was at an age where he was battling acne at the time, so I put a bunch of little red dots on his cheeks and his forehead and stuff on the toy. I think I did the hair black instead of red or whatever it was, but it's all Sharpie stuff. And with the Sharpie, I changed the M to a K, so it said Kong. I put Vinny back in the package. He used to make fun of me for liking Ghoul Town. That was the Texas Terror Twang band that I was really fucking into, and he was Joe Hardcore, so he couldn't fucking have any of that. So I made he came with an accessory, a 12-inch record, said Ghoul Town's greatest hits, and I put it all fucking back together, and we gave it to him. And the thing that pissed him off so much about it, wasn't just that it was all fucking spot on, but that his mother's boyfriend had bought the same Mong figure and been like, "Hey, Vinny, look at this, it's you." And he was like, "You fucking motherfucker." So that was our dig at Big Vin.
Yeah.
But that was Hellfest way back when. So we did several of them, huh?
I guess, and then I'm looking here. I see that there's Minnesota. Is it Minnesota Metal Fest? It's Milwaukee Metal Fest.
Okay, yes, if I remember correctly, 2004, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Roger was guitar. Yep. Okay. We played a show. What was the show the night before? Does it say?
Yeah, at the Dome
in
Ohio, Girard, Ohio.
Okay. And then so we have to drive overnight to this Milwaukee Metal Fest.
Mm-hmm.
We are the headlining band, and the way it typically goes with a festival like this type of deal, the headlining band sets up their back line and it stays there for the duration of the show while all the other bands play in front of that.
Right.
So we had to load in at like fucking 8 o'clock in the morning. So all of us have like 2 hours, 3 hours of sleep under our fucking belts, and now we got to get back to work. So fucking stupid. Why? Why does our booking agent do this fucking to us? Knowing, they'll be fine. They'll get 3 hours of sleep. It'll be fine. Go fuck yourself. You get out here and do it. But I remember it was just a day of like hair metal from what I remember. Like, holy crap.
Sharpie, we talked about this, by the way. He's saying, remember when Jerry sang the 1950 stuff and all the kids threw snowballs? If you rewind the show, you'll see it.
About this. Yeah, the snowballs were a thing.
It says, wasn't the Metal Fest snowing? Someone's asking. No, this was the summer. Yeah. So you're going on and on and on playing. You go to Prague. That's pretty cool.
Yes and no.
Okay. What's
We
the
were
no?
supposed to go to Prague.
Oh, so that shouldn't happen?
So, as it works out with the visas, all of us Americans had free reign to go to Europe to work. Robo, as a Colombian citizen, needed a Schengen visa, which I had to get. So wait a minute. So this was still Markey, or this was this was still Markey.
Yeah, because Markey left in 2005, and we have to. I think that what we need to do, because we're about to approach hour 5, is that we're gonna continue on through 2004, and we're gonna finish it. You're gonna tell me about Markey exiting the band, and reaffirming the stage show to be built. And
the start of the next show should be where the new
that's what I mean
show starts, because it's
that's how to do it. Right. I think that's the best way for us to wrap things, to land the airplane here, because because we're about to hit 5 hours. And I'll tell you, it's crazy. I mean, we've had like anywhere between 29 to like 45 people watching this entire time, which is nuts.
I'm sorry, guys. Really, I apologize. Jeff made me do it. It's not me.
Yes, that's exactly what happened. Okay, wait. So
if Markey was with us, then did we play Prague? There was some issue where it must have been later when Robo was drumming, where all of us played Europe. Robo was there on his Schengen visa, but as soon as we went to Czech Republic, it was different. Robo could just walk in. The rest of us needed the special visa, and we're like, oh, they didn't make that clear. Oops. I guess we have to cancel the show.
Or just have Robo by himself on a drum, drumming by himself up on the thing.
Yeah, we played Estonia with Robo, like, of all fucking places. But we'll get into all that stuff.
So you also played like Mexicali, Mexico, Tijuana, Mexico.
Yes, I remember the Mexico shows. Going back to that Italy show, I remember somebody getting on the stage and practically fucking tackling Markey, and both Tut and I are like trying to get this fucking guy off him, and man, he was like stink on shit. He wasn't getting off of Markey. Like, wow.
How's Markey reacting to that?
Markey's still trying to fucking drum, but as we're pulling the guy, he's like dragging Markey with him. We're like, the fuck? Where is security letting these fucking people on the stage? Such a fucking shit.
This was Mexico, you said?
No, this was Italy.
Oh, Italy.
And somebody got on stage. Somebody got on stage and knocked fucking Dez's amps over. I'm like, what the fuck? Aren't we supposed to have security at these fucking venues? This is what happens when these assholes get on stage.
It's it's crazy.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
I remember the Mexico shows. I remember doing a autograph session there at like a restaurant, I think it was. So it was nice to be able to eat while they were signing autographs. That was kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. You played Moscow, Russia.
Yes.
And
the one time,
I
don't know if the band ever went back, but up until then, that was the one time we got into Russia. We were also supposed to play St. Petersburg after that, but there was some.
The visa situation is difficult.
Wow. Yeah.
We had I was with a band when we went to Moscow, and it was very tense because we weren't sure if they were going to let us in or not, and we had visas, and it was nuts.
Yeah. I remember having to go into the city, drop all the passports off, and then it was some time later before I could go back and get them with the Russian visas, and it was more of a hassle than the Brazilian stuff.
That was that was kind of our experience too. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh my God. But that show, really great turnout.
Yeah, in Moscow.
Yeah.
Did you go to Red Square?
This is a great fucking story. I'm glad we're here. So we get to the hotel. It is literally right across the street from Red
Oh, wow.
Quite possibly, because I have not set foot inside the Pentagon, this is quite possibly the largest building I've ever walked into, was this hotel. It was an entire city block. The footprint of this hotel was the whole city block. We go in the lobby and it's fucking jamming. I mean, this place is packed with people.
Yeah.
We've got our two translators with us, two very nice ladies. I can't remember their names. They get it. So we get checked in. When you check in, you have to hand in your passport. A little nerve-wracking.
Yeah.
They give you a card, not even your key. They give you some kind of card. You then go to the elevator. There's a guy at the elevator that you have to give the card to. So he goes in and he presses the button. He like probably has a key or something for your floor and your floor alone. You cannot get to any other floor except whatever floor he punches up for you. So you go up to your floor with this card in your hand. You get off the elevator. There's another desk that you go hand the card into, and then they give you your old-fashioned, like, actual key lock key. And that's when you find out what room you don't even know what room you're in until you get there.
Yeah, wow.
Now,
that is
because this building is so big, you're now like in the central part of like the front of it. You've got a hallway that goes that way as far as you can see, and a hallway that goes that way as far as you can see. And you're just like, I hope it's not all the way at the fucking end, because holy shit. So we all, we end up on our different floors, our different rooms, probably all the same floor, but different rooms. And just crazy experience, and walking and through fire doors and walking and finally get to my fucking room. As soon as I open the fucking door, my phone rings. And I don't mean my cell phone. I mean the phone in my room. And right away, I'm like, what the fuck, guys? I haven't even fucking put my bag down yet. And you're already getting my ass about something. So I answer the phone rather annoyed, like, what? Well, it's not somebody in the band. It's some random stranger. Knowing somehow that I just walked into my room and he says to me, would you like a massage or sex? And I'm like, well, yeah, of course. But I'm sorry, who the fuck is this? What? Would you like a massage or sex?
Is there a camera that was like...
This is what I learned later. I'm no, thank you. Like, holy fucking shit, that was sketchy. I learned later when Marky and I did that European tour and we played with Tarakani, the Russian band. I told them what our experience was like, and I was like, oh yeah, the Russian mob who runs the prostitution, they are in cahoots with the hotel. Like they pay, to be able to get in there and do what they do. They know, they are informed as soon. Oh, they're white American male, just got in his room, boom, they call right away. And apparently, from what I was told by Dima, the singer, if I said, why, yes, I would like a massage or sex, they will ask you what your preferences are. Do you want a woman? Do you want a man? Do you want a boy? Do you want a girl? Do you want blonde? Do you want redhead? Do you want that? Like, you tell them what your preferences are.
Yeah.
And then a few minutes later, there will be a knock at your door. And there will be somebody, like a pimp, I would imagine, of some sort, will parade in about half a dozen, in my case, ladies that would meet my preference. So maybe they're all tall blondes or they're busty or, whatever I said my preference was.
Holy shit.
And then I can just go, yes, no, yes, no, yes. Like I can just pick one or all or not, like, and then, okay, the rest can leave and let's do what we were here to do.
Right.
That is what I was told would have happened if I said,
you had a very different experience from what we had when we were in Moscow, Russia. They told us not to drink. I don't drink anyway, but they were like, do not drink any vodka from the street because it will kill you. Yeah. You can't drink the vodka on the street. And driving through Moscow takes a really long time to drive through Moscow because it's really, really big and really long. And everybody's car has dents in it because everybody crashes into each other. And it's really crazy experience.
So we did the show. Joanna, Jerry's girlfriend at the time, Joanna was with us. It was Jerry, Dez, Marky, Joanna, and me. Was King Tut with us? There had to have been a drum tech. King Tut must have been with us. Because I couldn't tech everybody on the stage. It's just not possible. Unless we had a hired drum tech, which I know Marky would not have been happy about, but whatever. But Nick Cave was playing Moscow the same night. And Joanna and I were like, how do we blow off this show and go see Nick Cave instead?
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing to go see Nick Cave, but let's go see Nick Cave in Moscow.
In Moscow.
Okay. But it didn't happen. The show was big. The show went off pretty well. I remember it being, I think it was pretty late that it actually started. I could be wrong on that. For some reason, that's sticking in my head.
That was the first time in Russia, though, like for sure.
Yeah, and we were supposed to play St. Petersburg after that, but there was the Chechenian stuff was going on, and it was like a hotbed for violence and political things. We're like, nah, it's not a good time to be. It's too risky. So we only did Moscow. So that night I had arranged with the two translators, the two nice ladies, young ladies, to meet us at the hotel early in the morning and take us sightseeing before we had to catch our plane to go back home. And I told everybody, hey guys, be in the lobby at whatever time it was, 7 o'clock. I don't know. I don't remember. So we can go do some sightseeing. Nobody showed up except me.
You're kidding.
And the translators. They're like, oh, I'm tired. I want to sleep. You're going to be flying back from fucking Russia. How many hours do you think you're going to have to sleep on the goddamn plane?
You're in Russia. When are you ever going to be in Russia again? Russia.
So here we are. Our hotel is across the street from Red Square.
Yep.
The first place we go. We walk across the street, and there we are. In the middle, there's the Kremlin. There's this circular thing in the middle of Red Square. And they're like, oh, yeah, that's where they used to hold the public executions of political rivals or, whatever. People literally got full-on fucking beheaded right here in the middle of this fucking square. Great. Then around the corner, still in Red Square, is the Soviet Tomb of the Unknown Soldier.
Yeah.
Just like it is here in the U.S., there is a guard that marches 24 hours a day, and then they change the guard and all that stuff. But holy shit, unlike they do here in the U.S., it's all synchronized and just like we do, but they goose step when they walk. That means they kick
I know what goose stepping is.
Really, for those at home that don't know what goose stepping is, it's an exaggerated march. So it is impressive to watch. Oh my God, and what a fucking workout that must be.
I bet.
And just like here in the States, very somber, very, you need to be respectful and quiet and all that stuff. So awesome to see. Then we were off. We were going to walk to the Moscow subway. On our way there, we get stopped by what I would assume was a policeman. I don't know how there was nothing really designating who this guy was, but must have been something that showed he was a policeman. He stops us for our papers. Because when we leave the hotel, you hand your card back in, you get your passport. You have a hotel card in your passport as your proof of residency, where you're staying in Russia. So we get stopped for our papers, and here I am thinking, oh, this is so fucking cool. We're getting stopped for our papers in Russia. Like, this is awesome. But the two girls are like, fucking hate it, because this happens all the time. It's such a fucking hassle. I'm like, yeah, I guess if I lived here and this was like an everyday thing, it would get old. But here I am, like, thinking this is awesome. All our papers were good, so yeah, all right. We got going. We got to the Moscow subway. Having seen like what the inside of the White House is like, it's pretty opulent in some regards. The fucking Moscow subway pisses all over the fucking White House any day of the week. I swear to God. Marble pillars, marble wall, massive crystal chandeliers. I'm like, what the fuck kind of subway is this?
Well, I mean, it's also, you're right next to Red Square too, right? So
you got to make the world think that you're, rich, doing well.
We didn't go in the subway, so I wouldn't know.
Have no bread. But okay, that was not what I expected. And then we just hop on the subway. I don't remember much about the train ride, but I just know we went to like an old cobblestone street where all the local vendors sold their wares. It wasn't like going to stores. It was like actual people coming out to sell goat hair shawls and the traditional, Russian fur
the hats.
And I still have sitting over there a hand carved like wooden chessboard, and I did actually buy a shirt just because, I was in Russia and I had to. They said, I've been to Russia. There were no bears. There's some common misconception that there's bears everywhere in Russia, everywhere you go. I don't know.
Maybe not everywhere you go, but they're definitely good.
So yeah,
here and there.
Was I tired? Was it hard to wake up, after a couple hours of doing a show? Yes. Was it one of the greatest things I ever fucking did? Fucking yes.
Yeah, you got to sleep when you're dead in those situations.
That's what I would always say. Like, I will sleep when I die.
Like, it's like you're in Russia, and do like Russia do.
Good
well,
luck
maybe not,
back.
but yeah. So tell me about what was Misfits at Rock and Shock 2004? Is that anything that was memorable?
The name sounds familiar. Rock and Shock.
It sounds memorable in some way, like the Rock and Shock. I don't know. The Greek Theater on October 22nd.
That was Alice Cooper.
Oh, that's cool.
That was the Alice Cooper show.
That must have been crazy. Bossa Nova Ballroom, Phoenix Underground. Then you go to Canada. There's some Canada shows in November. The Blind Pig.
I remember the Canada shows running into one of Chuck Biscuit's brothers. How many brothers does Chuck have? Do we know? Two.
Yeah.
So I ran into one of them, and I was like, wait a minute. Were you the brother that was on tour with him in 90, the Long Way Back from Hell tour? Drum teching for him? And that's when I think I learned Chuck had more than one brother. He's like, no, that was my other brother. I was like, okay, I've met your other brother. I thought maybe you were him because they all the same blonde-haired Canadians. But he was he the promoter, or he just like worked at the club, or he had something worked with the promoter, or somehow we met. Nice guy. Don't remember his name or anything like that, but something Biscuits, I would imagine.
Well, it would be Montgomery because Biscuits was the stage name.
Yeah.
And the brother was Dimwit, who also drummed. Dimwit was also a drummer, and then Dimwit died. He died.
Dimwit died.
I think he died. Yeah, he died.
So this was not Dimwit. This was the other brother.
Hey, congratulations! I don't know if it's an accomplishment, but 30 seconds ago, we just crossed over as the longest continuous live stream on this channel, and the longest continuous live stream I've ever done in 6 years.
Wow.
Yeah, officially as of right now. And it was effortless. It was not hard to do at all. It was really easy.
Like a chatty Cathy, just pulled my string. It
was easy to do. I'm just sort of jumping around here at this point. There's the Rock Ranch in San Bernardino, California. The Gothic Theater in Inglewood, Colorado.
So many names ring a bell, but I can't put any specifics to.
We're just shooting around in the dark. I know how I want to end this show. I'm going to ask you two questions. Okay, here's one, because this would be a noteworthy show of some kind, because this was it's not around anymore. I used to go here at its tail end. Misfits at the Continental in New York City in December 17th, 2004, right next to St. Mark's. The Continental. Trigger was the guy who ran the place.
That sounds familiar.
It was right next to Ramones used to play there all the time.
Was that for Joey's? When's Joey's birthday?
Joey's birthday is in May.
There was something. I remember Joey's mom was there, Joey and Mickey's mom, and I remember that show. It was a tribute for something, whether it was Joe Strummer, maybe. Was it a tribute? It was some kind of tribute, and it was like a one-off thing. I think that was just like a one show we did.
Yeah, it looks like it was just one show. So you were in Germany, and so I was at SO36 in Berlin. Mm-hmm. I was in that tiny room all the way up at the top, right? Yeah. That place. Yeah. I remember that. I also was at Coney Island in Leipzig, Germany. That was an interesting. I don't know if you remember anything about that place. It was just like a cool little venue. I don't know. Coney Island. And then
I remember Coney Island High, but not Coney Island Light.
Sure. All right, so let's wind this down. I'm going to ask you two questions. I have two final questions for you.
We do have one question over here. Oddly wondering, Tank, how much do you pay translators on tours?
Yeah.
And honestly, I could tell you I have no idea, because that was always handled by the promoter. So like in Russia, we had the two promoters' assistants that worked as translators for us. They worked for the promoter. We didn't bring them. The only translators that I can think of were June and another Canadian guy who was not Asian, but who toured with Balzac as their translators. And I think they were both just fans and were just happy to go out on tour and kind of live the rock star life for a few weeks, traveling with the band. So I guess the answer would be not much, I'm afraid. I don't know, but that is an interesting question.
Tell me, first and foremost, it's around 2004 that out of nowhere, maybe out of left field, maybe you did know about this. Maybe this was something that you had you had known. Out of nowhere, Glenn and Doyle play a Misfits set at a Danzig show.
Yep.
And what was the reaction from your camp at that time? That must have been like shocking on some conceivable level. That had to be like a gasp or a shock.
Yeah, a little bit shocking. But as far as like a general consensus, it wasn't addressed all that much, really. I remember being like, well, damn, I wish I'd seen that. That would have been fucking cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did see Doyle come out for, was it a Starland Ballroom? A Danzig show and Doyle came out?
I think if that was 2009, that was way later. Where he played with Graves and Chud, and then Glenn came out later? That was the only time that Graves and Chud played open for Danzig.
No, it was a Danzig show, and Doyle came out and did a few songs. And I'm pretty sure it was at the Starland Ballroom, and it wouldn't
possible.
Have been 09. Would have been possible. Still working with the band. Yeah, I remember being like, oh shit, would have been nice to see that. I remember seeing we were playing somewhere in LA. I don't know if it was the Key Club or the Palace, and Danzig was playing the Whiskey, maybe it was, but the Marquee. I think this was at a time when he was at odds with Rick Rubin over the name, kind of like the Prince thing, where maybe he was going to have to start calling himself Black Acid Devil. And
because of the lawsuit and stuff.
Yeah, and that was when Jerry made the joke that all his friends were just going to call him Black Ass for short.
That's crazy that he was going to have to lose the name because of his lawsuit.
Yeah, you'd think they would have learned, after what happened to Prince, that they wouldn't sign that contract. But
well, what's crazy too is that right around the time that when he's settling with Jerry and Doyle and the rest of the guys, Glenn I'm talking about, he's about to get into another or he's actively in or about to get into another lawsuit with Danzig, with the original lineup of Danzig. He with Erie and John and Chuck, and so he was fighting two fronts at the exact same time. People don't realize that. I mean, I didn't even think about that overlap. And I had John Christ on the show and we were talking about stuff, and he made mention of like lawsuit. I'm like, lawsuit? Wait, you guys were in a lawsuit too?
Yeah.
And then I thought about the timeline of that, and I'm like, my God, he was dealing with that at the same time as, it's like, I got to put out this fire before I could focus on this one. I mean, it's crazy. And then Rick Rubin too. It's nuts.
We glanced over an important show in the Mexico run, I think in 2004. When Mark was still in the band.
Okay.
So we were slated to play Mexico City.
Yeah.
With the Dead Kennedys.
Okay.
Not with Jello Biafra, the other three original.
Right. The Dead Kennedys with some no-name singer guy. Yeah.
So and it was great hanging with those guys because I was a big Kennedys fan. Before I became a Misfits fan. So it was great to meet them and hang out with them. My son had just been born. And I think, was it Ray or was it Klaus? Well, I think it was Ray had just had a kids who were comparing notes about parenthood with babies and whatnot.
Yeah.
So as per the contract, you could not have any bottles served for alcohol. Anything had to be poured into a solo cup.
Sure.
Sure. For security reasons. There was a pretty sturdy barricade at the front. Well, apparently, from what we heard, Jello Biafra had mailed some flyers down to some Mexican Dead Kennedys fans that were like Jello purists or whatever to hand out in front of the show when people were going in to see the Dead Kennedys play before we went on, saying, this is not the real Dead Kennedys. You're being ripped off. You should demand your money back. You should riot. Whatever it said. Essentially, it incited a riot. And I do mean a fucking full-on riot.
Get the fuck out of here.
Where the barricade, it just kind of slid together. It was a big metal, thing, but all you had to do was like grab the cage part that was in front of you and slide it up and like pass it back, crowd surf it back. And now that whole section of the barricade is like, it's not there anymore. It's just open. It's just you and there's the stage. So as soon as that started happening, security who was behind the barricade, they were like, see ya. We're leaving. We're not sticking around for this. And yes, drinks were being poured into solo cups. But once the rioters spilled over the bar and grabbed all the bottles from on the shelves behind the bar, those started being flung at the stage. So the Dead Kennedys are playing while being absolutely showered with broken glass. As it's
all at the behest of Jello Biafra.
All at the behest of Jello Biafra. So the barricade hadn't gone down yet. We're there. I'm watching this from the side of the stage. As this is fucking chaos. I'm like, this is not cool. Hopefully they'll throw all the bottles. So by the time we're ready to play, there'll be nothing left to throw. But we're just gonna have to walk around on broken glass. Once the barricade came apart, though, and security just was like, nope, we're leaving. They literally ran out the fucking back door. And now the crowd started to funnel through this open section of the barricade towards the stage. We're like, guys, we need to go. And so I ran onto the stage. I grabbed Jerry's bass. I grabbed one of Dez's guitars, and we hightailed it the fuck out of there. Marky's wife was there, and Marky's full on got like a metal pipe or something. So there was kind of construction going on in the back of the building. He grabbed a fucking lead pipe from somewhere, ready to just fucking throw down. But I had put word out to our driver, like, you need to get the van around to the back of the building right now and get us the fuck out of here. And sure enough, I got the band and Marky Marion into the van. I grabbed that bass, grabbed that guitar. A sea of people is literally like a tidal wave coming down the road towards the van. And so the van starts pulling away with the passenger door open. I'm sprinting with the guitar in one hand and the bass in the other, catch up to the van, and I dive into the passenger seat. Just like this sea of people like coming up right behind us. And I tell him, go, 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 go. So he floors it. We go to the end of the block. Fucking guy stops at the stop sign. In all my times in Mexico, I've never seen anybody stop at a fucking stop sign. Not once. Why now? Why are you starting now? I'm like, fucking go! What are you kidding me? It's late at night. There's no fucking traffic. Just fucking blow the fucking stop sign. But yeah, we got the fuck out of there. And as this is happening, and I'm sure Ray was thinking the same thing about his kid at home. I'm like, what would happen if Daddy didn't make it home from this? What would happen if
oh
this
my God,
went
harrowing,
totally off the fucking rails, and I didn't come back? And that was the first moment. I'm like, maybe this is not the job for me for the rest of my life. If this is how things can go in a moment's notice.
You never know when Jello Biafra is going to cause you bodily harm from.
Yeah.
This is not the real Dead Kennedys. If you want to see the real Dead Kennedys, you need a time machine.
That's a good Jello impersonation.
You like my Jello?
Yeah, you have to do it post-stroke now. Sorry, that was too soon.
I will tell you, I was with Jello last year at a Mummies show in San Francisco. I wasn't with him. Tank I'm seeing the Mummies live at this place called the Knockout. It's like their CBGBs over in the mission. I turned my head to my left, and standing next to me the whole time, I didn't even realize it, is Jello fucking Biafra.
Wow.
And I'm like, I have to ask him about the Misfits. I have to ask him about about the El Kabong.
Right.
And so we started talking, and I asked him about it. He was telling me about it and everything, and I just could not believe. And it's just so funny because he is really like this in real life, in person. He just talks like this.
Yeah. I chatted with him in a men's room at George Mason University in Virginia. I was pissing in one urinal. He was pissing in the one next to me. I'm like, so Jello, what's up? And we talked for like 45 fucking minutes. It was crazy.
Yeah, he'll talk to you if you ask him the right questions. He'll talk. I didn't think he was going to talk to me. Anyway, continue the story. Yeah.
So we got back to the hotel. All of us were fucking sketched out because we just barely dodged a fucking bullet. Who knows what?
What was Jerry? Was Jerry shook from that too?
Yeah, I think this was when we might have canceled the show after that because like, you know what? This is fucking stupid. Let's just go home. I think that was the time.
What do you remember? What
maybe
date that
was?
The
Chihuahua show. Was there a show scheduled after Mexico City?
Hold on, let me look for Mexico City. Do you remember what time of the? Okay, there's Misfits at unknown venue, Mexicali, Mexico. There's Misfits at Box Underground, Tijuana, Mexico. That was the 23rd and the 24th of 2004. That's all I see here.
No, it was the Mexico City show with
Mexico City.
Marion was there, so we flew down for it.
Maybe it wasn't like a one-off type thing.
Maybe, but I could have sworn we canceled a show after that.
Oh, okay.
Chihuahua.
Yeah. Okay, so January 30th, 2004, Misfits at the Hard Rock Live in Guadalajara.
Okay.
Right? That's all I see there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I see. And
all
then
so somewhere in that time, Mexico City was a venue we never played before, never played since. Once things cleared out, the police, got everybody gone. I went back to the venue with, I think, the Dead Kennedys tour manager. I forgot his name, but he and I remained friends for a while. And we met with the promoter. Our backdrop was still hanging.
So you were able to recoup the backdrop?
I was able to get the backdrop down. Dez's other guitar was gone. Shocker. No big loss. It's not like it was anything custom or something. I think I grabbed Lollipop, which was the red clear one, and obviously Jerry's bass. So for the most part, we got off fairly unscathed. One of the promoters had this huge wet stain on his crotch of his pants, and I'm like, did you get so scared that you actually pissed yourself? Or did you spill your beer? What? I kind of had to do a double take there, but we all survived. But I think we were all pretty sketched out. So what happened was, Jerry reached out to Sky, who is a rather large man, who has worked as a a soldier of fortune.
Yeah, contractor.
Yeah. And he was with the Misfits the night they were arrested in New Orleans for grave robbing.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's how far back he goes.
Wait, Sky. I've heard this. Oh my God. I've heard that name before.
Jerry reached out to him, let him know what went down, because I think Jerry knew that Sky knew Jello.
Sky had a brother or a sister. Maybe he had a brother who was younger, or maybe he was the younger one. I've heard that name before. All right, sorry. Continue anyway.
Sky, great guy. I met him on a few occasions. I think the last time I saw him was in Alaska, and he brought us some moose meat.
Is he still around? Is he?
I don't know. That was a long time ago that I last ran into him. But he reached out to Jello, and he's like, "Dude, you're pissing off the wrong people. You almost got the Misfits killed.
Really?
You need to chill the fuck out." And Jello, of course, was like, "Oh no, it wasn't me, wasn't." And Sky was like, "Jello, knock it the fuck off."
Plausible deniability.
Yeah, he was not fucking playing games. So don't know whatever became of that, but I do remember, getting the report that was.
So Sky actually reached out to Jello Biafra and was like, "Hey, man, I wish I had known this story when I saw Jello, because I totally would have fucking." Because Jello, when I saw Jello, And I said, "Hey man, what happened with the El Kabong thing?" And he was like, there was so much blood. It was a bloodbath. And like the Misfits, they were all mobbed up and they had lawyers. And he just went, he just made it sound like this thing and yada, yada, yada. And it's funny how he doesn't even bring up the fact that he almost got Jerry killed in fucking Mexico. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah. But that, like I said, that was kind of the beginning of like, holy shit, what
right. So you're starting to have these like reservations in your mind about doing this job because you're no longer you're at you're the tip of the spearhead of a lot of this stuff. Now, to wrap us up here, tell me about Marky exiting the Misfits. Like, why?
I think we just kind of got to a point where this had run its course. It had been the three of us, and we finally had a band of three consummate professionals that just showed up when it was time to show up. They played the show when it was time to play the fucking show. Dez got mugged outside a bar where he lived in Newark. He showed up with a fucking black eye and still played the show. So if you ever see pictures of Dez wearing an eye patch, it's not because he wants to look like a pirate. It's because he had a fucking shiner. But he still showed up. He still if that had happened to many of the other people, be like, I've got a hangnail here. I can't do the show. The fuck over it. What are you kidding? So yeah, we toured and we toured and we toured and we toured. And I think once you play everywhere, at least once, if not twice, it's like, okay, so what's next? We can't keep.
So there wasn't any like definitive falling out between Jerry and Marky?
Not that I'm aware of, but I do get the feeling or have the gist that Marky was like, you know what, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go.
Because in interviews, when asked about Marky, hey, about your time in the Misfits, and Marky responds, he says, I think he even wrote this in his book, Blitzkrieg. He says, oh, no. I didn't play with Jerry only. Jerry only played with me. That's that like, and that I felt bad for him. So I'm going to play with him and we'll do this album and blah, blah, blah. Okay. And yeah. And then he and Graves started doing shows together. Yeah. Right. And Graves was singing all the Ramones songs. And so in every chance that Marky has in the press to
get a dig in,
he talks about how Graves was the real talent or whatever, however he phrases it, and Danzig was the original guy, but Graves is even better than just this whole thing.
Yeah.
So, but
I had mentioned that there were three times that I almost made Marky vomit from getting him to laugh so hard. One was that the dartboard in Italy. The other one I had mentioned in one of the previous shows where Tut and I were in an elevator, and Tut asked me a question. I kind of shrugged my shoulders, go, I don't know, and my briefcase swung up and caught Tut squaw in the nuts. Marky was fucking doubled over in the corner of the elevator, laughing so hard he thought he was going to die. The other time, might have been 2004. When we went to South America, it was just the three of us and the three band members and me. That was the tour. They were on MTV Brazil, and each one of the band members was going to introduce like three punk songs that they really liked.
Yeah,
and of course, they're flubbing up their lines. They're not one take tank. No, the whole nobody's one take tank. So I, just being me, I'm razzing them. I'm making fun of them. I think this is fucking hilarious. So I'm talking shit. I'm fucking talking smack here. But I'm sitting on a stool that has like a bent tubular frame. So it doesn't actually go down to 4 feet. It goes down to like a bent tube that bends around and comes back up. So it has these like, I'm leaning forward on it and making it tip with me because it's easy to tip it like that. Well, as I'm middle of fucking shooting my mouth off, making fun of how bad these guys are in front of the camera, the stool, which is tipping forward on a very smooth cement floor, proceeds to just shoot right out from underneath me, and I go down, bam, ass first, right on the floor. And, of course, it fucking hurt. So I'm like kind of holding my ass. I'm like, holy fuck. And Marky has to leave the room. The fact that it happened when it happened while I was shooting my fucking mouth off is what made it so perfect. He was in the other room dry heaving, fucking laughing so hard. He didn't want people to see him in that state. And oh my God, I'm so glad I got him like that.
I think that we have reached a natural stopping point before we continue on, because it's past midnight. We've broken the record on the channel.
Some of us have to go to work tomorrow. What the fuck?
We both have to go to work tomorrow. And this honestly was so much fun. I really do. I cherish these long talks. Thank you for all the wonderful stories, so much that I had never known. It's just so, and this is a period of there's some stuff about it on the internet, but it's not super well documented, at least from like a point of view of somebody who was there for so much of it. So that's great. And I only hope that the next time we do this, we don't have to wait 2 years, but it always, it's always up to you, man, when you can afford the time. And we all appreciate it. I know a lot of people were really stoked about this episode and looking forward to it. And we've given there's somebody who's going to listen to this and have a really long shift at work, and it's going to get them through their long work shift. I always get messages like that. So we've done a good service here, And
I will endeavor to get a better camera next time. Sorry. It looks like.
No, you're fine. Look at this. This kid says, you guys are great. Thanks for the long show. 16-year-old fan. We should really get to bed now. Yeah. 6 a.m. here in Sweden. God. He stayed up. He says, fortunately, I have a summer break now. We got a 16-year-old guy in Sweden who stayed up all night listening to us talk. That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with us. Yeah. Thank you, Telescope. Thank you.
Worth it.
Jody Ramone was here. I've been wanting this to end 8 hours ago, but the stories are too amazing. Yeah, just all great stuff. So.
And we got a cheese peas and Drew Brees thing or whatever it is. Oh, hair grease. Yeah, that thing.
Yeah. Oh, yes, of course. Peace and hair grease. And we will see you next time when we talk about on the day that Marky, as we learned, Marky's last show, Jerry called Tank and said, "And now build me the greatest stage show that I could ever ask for."
Pretty much. Build me a stage show worthy of the Misfits. You got it. You got it.
Yeah. I saw that show. Show at House of Blues Chicago in 2007, I think. Yeah. So you think you were running that? I don't know. All right. We'll see you next time. Tank, hang on 1 second while I end the stream. We'll see you.